Block cameras and what I believe is a rapidly expanding surveillance system being built all across this country. I'm not telling you anything groundbreaking, you know this. But now something interesting is happening, a great flock camera rebellion right here in the state of Arkansas. At least that's what I'm calling it. The pushback is growing. In just the last few weeks, 3 Arkansas cities have decided to suspend or discontinue their use of flock cameras. The town of Pea Ridge went first in July, then Cabot, Arkansas, announced it was suspending its use of the cameras, and now Mayflower has joined them. Mayflower's interim police chief didn't mince words either. She called these cameras, quote, intrusive in nature, end quote, and said her department would not participate in tactics that compromise the liberties of law-abiding citizens. And that's really the heart of the debate, isn't it? Nobody is arguing that police shouldn't investigate criminals. Nobody is arguing that technology can't help solve crimes. The question is, how much surveillance of innocent Americans are we willing to accept in the name of catching the guilty? Because these cameras aren't only scanning the license plates of suspected criminals, they're scanning yours, scanning mine, they're scanning everybody's. And one Arkansas mayor has been particularly outspoken about that. Local ABC affiliate KATV went to Fairfield Bay, Arkansas, and the mayor of that town and friend of this program, Seth Connell, and asked him a pretty simple question. Does Fairfield Bay have flock cameras? Seth's answer, quote, no, we wouldn't be stupid enough to do that, end quote. Pretty amazing. Our friend Seth Connell is standing up for the Fourth Amendment right here in Arkansas, and with that, the Paul Herrell program starts right now with special guest, the mayor of Fairfield Bay. Seth Connell joins us right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right. Good morning. Good Wednesday morning to everybody out there. This is the Paul Herrell program broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas. I'm with my co-host, Rob Spencer. Rob, how you doing?
Paul, it's an honor to be in studio, as always. Just really excited to talk about all this stuff. Flock cameras are a huge issue, and fret not, folks. We are also going to spend a considerable amount of time on the primaries last night that were taking a place across the United States here in several states, and some very, very interesting battles there in the Democrat Party, the DSA versus the establishment. Who will win? It's an epic showdown, and I'm here for it. I'm grabbing my popcorn. I'm here for it. I find myself rooting for these DSA candidates, Paul. I do, because I think that, surely that's going to increase.
You think it'll be easier to beat?
Yeah, easier to beat. But, I don't know that logic is sound. You never know what crazy-ass liberals will do. And so we'll have to watch this. Looking forward to talking about all the topics of the day. We're glad to be with you. Glad to be with our LFA family as well.
Not in seat number 3, but remotely, digitally, I guess, in seat number 3. We've got Seth Connell, the mayor of Fairfield Bay, with us. Let me pipe the audio in. There we go. Seth, how you doing, sir? Great to have you back on the show.
Can't be better. How are you?
I'm doing good. You look like you are on a nice stroll in the middle of Fairfield Bay, Arkansas, the Arkansas resort town.
It's okay because, when you're mayor, you get to walk around with a selfie stick and just talk to yourself. It's an okay look, I guess. But there's some interesting news going on with flock cameras, and I'm happy I was able to make a splash.
Okay, yeah, I was too. As a matter of fact, let's actually check this out, my friend. So here is the KATV story. I just want to play a little bit of this story up into a point, and then just, I don't know. I wish I could shake your hand because I really appreciate what you said.
So can I give some context before you hit play? So I actually recorded a video several days ago. Going out against these AI surveillance cameras. I went out and said, hey, look, this is a violation of personal liberty. I'm against this. You can't say that you're actually, trying to fight crime and then you're pointing those cameras at me. And I put this video out there, and it blew up. We had 30,000 people that watched that one video. And the next morning, I was contacted by KATV, and they said, Seth, would you be interested in doing a short interview? And I said, absolutely. And so I jumped on, and I was able to talk with them, and that's what happened. So if you want to play that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, your actual video. Yeah, let's start there. Here we go. Let me pipe this in real quick.
Absolutely necessary. But I was driving down the dirt road a couple days ago, and I was a few counties away, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, driving down a dirt road, and I look over, and there's this AI surveillance camera scanning the license plate of my car in the middle of nowhere. And that's when I realized these AI surveillance cameras have gone too far. They're everywhere. If you drive down the road through Arkansas, through any major city, you're probably going to see them. They're the cameras that have the solar panels on top. Those cameras are scanning your license plate and tracking your movements. And they give law enforcement and state officials the ability to track your movements if they want to. And the entire pitch, the sales pitch they give about why they need these cameras is that they say it helps them stop bank robberies and terrorists. So they're going to spy on you and usually use taxpayer money to do it. It's crazy. I never would have believed that this is actually happening, but it is happening. And the good news is that people are now rightfully upset. Some people are even like taking saws and cutting them down. It's like the Boston Tea Party all over again. But the reason this is happening is because voters are rightfully concerned that a surveillance state isn't a good thing. And what's funny is that most of these cameras haven't really led to anything beneficial. It's like our leaders, and I'm doing this because they're not leaders, people in positions of power are pushing for this technology that doesn't even seem to really help us, while putting us in our place and forcing us to be watched as we go about our business. That's a complete violation of privacy. I'm completely against it. But the good news is that people are finally fighting back. You look at Cabot, Arkansas, they're finally taking their cameras down temporarily, and that's because there's been so many people that are taking stands against this. Good. I think that's a good thing. We need people that were willing to stand up to a surveillance state. I mean, it doesn't get any more surveillance state than a camera, and it's pointed at you. They haven't shown that this actually helps solve anything. And it's one of those sad situations where big cities don't need them because they have resources to find alternatives. And small cities really don't need them because they don't have enough crime to warrant having that either. And so that's why I'm coming out. I'm saying I'm completely against this stuff. I don't know why we see people pushing for it. I think it's either foolish. They either know what they're doing, in which case that's wrong, or they don't know what they're doing, in which case that's ignorant. So I'm Seth Connell. I would like to know your opinion. I actually have a poll below. I want to know, what do you think about AI surveillance cameras? Do you think they're a violation of your privacy? Let me know in the comments below.
Very, very well done, my friend. My favorite mayor, Seth Connell. Yeah, really good stuff.
Yeah, Seth, and you made a great point there too, that they're supposed to be doing. They're there for the betterment, right? So for better policing, and I think you could think through all of these scenarios like, well, if my daughter was kidnapped, I would be so thankful for flock cameras if we had a description of the vehicle, and because that the minutes count. But you're talking about an extremely rare scenario, and also what are we seeing with these flock cameras? We're seeing exactly the opposite of they're helping us. We've had people wrongly identified. We covered this on the show earlier in the week.
They were lucky to be alive. That couple.
They got them out at gunpoint here because they were wrongfully identified as a murder suspect. And then you've also got people just porch thieves and things like that, where this woman was wrongfully accused of taking a package.
Real quick, not to make the feature or the graphics take away from what we're talking about. But before we go back to Seth, we forgot that the title segment of today's show is about our Fourth Amendment, and so this is the segment that we to call Fourth Amendment Funeral. Yeah, so Fourth Amendment Funeral, that's exactly what we're witnessing right here. Seth, man, again, I want to get you to respond. I mean, your video was excellent. You say that went viral?
So 30,000 people watched that video, and the next morning I get a call from KATV. They want to do an interview to put me on the 6 o'clock hour news. What's interesting is that I had people that were calling me all across Arkansas saying, "Hey, did you realize you're on the news?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm in it." But it was crazy how quickly this got picked up. And what's so sad, and I think this is telling, the fact that I have to be one of the people to say, "Hey, I'm not for AI surveillance of our citizens," the fact that that was so obvious and low-hanging fruit, and nobody's saying that because they're scared, it just shows people are kind of out of touch when it comes to what residents actually want. This is one of the very few issues I've seen where Republicans, Democrats, and pretty much the media, everyone are against this. KATV couldn't have been nicer when they interviewed me. The media's against this. There's nobody that actually supports this. So why are politicians pushing for it, especially in these small towns? Why is it that these small hole-in-the-wall towns that you've never even think about when you're driving through, they're setting up these cameras on dirt roads? They don't know what they're doing, or they do know what they're doing, in which case they need to be voted out. Yeah. And so the fact that I was able to say that and it got picked up so quickly, wow.
I completely agree. Actually, let's go to the clip here. We're not going to listen to the whole segment, but this was the local ABC affiliate down in Little Rock. This is what it sounded like where they interviewed Seth.
In our studio with more. Chris.
That's right, Chris. In almost as many weeks, 3 Arkansas cities have decided to suspend their contracts with the license plate reader company known as Flock Safety. This afternoon, I caught up with the mayor of Fairfield Bay, Seth Connell, who disagrees with cities promoting these cameras.
Does Fairfield Bay have any flock cameras?
No, we wouldn't be stupid enough to do that.
No cameras in Fairfield Bay. And now, with this statement from Interim Police Chief Brittany
That's
Burke.
great. I mean, that's it.
I love how they that's the only thing they clipped up. They're like, you know what? He talked for a little bit, but it can pretty much be summed up into this. We wouldn't be that stupid,
we wouldn't
folks.
be stupid enough to do that.
Mic drop.
I mean, I know they went back to you as well, and they talked to the other, cities that are doing this, but, just round of applause,
there
Seth.
You go.
Round of applause.
Well, it's easy to be bold and brave when you realize you got pretty much everybody behind you. And I will even say I've had a lot of politicians countywide and statewide. I had a state senator reach out just saying thank you for doing this because it's the most popular issue of our time. I'm shocked. Again, I'm shocked at how quickly this has spread, but I'm happy that I was able to do it. When we think of efficiency, throughout history, efficiency has almost always been good. Efficient markets. The better you are at something, the more moral you are as a person. But with technology and AI that's only about 2 years old, this is the first time where that efficiency can actually be used against you, and they don't understand how powerful this is. And most of the people, you look at the comments of my video, most of these people are overwhelmingly positive, but the people who are negative, you can tell they just haven't thought about it. They haven't thought it through. And so a lot of these bureaucrats who've been pushing for this technology, they're hoping that these boomers who are over, 50 or 60 that don't understand how to turn on their computer will come along and say, well, yeah, we support flock cameras. But what's interesting is the name flock cameras. The reason they call them flock cameras is that you're the sheep. You're the sheep. And I mean, it's there. So, yeah.
That's interesting. And I appreciate you being able to kind of understand the different generational stereotypes, I guess, or the divide. There is a divide, not with everybody, of course, but there does seem to be, like you said, people either know what they're doing, which is wrong, or they don't know. There's some ignorance there, and with that ignorance, I would say is probably, just to be charitable, is maybe a lack of an imagination. But I mean, I grew up on movies. We all grew up with Skynet. We all grew up with Minority Report. We grew up seeing, it's not, and we also use technology a lot more. So it's not difficult for us to understand how this has already gotten totally out of control. But if we don't do anything about it, we're going to be living in a slave state before it's all said and done.
Yeah, and you want to ask yourself this. We talked about this off air yesterday, I believe. I don't know that we covered it on the show, and it just goes perfectly with my latest grunt style shirt. I don't think I've worn this one on the. I'm a little bit obsessed. I'm about to get cut off from the, from the grunt style shirt.
This man just told me before the show started that. Hey, this man just told me before, your wife's probably not listening. He said, "I've got three or four more grunt style shirts are about to come in the mail, and but I haven't told my wife yet, but." I'll probably just get to the mailbox before she does. I was like,
sneak them in
like
there.
A drug addict.
I know. Like, some people have drugs. I've got grunt style shirts. But anyway, going off of my Second Amendment here, And we're talking about the trampling of rights. We've already seen it with the First Amendment and the free speech. Paul and I were talking about. We just covered something and we posted on TikTok, and it was shut down.
Yeah. We had a video removed because we were talking about the news about the 82% miscarriage rates with the vaccine. And TikTok, of course,
gets rid of it,
which is now anyway. It
just blows our mind. Yes, and so that one, there goes your First Amendment. Second Amendment, they're putting these flock cameras, Seth. They are putting them in front of gun ranges.
Yeah.
Okay, who goes to a gun range? Listen to yourself. Who goes to a gun range? Law-abiding citizens who go safely to a gun range to fire their firearms and in a controlled environment. That's who's going to this, but you want to be able to track them because you want to know who's got the guns.
Yeah, you want to know.
You want to know who's got these ones that have the legal ability to have it. You want to know who has these. So boom, there goes the Second Amendment, and we're going to destroy the Fourth Amendment to get rid of your Second Amendment, folks. We've got to wake up. Mm-hmm. We've got to make sure that we don't allow these things just because of the convenience of a life here. You know, like, oh, this is convenient for our lives.
Yeah.
That we allow all of this stuff to completely trample our individual civil liberties.
I completely agree.
So, human trafficking. Okay, so the number one complaint that I received from people who actually supported these AI surveillance cameras, they said, well, this helps us track human traffickers and track down human traffickers. Look, I'm old enough to remember that Jeffrey Epstein's clients still haven't been arrested, and we pretty much know who they are. So do you think that they're going to be able to spy on you, and that's going to make human trafficking less? Come on, give me a break.
That's a great point. That's the elephant in the room.
Sure.
Yeah. But that's what they're going to say. We need to take away your freedoms. Because we can save kids, right? And I mean, and I'm obviously all for saving kids and all for stopping human trafficking, but I don't want you to take my rights away to do it. Well, that's insane.
Right.
And it kind of comes out of this forced virtue signaling altruism. It's like the natural result of that is, oh, you need to give your rights up, so for the greater good. Like, no, thank you. I'm sorry. No, I don't trust the government. We all lived through COVID. I don't. By the way, if they had this technology with COVID, we would be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Well, this is a topic that's not going away. So bravo to Seth for talking about this big. It's really the elephant in the room right now because every day I open my news feed and I am seeing some other story about flock cameras, whether it was this police precinct that installed them, but we're seeing just an uprising from the citizens. I know that we've got a clip pulled here from a guy that was speaking in front of a city council. I mean, I think the message is getting out there, and we just need more mayors like Seth who are just going to refuse to say, hey, we're not going to do this, folks.
Seth, I know you got a meeting at 8:30, but just stick around with us for just a tad bit longer if you don't mind, because I want to get your reaction to this, this is from a town hall meeting. I'm not really sure exactly where it is.
I've already seen it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Good.
It may be Pensacola, but here's a concerned citizen that I really
this
just
is
puts,
epic.
Puts,
Everybody need to listen to this. This is epic.
Yeah, because the cops would have a problem if this were a reality. Listen to this.
This is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I'm going to call for more flock cameras. That's right. I want more. I want them in the commissioner's offices. I want them in front of commissioners' houses. I want them in front of the sheriff's house. I want them in the sheriff's office. Anytime the sheriff or commissioner leaves their house, a drone should launch from the camera and follow the all around. This drone will stream that data to the public in real time. Don't worry though, they are just license plate readers. It's just taking pictures, no big deal. I'm totally not lying to you. Chip said he wants as many as he can get. Well, let's start here. Don't forget to spring extra for the digital ID scrapers on them so we can track your unique Bluetooth identification numbers in real time as you move. These things even get the microchip in your dog. It is definitely not a slippery slope of constitutional liberty. The bought-off shill of a judge said so because they are on public land. I always thought public land belongs to the public, but I guess we can just put whatever out there regardless if 70% of the voters don't want it. We should keep going though. A judge hasn't stopped us yet. Let's also live stream y'all's email boxes to the public 24/7. Every government phone should have a digital clone online that every taxpayer can go and view your text messages, listen to your phone conversations, view your call history, app data, and voicemails on that device. All this data will only be stored for no more than 30 days, though. You have my word on that. I've been totally honest to this point. That'll make it acceptable, though, right? You can get all this for the low price of a few $100,000 a year. We're already about to flush $200 million down the crapper on a basin or boondoggle while talking about making cuts to the animal shelter. So why not spring some extra money, not on government surveillance, but surveillance on the government?
Boom.
Yeah. It goes on. I mean, it's really good, but
it's so good.
It just kind of dawned on me. The government's doing all of this, but it won't be long before AI gets so powerful that people are just saying, "Why don't we just let AI run the government, and then we don't even need to pay the police chief anymore?"
Three things.
Yeah, go ahead.
Three things. Okay, so I had to jump in here. So if you look at the fact that judges support this now, some of the worst atrocities in American history were actually legal at the time. And so we might need judges to just say, actually, no, this isn't okay. This is a violation of the Constitution. I don't think that you can make an accurate defense for that. Even if it's legal doesn't mean you should do it. So secondly, one of the things that he brought up there is this is taking away from budgets that go into other city things. I heard that Conway, Arkansas used civil asset forfeiture funds to pay for these cameras. If that doesn't scare you, I don't know how you get any more scared. I mean, with civil asset forfeiture, that's where they take
they just steal your money.
They just take your money. So, and three, I don't know how you can defend this AI technology with transparency with governments, because this is going to put law enforcement out of work. I don't know how police could support this, because if this does work as intended, a lot of police officers are going to be without a job. Okay?
Wow.
So
I didn't think
they
about
don't
that.
see that. They don't understand. So those are the three big points.
No, that's a really, really good point.
It is, and it's really going to. I mean, right now when you see this, this DSA, and Seth, I know you got to stay out of politics per se, but with the rise of these Democratic Socialists, especially the ones that are from the extreme communist wing, that part of their agenda is to get rid of police officers, to get rid of prisons. And you want to say, hey, well, if you're giving them technology that gives them an avenue to get rid of police officers, or at least to drastically reduce them, they're going to be jumping, and there's going to be millions and millions and millions of dollars in ad campaigns supporting these flock cameras.
Well, hey, Seth, I really appreciate. Go ahead, Seth.
No, I was just going to say, there's no more obedient soldier than AI, and that's why they want this technology. And when I realized early on that, again, law enforcement would potentially be affected by this technology, it's not good. And I don't think anyone has thought this through, because most of the self-described experts, I mean, this technology's only existed for 2 years. They're not experts of anything. They're just guessing like most of us are.
That's a great point about the soldier, and basically the soulless aspect, the lack of morality from the AI. It's going to do, whatever it's programmed to do. Seth, while I have you, and while you're in the beautiful resort town of Fairfield Bay, I just want to give you a chance to plug your city, because I've been there. I know it's beautiful. It's on a beautiful Greer's Ferry Lake, and it's almost like a time capsule as well. I mean, it really feels like you guys have been able to preserve a real quality of community, like it reminds me of growing up in the 80s and the 90s.
Well, it's the Mayberry of America is Fairfield Bay. And one of the things that we don't have is AI surveillance cameras, because, we wouldn't be stupid enough for that. But that's why we're able to support our culture. We do have a good culture. We have a lot of these people, from yesteryear's generations that are some great mentors. Most of my friends are actually in their 70s and older. And I have a lot of great mentors who help me just really navigate life. And that's one of the pluses of living in a retirement community. But it's not just a retirement community. It's a place where there's ATVs, there's bowling alleys, golf courses, there's bowling alley. You really need to be in Fairfield Bay. If you haven't visited, I would encourage it.
100%, man. All right. I'm proud of you, Seth. You're my favorite mayor, and you got to be one of the youngest mayors in America. I just want to how old are you? Remind everybody how old you are.
26 years old, and I'm feeling older every day because
and I'm wondering if we can get Seth the title, since they've ousted Rudy Giuliani as America's mayor. Hopefully no tragedy to get him to be to America's mayor. Maybe it's just because he's doing what all of us that concerned citizens who are concerned with our liberties are already thinking.
Yeah, amen. All right, Seth, appreciate it, sir. You have a blessed day, okay?
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate you. See you later.
All righty, later, man. Seth Connell, everybody, the mayor of Fairfield Bay, Arkansas. Really do appreciate him being with us.
Yeah, and then somebody right here, the real Mama Faye. The movie, I've talked about this on the show before. The movie I, Robot is about AI getting smarter than us and taking over, folks. That was a glimpse. That was 25 years ago. That movie was a really good movie. I still enjoy watching it if it comes on, and it's basically this AI that was trusted with everything, that received the keys to the kingdom essentially, and it took over and it infected these robots. And what did they say? What were the robots saying? Please stay inside. This is for your own safety.
Wow.
You remember that?
Yeah.
When the robots turned and they weren't listening to the 3 laws anymore, they said, stay inside. This is for your own safety. What did Ronald Reagan say? The scariest words in the English language are, we're with the government and we're here to help.
It's really terrifying.
I know. I'm making a joke about it, but it's truly true. I mean, what the hell has the government ever gotten involved in that got better?
Yeah.
People that grew up in the 70s and 80s used to talk about how their phone bill was incredibly low until the government came in and busted up AT&T, called it a monopoly. And now what do you pay for a cell phone bill? My gosh, I've got a few cell phone bills on my plan, and it's $440 a month just for a few cell phones. It's ridiculous, right? We versus what it used to be. You probably had a $20 phone bill back in the 80s.
I agree with you, man. It's out of control. We got to do something to stop it. And the only thing we can do is, talk show hosts / journalists is just continue to talk about it, bring you the news. But it's people like Seth Connell who, he's a mayor, by the way, 26-year-old mayor who's in charge of a retirement community. I find that largely a retirement community. I find that amazing that
he's 26 and he's the mayor of a retirement community.
That they would put their faith in the younger generation, because he's running now unopposed, by the way. So they like him and they like what he's done for the community and the town. And again, no flock cameras, but it does take courage to go out there and stand up for an issue like this when there could be people that disagree. But I mean, this is about right and wrong. Like he said, this is an issue that's uniting the whole country. Anti-data centers, anti-flock cameras. This is an issue that's uniting the whole country, and I think it's what's going to spring up from this is a neo-Amish movement where people are saying, look, technology is good. We like light bulbs and we like certain things. But this stuff is becoming subversive, and it's to the point where it's ruining what it means to be human, and that's where this is all ultimately going. And in that, I think it could be a really good thing, where people realize that we are made in the image of God, and we have a soul, and these machines do not. And we need to use machines and technology. That's great, but those tools can also be used for evil, and it can be used to undermine who we are.
Yeah.
And
Wanda in our comments, she reminded me of a show. Do you remember that show, Person of Interest?
Never saw it.
Okay, so it was essentially, it was always these cop dramas and all of that stuff, but they were using flock cameras and that's an older show.
Really?
Yeah, and so I don't remember the years. I'll have to look it up, but yeah, I think that media, with these movies, and hell, we saw it. What's the whole plot of the Terminator series? That these robots, these AI robots, take over, and so maybe Hollywood is good for something, and that's warning us about the impending doom. But whether we listen,
well, they're telling us. I think there's some of them that are pretty sick and twisted and evil, and they think that if they tell us ahead of time, that's somehow us giving our consent.
Yeah,
absolving them of any sort of moral conundrums.
1984 is when the first Terminator came out.
All right, so moving on to the primaries last night, Eric Daugherty says this: in a shock upset, socialist Francesca Hong, just lost her Wisconsin Democrat primary for governor to David Crowley. Is it Crowley or Crowley? I don't know how he says his name.
Mr. Crowley.
It's probably Crowley. Probably Crowley. And he only won by 0.4 points. Absolutely insane. The Democrat Party is ridiculously divided, and the polls are underestimating voters in more rural parts of Wisconsin. Far-left voters may now become demoralized, believing this election was stolen, as late ballots dropped and flipped her behind Crowley. And that is exactly what happened. It was very, very strange. We've got some clips of that, but this is one of those races where, like you were saying earlier, you were kind of rooting for the more radical candidate because we assume that the more radical candidate is going to be easier to beat. And, you know, you never know if that's true, especially with rigged voting machines and rigged elections. We really honestly don't know.
So we were busted. Hold up, we were busted out in the comments because we're not pronouncing names correctly. Sorry about that, man.
What is there? What is
I don't know.
Is it Crowley or Crowley?
I don't know. I mean, because we have a Crowley here, Crowley's Ridge.
Right. We live on a very unique piece of topography.
Yes, and it's called Crowley.
Yeah, Crowley's Ridge.
But some people call it Crowley. I don't know, but not here. It's Crowley. So I don't know. Whatever, dude. We're doing the best we can. We're two dudes from Arkansas. You know?
Man. Yeah. Come on now, give us some.
Francesca Hong.
This is another one. Socialists are furious after human error in Milwaukee. This is where everything stalled. They got a bunch of data sticks, apparently 4 or 5 data sticks that then didn't have any votes on them. Red flags all over the place with this election. Officials went back and then, quote, fixed the data. Listen to this.
Hold up. Wait a minute. So I haven't seen this. So they're saying, the Democrat socialists are saying that the Democrats have cheated too? They're saying that they've been cheated?
Yes. This is now something that is spreading.
The left is imploding. The left is imploding. Give me my popcorn. I'm here for it.
Listen. All right. Let's listen to this. It's just about a 1-minute clip here.
What we uncovered was that 5 of the sticks had the audit log downloaded and not the results. It's a human error. These things can happen. So basically what we need to do is go back to the operations center and we're going to download out of those 5 machines the results and make sure that's not the audit log. So we have the reports printed from the first download. We're going to reprint and start the process so that we can compare those results. We invite you to come join us. Milwaukee Police Department will come with us too. And so we'll re-download those results and then send them back here to be uploaded.
5 machines are at issue?
Correct. Not the machines, the sticks. So the download process was, the audit log was downloaded, not the results.
Out of how many sticks?
9.
And so you will only be reviewing those 5 sticks?
Correct.
But we can't know all of the results, and we can't see these 4 sticks worth of results that were done correctly.
This was all going on last night as people were trying to figure out if they can call this thing or not.
Lith and Linda, here's what I want. I want the Democratic Socialists of America to know. I am with them. I am with them. Voter fraud is happening. You should join our force and decide that the Save America Act is the only recourse.
There you go. Well, I mean, Democrats support voter ID. According to nationwide polls.
Every single solitary poll that they've done.
So Sundance Last Refuge says, not at all what communist-aligned polling outfits were projecting. What happened? Again, Crowley there winning barely. I mean, look, you don't get much closer than that. And then just to kind of let you guys know, this was another post here. There will be a very long delay to the Milwaukee upload. 5 of the USB sticks were missing. Results from the election officials have to go back to the absentee. Anytime this happens, in this world, you go, it's human error. Anytime this happens, you're just like, okay, what kind of funny business is going on?
A pipe burst. But listen, a pipe burst in there. We got to put these covers up over the windows. No one can watch us counting. Let's send everybody home except for the one dude that's going to pull boxes.
So this is the clip that I wanted you to see, Rob. All right, so NBC News, they want to call this. They've been waiting around. It was late in the night, and they're trying to call this thing, and this is, I think Christopher Hale's right. This is an extremely awkward 3.5 minutes of live air in NBC News history where the guy is apparently apparently he's listening to his producer in his ear because they really don't know what to do. They don't understand why they can't call this election.
And I want to say this. I know he's on MS Now, or he's on NBC.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like this Kornacki guy. He's kind of quirky and all of that stuff, but I mean, he'll deliver the bad news just the same as he's supposed to. Now, I haven't seen this.
This is kind of cringeworthy. I just want you guys to watch this. This is nuts.
They planned around this, but
there's dead air.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Yeah.
It's almost a Hitchcock pull.
Let's look at it this way. We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here and get the sticks and bring them back and go on. And we've got folks here who are working real late, and I don't think we want to, keep them here to. This could go 90 minutes. It's 90 minutes of me saying, have you heard of any other athletes running for Congress? It's like I know we've come so far here. It's been 4 hours since polls closed. It's been an unbelievably interesting and intense.
Dude, I can't take any more of this. It's so awkward.
I know.
And it really is coming down to this one giant, update in Milwaukee. We waited 90 minutes for them. They did this whole procession, and then they find out there's nothing on the sticks. So it's just my way of saying, I'm just trying to say the audience here, so I'm not abruptly ending on them, just why we're doing this, because the audience has been with us for 4-6 hours in some cases for this moment that didn't happen, and so folks, I think we are gonna wrap it here.
Dude,
for the reasons we're
end it. I can't take it anymore.
It goes on for another full minute.
Oh
over a minute of that. So we got the Democrats. I don't know if you're like a big Democrat socialist and you were watching this last night.
Yeah.
You were pulling your hair out and you were assuming that they were Bernie Sandering, what they did to Bernie in the Democrat primary with Hillary. That's what you were. That's what was going through a Democrat's mind last night.
The awkwardness of that reminds me of two things. Number one, American Idol, when they've got a really crappy singer who thinks they're good.
Yeah.
And they're singing. I can't stand it. I got so much cringe watching these American Idol things. But also, this has been a while, but there used to be these guys that would go around door to door and they would sell security systems for your house. And it's obvious that their training is no matter what, no matter how many times a person says no, until they literally kick you out of their house, kick you off their doorstep, you keep trying to sell it, okay? Because it was the most awkward moment of my life. And I'm like, I remember asking this kid, I mean, he's a kid, and I was just like, are you hearing me? I'm speaking words. I am not interested. Please go. And I was like, I don't want to be just a complete jerk, and eventually just closed the door on him. But it was so awkward for me. I'm like, this guy is literally talking and not listening to the words that I'm saying. And so that kind of reminded me of that a little bit. Like, he's listening to these people, and it's just like, hey, what? Here. Dude, it was awkward. That was network television there, and we saw this basically murder right there on the scene because he couldn't get going. So anyway, yeah, I mean, that's not good coverage. I've not seen that before.
I know,
with him.
man. It was crazy. So kind of wrapping this primary coverage here, Chuck Schumer, this is from J.D. Rucker. He writes, Chuck Schumer panics after another primary humiliation by Belinda Johnson.
Can you tell me who is that? The person in the middle looks like a man. Is that a man?
I don't think so.
That's a man, baby.
I don't know. You never know. Don't go down the transvestigation rabbit hole. We could go down that old transvestigation rabbit hole if you want to.
No, I can't handle it.
All right.
Okay.
The progressive wing of the Democrat Party just seized another U.S. Senate nomination. This time, the winner openly declared she will not support Chuck Schumer as Senate leader if she reaches Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, a longtime Democrat congressman fell to a radical upstart, marking the 7th loss for an incumbent this season.
Yeah.
And even in the one big loss for the DSA on election night, they actually won by shedding the candidate with so much baggage that even AOC and Bernie Sanders refused to back her, talking about Francesca Hong. He says, buckle up, the Schumer-Pelosi era of Democrat politics is crashing hard into reality. Minnesota Senate progressive victory leaves Schumer exposed. In Minnesota, Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan crushed moderate Representative Angie Craig by nearly 20 points to claim the Democratic nomination for the open Senate seat. Flanagan, a progressive fighter backed by Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, now heads into the general election against Republican Michelle Tafoya. Craig had the money and the establishment machine behind her. Schumer's fingerprints were on her campaign, yet Minnesota Democrats chose the left. Flanagan has made her position crystal clear. We needed a progressive champion to lead Senate Democrats, and that's not Chuck Schumer. This is the second major Senate primary hit for Schumer in a week. Last Tuesday, progressive Abdul El Sayed narrowly defeated Schumer-backed Representative Haley Stevens in Michigan. The pattern is no longer deniable. The party's left flank is not asking for a seat at the table. They are taking the table. Fox News called it another blow to the Senate minority leader. The New York Post noted Flanagan ran on the same progressive priorities as El Sayed, including Medicare for all and cutting off U.S. support for Israel. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Jesus says it plainly in Matthew 12. The Democrat Party is living it out in real time. Then you go to Connecticut's 1st District. Former Hartford Mayor Luke Braunen defeated 14-term Representative John Larson by double digits. Larson, 78, had been in Congress since the 1990s. Braunen, 47, is a retired naval intelligence officer, and he ran on generational change and won the state party endorsement. Larson becomes the 7th House Democrat incumbent knocked out of this primary season. The list already includes Al Green in Texas, Diana DeGette in Colorado, Adriano Espaillat in New York, and Sri Thandahar, which we did not spend near enough time on him losing last week. The guy who can't even speak English.
Yeah.
Older establishment faces are being cleared out one after another. Then you go to Wisconsin. The DSA loss that still counts as a win. He says, or the author here says, she writes, the one race the establishment could claim was Wisconsin's Democrat gubernatorial primary. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley narrowly edged out DSA member and state rep Francesca Hong. Crowley had the backing of retired Governor Tony Evers. Hong had the socialist label and a trail of toxic posts. I mean, Hong actually went and said that she had to lie. I think she lied to her son. They were at a Culver's restaurant. She lied to her son about why they needed to leave because she was triggered by all of the old white people in the restaurant.
Unsafe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. You want to represent an entire state and you're triggered by old white people? I'm pretty dang sure there's some white people that live in Wisconsin. Quite a few.
Quite a few. There's a lot of good bucks up there.
Well, there's a lot of cornfields. I mean, you're telling about
a lot of big deer up there.
Oh yeah. Okay. So have you ever
no,
been there?
No, I am now in the YouTube algorithm. They have me, and I am watching hunting videos right now like crazy because it's about to be that time, folks.
So here's what I also want to point out. You've got all of these long-term incumbent Democrats, especially in the House here, that are losing their seats. Okay, because I'm seeing a lot of projection, especially if we have good turnout. But we've got several months here, so who knows what's going to happen in November? But I'm seeing several projections that really make it hard for the Democrats to take the Senate. And I also wonder if that's why John Thune's doing what he's doing, partially because he knows that he's not going to be knocked off. But here's the thing. In the House, I don't know if Hakeem Jeffries is going to be reelected. In this case, it would be Speaker of the House if they won the majority in the House. And let's just say that they win the majority, and now Now you have all of these DSA candidates that are in there because they're winning in heavy blue districts. So they're guaranteed when they're winning these primaries, they've basically won the general, unless they go and just completely crap the bed. And so all of these people are about to be in Congress in just a matter of months. And if Hakeem Jeffries or some other person is the head, which would be the Speaker of the House, if they're in the majority, if they're the Speaker of the House, they completely set the agenda for the House, folks. We're talking about these DSA candidates that we're laughing at and all of that and rooting for because we feel like it may bring about the destruction of the Democratic Party. They're about to be in power, several of them. All of these, in my opinion, the ones that won these primaries and knocks off all of these incumbents, they're going to the House.
Yeah.
And if their party is in power, you want to talk about them being influential? Folks, we need to be prepared for this. We need to be prepared for this, and especially as we continue to get closer to these midterms, we're going to have to churn up. You're going to have to say, hey, you may not like everything that's happened over the last 2 years, but it was sure as hell a lot better than what was happening under Biden. Okay? A whole lot better than what was happening under Biden. So, like, why are you going to sit home? Because it's going to be about voter turnout.
Yeah.
And these DSA candidates that we're making fun of may be making fun of us in a few months.
That's a great point, Rob. That's a great point. Things can turn on a dime, and we don't need to underestimate them at all. At all. Folks, now it's time for our newest segment, which we like to call a little segment called Left Turn at Crazy.
Left Turn Ahead.
Crazy. All right, so for this inaugural session called Left Turn at Crazy, we go to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I love that graphic, by the way. I love these graphics that you've come up with. That was my favorite one, Left Turn
I like
at Crazy.
That one, yeah. So Left Turn at Crazy. By the way, if you guys have anything you want to submit to be featured on any of our segments, go ahead and, you can always email paulherrellprogram@gmail.com. And you can, send us, hey, this would be a good Fourth Amendment funeral. This would be a good court gestures. This would be a good taxpayer barbecue. I mean, we're obviously gonna find them. But if you got something you want featured, if there's a leftist meltdown, a crazy leftist somewhere, send it and we'll put it in this segment. Left Turn to Crazy.
Just an update here. Unless something changes, our 2-hour show on Monday after Sean goes over to Dan Bongino. We're going to be playing straight through on LFA. So right now, obviously, it's being split, and you're seeing our second hour later. But we're going to be playing straight through. Very, very soon, we're going to implement some polls that we're going to start at the beginning of the show and just ask you guys to, maybe open another tab on your computer if you're watching. Excuse me. On your computer, and just answer that poll question, and then we're going to go over the results later in the show.
This is good. I'm glad you talked about this because we've got a website that's going to be coming out soon, and that's where the polls are going to be taking place. And so we're gonna love your feedback.
We have a website right now, of course, but it's getting revamped.
Yes, getting revamped. Yep. That's exactly right. Sorry. All right. Anyway, so here is this is the news. All right. So we were wondering, why in the world is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Why is she injecting herself and and publicly, making videos of her
freezing her eggs,
and
it's one thing to do it. It's one thing to do it. Hey, that's your prerogative.
Yeah.
But why are you don't have to post everything on the internet, folks.
Very, very, very strange. So now that she's broken up with her longtime fiance, they have been engaged for
4 years.
4 years.
Now, there were some reports that they had broken things off 18 months ago. I don't know if that's true because this is the first time hearing about it. And, of course, as you can see on your screen there, TMZ is just now reporting this. I believe that reporting came out yesterday.
Split from long-term fiance before frozen egg planned. What a great headline from TMZ. TMZ's killing it in their DC unit is absolutely killing it. He says there's a reason Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez isn't mentioning her fiancé Riley Roberts when she talks about freezing her eggs. TMZ has confirmed they broke up. AOC and Riley actually split roughly 2 years ago and called off their engagement, according to Puck's chief Washington correspondent Leanne Caldwell, who was first to report the couple's demise. Multiple sources on Capitol Hill tell TMZ it felt like ages since the pair were seen together. That's not hyperbole. Riley and AOC were last photographed at 2021's Met Gala. About a year later, in May 2022, the congressman confirmed she and Riley Roberts were engaged. While we've confirmed they're donezo, we can't say for certain when the breakup went down.
Did you see that video that she had posted with her fiance a while back, and this was talking about white privilege, and they were sitting there on the couch, and he was like, he was confessing his white privilege. It was the most emasculating, low testosterone, complete, she's got your balls in her purse moment I have ever seen. It was pathetic. I was like, shave your beard. You are a disgrace to beards, sir.
Yeah, there's also people saying, look, her path to the White House is now clear because in this culture, in this political climate, as far as the Democrats go, you cannot be married to a white person. The left and the radical Democrats, they don't. That's going to hurt her credibility being married to a white person.
Except that
is what people are saying.
Okay, they're all married to white people. Ketanji Brown Jackson, Supreme Court Justice, married to a white dude. She was engaged to a white dude. Turban-headed, what's-her-face, the Somalian terrorist there. She's married to a white dude now. I mean, she did marry her brother, but she was married to a white dude. Crazy-ass Sanji, her name escapes me, but she's the stupid woman. Rashida Tlaib, I believe. They're all married to white guys.
Yeah,
telling us that
Kamala Harris.
Yes.
You mentioned Kamala?
Yes. They're telling us that the white man is evil, except that's all they want to sleep with.
I think that's a good point. But what the DSA people are going to start saying is like, yeah, but the white man, that's the one behind the scenes. The husbands, they're really pulling the strings. They're the puppet masters, and they're white, so they're bad. I'm telling you, that is a line of thought here. I'm not going out on a limb here. This is very easy to see. But it's a bad day for gingers. Okay, it's a bad day for gingers, and people have made note of this. Here's Jesse Kelly. AOC has her eyes on the White House. When your ambition is that high, you're never going to allow yourself to be chained to a ginger. Like, man, that goes hard. That's rough.
Listen,
men out there with red hair, it's a bad day for you, brother.
Yeah, and I'll just tell you this: nothing against ginger folks. I wish I had hair, even if it was red. I'd probably died or something, but. But I mean,
I'd probably die. I'd probably get all my freckles removed too.
I'd get rid of
nothing against gingers.
I'd be getting a lot of tans, to darken my skin. And I'm just reminded of the South Park episode where Eric Cartman blames the gingers and all of that stuff. Anywho, when you look at, they use the term people of color, person of color all the time on the left, right? Person of color. And they talk about all the diversity and all of that stuff. There is no one whiter than a ginger. It is the whitest of the white. It's as pure as red, white snow, folks. That's what a ginger is. And so when she's talking about people of color and bragging about all of this stuff and saying the white man is evil, she goes and was engaged to the whitest of the white.
Wow.
Come on, man. And I mean, I think, she's become comical at this point, but it's also really, really noteworthy that she's not extreme enough anymore. She's not left enough anymore. She was talking bad about woke 1.0, that whatever the hell that means, and she's, she's in the news. She's posting about these private things such as freezing her eggs. We all know she's running for president in 2028. Somebody said the dream ticket was her and Kamala. The dream ticket for Republicans, if that happens.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? My wife is a woman, by the way. My wife, biological woman, been a woman all of her life, said, I don't think I want a woman president.
Yeah, there's a lot of women that feel that way.
We're too emotional. That's what she said.
Yeah.
And my wife is the sanest woman I've ever been with.
That would be God's judgment on this country.
That's
literally what the Bible says, that one of the ways God judges a country is by giving them female rulers. And yet...
Oh, I thought you were
No, I'm dead
I
serious.
thought you were like bringing about
We
the
can't
apocalypse.
quit electing women, even in the Republican Party. We cannot quit electing women.
Yeah. Well, I know we're going to be at the end of the hour, but can you show the Alex Stein thing?
Yeah. So anyway, one more from this guy, Armand. You can tell AOC is serious about running for president because she knows America isn't ready for a ginger in the White House. Man, this is just rough. AOC's out there now doing life after the announcement of the breakup, and now Alex Stein. Now that AOC's official, Alex Stein 99 is like, hey, my time has come, and of course we all remember this story.
Congresswoman AOC is calling out the creepy guy who hassled her on the steps of the Capitol.
You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
The firebrand liberal New York Democrat was heading to work with an aide and her fiancé and dog when she was heckled. She turned to confront the guy, then flashed him a sarcastic peace sign.
Let's do a little selfie. I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she looks in that dress.
AOC immediately went on social media and called it a deeply disgusting incident.
See this guy right there? When I was walking up, he said, hey, look at that big ass, look at that big juicy booty.
You didn't say
this
juicy?
Latina,
He didn't
like
say
whatever,
that.
you know, all the bunch of
Or ass for that
racist, sexist stuff.
She pointed out that it happened in front of a Capitol police officer who she says did nothing to help her.
It's really hard and it's really sad.
AOC tweeted that she wanted to deck the guy but needed to catch a vote.
That was a great culture jamming moment.
She did not want to deck that guy. Listen,
What do you think? You think?
Well, I think that there are a couple of noteworthy things there. That was her fiance walking next to her. That's what the reporting was.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see what he kept doing? Just walking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It just goes to show how a beta that man is.
Yep.
Okay, that's number one. But number two, Alex Stein's a decent-looking guy. It's not like he's some creepy guy that drives around in a white van looking for kids and offering them candy. That's not this. He's a decent-looking guy here. You think she didn't love being look at that booty. Woo, it's my favorite Latino booty.
Yeah, I mean, in her follow-up video.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with you. I don't think she was really upset about it.
I don't think she
turning
was.
it into content.
No.
She was flattered.
She was absolutely flattered, and she even added a few words that she wished she would have heard, such as juicy ass.
She added words that she wished she would have heard. I love that. That's fantastic. All right, we got to go, folks. I want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. Go to healingveteransproject.us. Email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us if you're a business owner, because we want to partner with you and get this hooked up into your point of sale so people can donate. Scan the QR code, though. If you want to donate, set it up monthly, send it up annually. We're trying to help veterans get red light therapy. We'll tell you more about that later. That's all the time that I got for this hour. Hour number 2 commences right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Good morning and happy Wednesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA-TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Wednesday to you. Another knockdown, drag-out fight with equipment this morning, but I said this yesterday, hopefully the color looks a little better today. How's it looking over there?
Dark.
Dark.
On my screen, but maybe that's just my screen. You look a little like dark, but that's okay.
What do you mean by look dark? Does it look like the room is dark, or do I just look dark?
It's just dark.
Okay. We're gonna leave it as is because I'm not playing with this right now because we're not doing that. All right. Last night was a late night. Last night was a late night because Wisconsin did Wisconsin things. Did you see this race last night? Did you see the race last night between, I don't even know his first name, Crowley, David Crowley, Daniel Crowley? I have no idea. And what's her name? Francesca Hong. Did you see it? That was one of the closest primary races we've had in a long time. It was within half a percentage point for most of the night. I was sitting there. I mean, listen, I'm a little bit of a geek with this type of stuff, right? I'm a little bit of a geek. I get really, I don't know, like into it when I watch these results. Purple Love says, no, I watched you watching. Were you following me on X? Watching it? I'll tell you, I was going back and forth with the great, who's, by the way, he's joining us tomorrow, the great Chase Bowes, to talk about this because we were going nuts. I'd also like to say something regarding this. Chase and I had this race called before anybody else. I'm just saying. We were, if one day someone gets into a scandal and they have to publish our signal chats, you'll see the night of August 11th, August 12th, the night of August 11th, August 12th, you'll see Sean and Chase going back and forth with numbers. I was like, hey, if there's this many left over, we were trying to figure out how many more ballots were left over in Milwaukee, and I said 23,000 wound up being like 28,000. Anyway, I was like, what? We're watching this. I'm going to put it on your screen if I can. Let's see. There it is. Look at that. 313,509 for Crowley, 310,230 for Hong. Under half a percentage point separates them. And this is the craziest part about Wisconsin. Look at all of these candidates on the ballot. Aside from whoever Hughes is, aside from that, all of these, oh my gosh. Look, Roy's, Brennan, you're on the ballot. Look at that.
I am.
Rodriguez, Barnes, all these guys got way more than the margin. Actually, even Hughes almost had the whole margin. Look at that. I mean, this is just one of the closest races ever. It's just wild to watch this last night. And I was fascinated because most polling, which we say all the time on the show, we use, but we rely on as data, and we don't rely on it as, for example, we rely on polling as, from a data standpoint, we don't rely on it as it being a perfect science, right? We don't rely on polling that you're going to see a couple of things. I'm trying to brighten it up a little bit. We don't rely on polling as a perfect science, right? We don't do that. But we do rely on polling as a way to, suggest what is, how am I trying to phrase this? Suggest the sentiment or how people are feeling on their, when it comes to their electoral choices. That might have helped. I think everything's a little brighter now.
It is brighter.
All right. I'm just trying to put something out there that's worth seeing. Okay. And when I get tech problems like this, it's just silly. the polling missed big time on this Wisconsin gubernatorial race. Big time. They had Ong winning by 20 points. I mean, if she was going to win, it was going to be by, a half a percentage point. There were times last night during this race that she was within 600 votes. What a performance, what a race that was last night, okay? And so it was fascinating to watch. I am obviously, I geek out over things like this, and it was just wild. So we will get to that and what it means among the Democrats, right? They are starting to melt down big time because in Michigan, Abdul El-Sayed won. And again, he won by less than what polling suggested. But in Wisconsin, David Crowley won, and he won by even the up to half percentage point, 0.48 percentage points that he won by, he wasn't even supposed to win. So who knows what happened? I see a bunch of leftists on social media saying it was stolen. You can't say that. You're not allowed to say that. Those are your rules. You cannot challenge the results of an election. That makes you an election denier. That makes you a threat to democracy, right? Hey, listen, if I'm you, establishment people out there, if I'm you, I'm staying home in November. They stole Maine from you. They stole Wisconsin from you. They almost stole Michigan from you. The establishment is not going down without a fight, although on the Democrat side of it, the establishment, I would say, has pretty much gone down, not necessarily without a fight, but the socialists definitely drive the direction of that party. So we're going to get into those results. Here's a message to everybody and anybody who's even thinking of pushing amnesty. Don't. Like Kamala and Biden, don't. Remember their foreign policy of don't? What do you say to the illegals? Don't. Don't what? Just don't. Okay, cool, great, wonderful. The establishment, sorry, not the establishment, that's the Democrat talking point. Sorry. The issue of amnesty was on the ballot in Minnesota last night. Amnesty. What happened? Mike Lindell lost, and I am not a Lindell hater. I'm not somebody who, it's not personal. But you know my stance on immigration. You know my stance on the illegal alien invasion. You know, this is, it's not a secret that I despise the concept of amnesty. It's not personal. But the minute, and I know there's a lot of copium. Oh, it wasn't actually amnesty. Yes, it is. It was, trying to give these quote unquote, and he referred to them as undocumented workers on his, campaign platform. And some of it is, he's in a blue state trying to run as a Republican, a very, a notorious Republican. But you know what he was saying on his official campaign platform. It was amnesty. It was, finding a way for undocumented workers to wind up staying in our country and paying taxes and all this. Why not just get rid of them and hire Americans? Isn't that something that we would like to see? Why not just get rid of them and hire Americans? No. Amnesty was on the ballot in Minnesota last night, and amnesty lost. It is called the amnesty effect. If Mike Lindell had not pushed for amnesty, he might have won. He definitely wouldn't have lost by as much as he lost by. And don't even start with the voting machines. If we're going to do this, just stop.
Don't.
If I'm Mike Lindell, I'm not out there screaming and yelling about election abnormalities. You got smoked because you campaigned on amnesty. Okay? I don't hate the guy. I would like to give him as much grace as possible. He has done a lot for the movement. You know, he donated a lot of money. He sacrificed a lot. I'm not saying any of that. And I'm not saying that all of his work and claims about election irregularities are, you know, to be ignored and laughed away. That's not what I'm saying at all. All right. But what I am saying specifically is you don't lose by 11 percentage points or whatever the final tally was. It was 11 or 12. You don't lose by tens of thousands of votes in a primary after you're leading in a lot of polling with Trump's endorsement because of voting machines. You lost because you campaigned on amnesty. You tried to walk it back, but then you didn't try to walk it back. And then you explained it, but you didn't explain it. And it was amnesty was on the ballot. Let everybody understand if you're running as a Republican, no. The answer is no. You may even believe in amnesty. Don't say it. Here's a pro tip. If you're running as a Republican, you may believe in amnesty. You may want it secretly. Don't tell anybody, because if you do, you're going to lose. Okay? So there's that. It's not personal with Lindell. I like the guy. I think he's a good person. That's what sunk him. So when you start to see, you know, all of this stuff popping up and fraud, guys, you know how I feel about these election fraud conversations. I believe that there's fraud in every election, but I don't believe that there's fraud. I don't believe that fraud decides every election. And that is the most important distinction that we can make, so we don't become irresponsible with the election fraud narrative, right? Because remember, if we keep going, every election's rigged, that there's selections, not elections, what you're actually doing is telling people, without saying the words directly, you're telling people that their vote doesn't matter. Like, folks, these are the final results of the Lindell election last night, the primary. Lisa DeMuth won by almost 11 percentage points and what looks to be almost 45,000 votes. I have a hard time believing that she winds up winning or winning by that much if Lindell didn't do the whole amnesty song and dance. So we will get to the results of last night. Specifically, we're going to be looking at Wisconsin and what the Democrats are going to do now, because in Michigan, they edged it out against our favorite, you know, America's favorite chipmunk.
That's the Michigan way.
But in Wisconsin, they did not edge it out against this guy, David Crowley, who was in the race and then was not in the race and then was in the race again. It's a very strange thing. It's a very strange thing, what we saw. So anyway, that's what we're going to get to. We have that. We have a bunch of other things, too. More insane comments from Abdul Al-Sayed. This guy. Whew. This guy. Don't let him fool you, please. He's not going to fool you. But I'm saying to the moderates out there who may get a hold of this show, it's not going to... don't let him fool you. This guy believes in Sharia law. There's deleted YouTube videos of him talking about gun bans, comments that he made to the New York Times about Sharia and all that stuff. You don't want that crap here, okay? So we have that. I wanted to get to this story yesterday. Mamdani, a judge blocked his pied-à-terre tax, which is the rich tax in New York City. But it's funny because Frances Gill, that Democratic socialist who got embarrassed on Fox News, and we played you that clip of her yesterday on a local NBC4 affiliate saying, we need to divert money away from police and into things that keep people safe, like streetlights. Streetlight people. Anybody who likes that song should be shot on. I'm just kidding. No, that's a good song. Journey, Don't Stop Believing. You know the main reason why I don't like that song? One, because it was trendy and I don't like trends. But two, because of The Sopranos. For those of you who watch The Sopranos and you know the ending, right? You know where that song plays. That specifically ruined the song "Don't Stop Believing" for me. But it is actually like a good song. It's catchy, right? But what? So this is Frances Gill talking about streetlights and how they're going to do more to keep a community safe than cops. Okay, but it's funny because she told on herself a little bit. So I want to play this and kind of. We'll play it for you in a little bit. A judge blocked Mamdani's rich tax, which is great. Before we get to all that, guys and gals, we have got to get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms. It is OFPfarms.com. And you're going to use the promo code Shawn on their website, SHAWN, for up to, well, actually, not up to, for 15% off of your entire purchase. Look at that. OFP Farms is a family-owned and American company creating farm-crafted skincare with quality ingredients that your skin actually understands. From rich goat milk lotions and grass-fed tallow magnesium creams to soothing body soap and delicious lip balms, every product is thoughtfully made in small batches with care. These are simple, hardworking formulas created to help nourish dry skin, support tired muscles, and bring a little more comfort to your everyday routine. When you shop OFP Farms, you're supporting a real family, a true patriotic small American business, and products made with purpose. Visit OFPfarms.com and use the code Shawn, SHAWN, to get 15% off your entire purchase for the month of August. That's OFPfarms.com, promo code Shawn, OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for, again, 15% off for the entire month of August. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Check them out, OFPfarms.com. All right, there you go. I am not a big fan of Journey, of the band, but I know everyone likes that song. Don't
But
Stop
you know
Believing.
what? You guys can't take him seriously because he likes freaking Stick Figure.
Stick Figure's great. No.
Is what Stick Figure
Just
sounds
ask,
like.
Just ask Speak's wife. She loves Stick Figure too. You're saying Mrs.
You and
Speak
Heather
Farms?
can go in a corner somewhere.
No. There's no corner.
And
There's no
listen
corner.
to
There's no. Yesterday was yesterday. I haven't listened to Stick Figure in a while. By the way. I also
Is what
like
it
Kenny
sounds
Chesney.
like.
I also like Kenny Chesney.
You guys cannot take his word for
Well,
music taste.
Listen, at
Journey
least,
is fantastic.
Hold on. At least Stick Figure doesn't try to rhyme
Wisconsin.
the word mansion
Yes, I know.
with Wisconsin.
It's Wisconsin.
The race in Wisconsin last night was off the
I'll
charts.
tell you, rap is stupid, but it's fun to sing. But you like Stick Figure.
What? This is what happens when I hear Wisconsin.
You
All
don't
right,
ever have to
there
listen
it is.
to it. I don't play it out loud like
No,
you
I know.
freaking.
I play my earpod. Stick Figure's great, by the way. For those of you who are reggae fans in the chat, listen to Stick Figure. You're welcome. Okay, you're welcome. Next up is a word from our friends at Armra Colostrum. It is TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. Now, look, you guys know I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity and gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armra Colostrum can do for you, and then some. Colostrum is the first nutrition we receive in life, contains all the essential nutrients our bodies need in order to thrive. Armra Colostrum is a proprietary concentrate of bovine colostrum. They may get them from the ladies on The View. Who knows? That harnesses over 400 living bioactive nutrients that strengthen the barriers of your body and fuel cellular health for thousands of research-backed health benefits, like reactivating your hair growth and helping your skin glow again. It helps fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism, and it can help fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery. Check it out at tryarmra.com/LFATV. That is TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. Or enter the code LFATV at the website to get up to 30% off of your entire purchase. TryArmor.com/LFATV, TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. Okay? Annette Smith says, it's Wisconsin. Say it right. Yeah. It's not Wisconsin.
Stick Figure was there.
Well, Stick Figure's great, though.
He doesn't open his mouth.
He opens his mouth.
No.
He's a mouth opener.
A
He's
fly
a-
needs to fly right on. I can't stand it. I've heard it too many times. Just like Freebird. You have played Freebird 500 times
Do you
too
hear this?
many. And
Do you hear
I
this?
can't
Do you
stand
hear
the
this?
song anymore.
Do you hear this?
I can't stand it.
Freebird? It's America's unofficial national anthem. You don't like the song? Who are you, Colin Kaepernick now? You're going to start taking it? Are you going to take a knee when I start playing Freebird? I'm protesting!
I'm going to just launch myself from the passenger seat and do a roll down the highway next time. I can't stand it.
Now, you know what we're going to do now?
What?
Now we're going to listen to the live version.
I will see you
13,
after it's over.
13 minutes
No.
of Freebird.
No,
yes.
That is absurd.
I'm
no
as
song
free.
needs to be longer than 3 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. Spoken like a true Gen Z.
No, I'm a millennial.
I know. But you're in a Gen Z mindset where it's got to be 3 minutes.
No, it's just that song. I don't like that song.
You hear this? Look,
I like
Jackie.
some
look,
extended
look at this. The chat's going to turn on you now.
That's fine. Turn on
The
me all
chat
you
is
want.
turning. She's going to
Turn-
start banning
I
people.
can pew pew
She's
every one of yous. So just keep it up. Jackie, if you have heard it as many times as I've found it here,
Jackie may have. Listen,
you would be tired of it too.
it's Free Bird. It's the best song. I'm as free as a bird now. It's great. All right, here we go. Let's get in. Let's get into Wisconsin. Wisconsin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the establishment and the DSA types are at war with each other. The establishment and DSA types are at war with each other. Oh, I see we have our favorite complainer in the chat. Oh, the administration is messing around in Iran. All right, then you give Iran a nuclear weapon. You let me know how that's going to work out for you. Rocket scientist. You know, I don't love how long it's been taking in Iran. I told you that I would have glassed them months ago. I wanted the gas thing figured out by Memorial Day weekend, but they can't have a nuke, and they want one. And if they get one, they're going to launch it at us. And if they don't launch it at us, they're going to hold the rest of the world hostage. And you think gas is expensive now? Use your freaking head. Now, I agree. The tail chasing exercise that we're in, I've been vocal about this. The tail chasing exercise that we've been engaged in Iran is a disaster. Right? You know me, 3 months ago, I said we got to get it wrapped up. Trust Trump. It takes time. I get it. But the alternative is Iran getting a nuclear weapon. You know, these are jihadists. If they have their hands on one of the most powerful weapons in the world, what do you think they're going to do? Polish it? You think they're going to take it for a walk in their neighborhood? Oh, here's my nuclear weapon. I'm going to take it for what? They're going to use it. They're going to use it. These are people who take pickup trucks and run people over in parades. You think they're not going to use a nuclear weapon? What are you, stupid? Stupid is a choice. Remember that. Don't choose to be stupid. Don't choose to be ignorant. And don't choose to be a negative Nancy Debbie Downer about the administration. They're doing everything they can. It's been 47 years. Someone should have done it before. They didn't. All right? That's it. The time is now. 60% enriched uranium takes a couple weeks to enrich it to weapons grade. You put a nuclear weapon in the hands of the Iranians, you got a lot of trouble on your hand. Don't choose to be stupid. As Bad Moon is pointing out in the chat, you thought closing the Strait of Hormuz was a big deal? Which is something that I've been saying since, oh yeah, by the way, May. You think they got leverage with the Straits of Hormuz? And while we're at it, the gays of Hormuz? And the buys of Hormuz. And you can't forget the trans of Hormuz. Now, you think them closing the Strait of Hormuz made gas prices go up? The only leverage they have in the Strait of Hormuz right now is that they can attack with drones and all this other crap. You put a nuke in their hands, you can forget it. The whole world now has to do what Iran wants because everyone knows you can't assume that the terrorists are bluffing because generally they don't bluff. When they say they're going to cut your heads off, they do it. So while I agree, I would rather not be at war with Iran. And while I agree, I would rather have this thing sorted out and cleaned up by May, Memorial Day, because, you know, the impact it has on travel season. And the 2 weeks reminds me a hell of a lot like, you know, Anthony Fauci with the 2 weeks, 2 week ceasefire, 2 week ceasefire, deal, no deal, deal, no deal, deal, no deal, maybe deal, maybe we're getting closer, we're calling off the attacks. I'd rather just glass the whole freaking country at this point and call it a day. But Donald Trump doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want to kill innocents, which I get and I commend. But there is no other choice. Are you going to ignore the terrorists trying to create a nuclear weapon? Can't do that. What happens when you ignore problems? Does it fix them? No. I have a leaky roof. I'm going to ignore it really hard. Maybe it'll go away. No, it's just going to get worse, and you're going to have a mold problem. Yeah, my house is on fire. Now, if I ignore that problem, the fire will stop burning. Or it won't. There you go. The establishment, I got sidetracked there, because there's one thing I don't like, it's the demoralization. You're not going to demoralize people in this show. Oh, the administration's a failure. Okay, cool. Let's go back in time and vote for Kamala Harris. Go ahead. Do it. Think it's so bad now? Go vote for Democrat. Actually, don't. Don't vote for Democrat. I don't encourage people to vote Democrat. Maybe just reflect on what we went through the last, from 2021 to 2025. You think it's bad now? Borders closed. Inflation's still an issue, but it's not 9% like it was under Biden. Lowest murder rate in the history of the United States. The history of the United States. We've deported almost between involuntary and voluntary deportations, nearly 4 million people. But yeah. You're right. Life sucks. Can't take it. As Jeremy says in the chat, the worst Republican is better than the best Democrat. Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, here's the bottom line of where we should be attacking, right? Because how many times did we hear it over the last year? 2025 was full of this talking point that was fed into the right-wing circles, podcast circles, and things of that nature. There's too much Republican infighting. There's a war on the Republican side. And there was a battle, right? And the folks on the woke right, the demoralizers, the complainers, the popcorn from the cheap seaters, the doomers, the gloomers, the black pillars, the negative Nancys and Debbie Downers, all those folks, they either were successfully duped into falling for the psyop, or they willingly participated in advancing the psyop because they either thought it was the truth and they were doing the right thing. In other words, they were doing it righteously. They're basically useful idiots, or they were being paid, right? There was some sort of financial incentive or, engagement incentive on social media. Oh, if I post about the Jews and I whine about the administration, I'll get 1 million likes. Yeah, well, who are those likes coming from? A lot of Pakistani bot farms and things of that nature, right? Foreign influence, all that. Okay. But for the last year, all we heard about was infighting. There's a Republican civil war. Republicans never stick together. How come we can't just unite around these comments? Because there's going to be debate. That's what happens in a healthy society. People propose ideas. The ideas get debated. Unfortunately, we have the internet, so people get nasty about it, but it at least advances the debate. On the Democrat side, there is literally a civil war right now between the Democratic Socialist wing of the party and the establishment wing of the party. And if you look at New York, you wouldn't have thought there was much of a war, right? Because Mamdani won easy. If you look at, Seattle with Katie Wilson, you wouldn't think there was that much of a war because she won easy. But if you look at the swing states, which are very important when it comes to general elections, but they'll be equally as important when it comes to some of these, presidential elections with Senate and governor, things of that nature. When you look at these swing states, there is a pretty even split among the Democrat voter base, the Democrat electorate, the Democrat participants. Look at Michigan. Abdul al-Said was leading in polls by double digits. He didn't win by double digits. He won by barely over a point. Look at Wisconsin. Francesca Hong was a near lock on prediction sites and in polling to win that gubernatorial primary, and she lost. But she lost by a razor-thin margin. There is a civil war on the Democrat side of things, and that is the angle that I'm going to be hitting. They have a soft point. They have a weak spot. They have an exposed point. They have an exploitable weakness here. There is a massive divide, and it is only growing right now on the left. Hassan Piker, he melted down over this. Oh my gosh. No, the knives are out for the establishment. Good. Sharpen them. Sharpen the knives. Take to the streets with your Molotov cocktails and your Antifa types. Go to the DNC headquarters. Tell everybody how disturbed you are that the candidates of your choice aren't winning or things are closer than most polling suggests. Hassan Piker was going nuts about the mainstream media. Oh, the media's lying to you. The polling sucks. I mean, he sounded like a Republican in that aspect where he was calling out the media. This is great because the media has done nothing but cover for his best friends like Abdul al-Sayed, right? The media has done nothing but cover for the Democratic Socialists. Oh, it's a big tent. Democrats are welcoming the big tent. There is a huge divide in that tent right now. And if there's one thing we know about the DSA types, they will stay home if their candidates aren't on the ballot. And so you have a huge divide that you've seen now in Michigan and in Wisconsin. In Michigan, the DSA type, Abdul al-Said, won. But in Wisconsin, David Crowley won, and the DSA endorsed member, whatever, Francesca Hong, lost. And if you don't think there's a bunch of salty, pissed off, arms folded, temper tantrum throwing, slow on intake, Antifa-type purple hair liberals on the left right now, seething, foaming at the mouth, rabid. I can't believe Francesca lost. These are the people who want to cancel Thanksgiving, right? All that. There is a major divide. The establishment struck back. And they didn't just strike back in Wisconsin. Where else did the establishment strike? Where else did the establishment strike? Remember Maine? Yeah, but Sean, Troy Jackson is a DSA type and he's in Maine. That doesn't matter. They took out the darling. They took out the guy who built a very strong coalition going into that primary. 70+% of the vote or something of that matter. Right? Was that Graham Plattner with his Nazi tattoo? That was their guy. They loved him. He built the coalition in Maine. He built a winning coalition in Maine in that primary. They loved Graham Plattner. Well, the DSA types loved Graham Plattner, not the socialists. Do you see what I'm talking about? Do you get it? The establishment is fighting back. The Chuck Schumers of the world know that these socialists are a threat, that they essentially have the quote-unquote moderate or establishment Democrats being held at knife point right now, and the establishment is in their last gasp phase. One way or the other, that party is going to become a purely socialist party. My question looking at Wisconsin, and we'll talk to Chase Bowes about this tomorrow because he's going to join us tomorrow, because the Michigan and Wisconsin races were extremely consequential. Are the Democratic Socialists of America and their voters going to stay home in November in places like Wisconsin? And on the flip side, in Michigan, are establishment Democrats going to get behind Republican Mike Rogers, who's he's a moderate Republican. He's not some strong, staunch conservative. Yes, Donald Trump endorsed him, but Donald Trump is going to endorse the Republican nominee in Michigan because we want to flip the seat. I'm not saying that Mike Rogers is some ultra MAGA candidate, but he is a Republican, and these are vote blue no matter who people who are now coming out and saying vote blue no matter who, except for Abdul. We'll get to that in a second. Before we do that, I would like to get to a word from our friends at Silent. It is slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Folks, let's face it, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. You know what no signal means? It means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It is the same technology that's trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you, so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. All you got to do is drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. That's slnt.com/SHAWN. And get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, stay one step ahead by going to Silent. Silence the chaos. Silent.com, slnt.com/SHAWN. All right. Let's get into a couple things. To start with Michigan real fast. This is Abdul Al-Sayed. He deleted several YouTube videos. Now, why would he do that? He's positioning himself to be some sort of moderate, right? He said in a deleted YouTube video that fireworks suck. Not everyone's a fan of fireworks, but he doesn't like it because it celebrates America. It's not any other reason. He also called for the Second Amendment to be replaced. Before launching his campaign, Abdul Al-Sayed removed 100-plus YouTube videos from 2022 to 2024. Transcripts show him floating replacing the Second Amendment, urging an end to July 4th fireworks, and blasting the Republican focus on the border. That's Abdul Al-Sayed. That's Abdul Al-Sayed. Okay? Here's another one. Sharia law. We don't like Sharia law, right? We don't like it at all. Abdul Al-Sayed made a really disturbing comment to the New York Times regarding Sharia law. This one ought to be nice. Is this what you want in Michigan? I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care if you're a hardcore left-leaning liberal. If you don't want a guy who believes in Sharia law, you can't vote for Abdul al-Sayed. You have to, at the very least, withhold your vote at the top of the ticket there in terms of Senate. You're going to vote Democrat elsewhere, whatever. I don't agree with it, but you cannot vote for Abdul al-Sayed if you don't want to deal with Sharia law. This guy believes in it. This is his whole, you know, his entire purpose, according to this quote in the New York Times. Here's an old quote made by Abdul al-Sayed to the New York Times back in 2009, resurfaced, and in it, he pledged his lifelong obligation to Sharia law. Washington Free Beacon said the following. This is the quote. Ultimately, the question is, when I die and I stand before God and go through everything I did in my life, I don't want to say I did it the easy way instead of the Sharia compliant way. Not because of fear, but because of obligation, said al-Sayed, who the New York Times identified at the time as a 24-year-old medical student and Rhodes Scholar who had just taken out a Sharia-compliant mortgage to purchase a $123,000 condominium in Ann Arbor, Michigan. You guys know Sharia law, all the strict regulations, the non-Muslim tax. I mean, these are all things. This is all in their book. You could read it. He thinks he has an obligation to live that way. He's running to be the next senator out of Michigan. You can't have that. You can't. Cannot happen. Abdul al-Sayed. No good. Well, some Democrats are catching on. Some Democrats are catching on. I see a comment, Denise 9904. I'm very concerned that he will win in November just like the mayor in New York did. Please wake up, Michigan, and don't vote for this POS. Agreed. The difference between Michigan and New York City, number one, New York City it wasn't the whole state, so that's important, right? It was 5 boroughs, overwhelmingly Democrat. That's why when the first, socialist wave started happening, people say, it's just New York City. What do you expect out of New York City? But Denise, you're right to be concerned about Michigan. You're right to be concerned about Michigan. But you saw how many people came out and voted against him. Are those people going to also endorse Mike Rogers? Are enough of them going to endorse for Mike Rogers and vote for Mike Rogers? At the very least, are a lot of them going to withhold their vote from a guy like Abdul al-Sayed? We hope so. And that's why I want to play for you this video. This is Jill, Dr. Jill, fake doctor, Jill, Biden's former press secretary, saying he can't vote for Abdul al-Sayed because of how he feels about 9/11. Valid. Listen, if 9/11 is going to be the reason why you don't vote for Abdul al-Sayed, good. Good. I'm going to roll this one here. This is significant. Again, Jill Biden's former press secretary endorsing Mike Rogers for Senate, the Republican in Michigan.
Transcend party loyalty. And I'm just surprised that there's not more people who won't stand up to this guy or this kind of candidate. I was 78 miles in high school in class 25 years ago on September 11th. And I signed a petition for change.org saying Mamdani should stay out of New York City on 9/11. I think this guy, al-Sayed, should fly to New York City and look every family member of somebody who jumped out of a window because the alternative was worse. I think he should look them in the eye and tell them that there's no justification for what happened, for showing up at their office or boarding an airplane that day. They didn't do anything wrong. I think he should do that. I think he should take this seriously. And I'd like him to wipe the grin off his face when he's talking about it, too.
al-Sayed. Wipe the grin off his face. He's not going to wipe the grin off his face when he's talking about 9/11 because he liked 9/11. But we need more Democrats. We need more Democrats to do what he is doing. Don't be afraid. It is okay if you are an establishment Democrat, a moderate Democrat, a liberal, non-socialist Democrat. It is okay to say that you believe what Abdul al-Sayed stands for is unacceptable, whether it's because of 9/11 or the Second Amendment or the 4th of July or Sharia law or Medicare for all, whatever it might be. It's okay to talk about it. It is okay to say, and specifically Mr. LaRosa there, Michael LaRosa, specifically, he's talking about the 9/11 comment, which got a lot of people upset. Again, which is fine by me. Be upset. But do something about it. Don't just be upset and then go vote for him. If you believe the things that he's saying are unacceptable, then they're unacceptable. Then you can't then therefore accept it and vote for him. It is all right to criticize. Not Islamophobic. It is all right. It is. Maybe it is Islam. Maybe you are afraid of Islam. Fine. That's not a
valid thing to be afraid of.
I would not. I'm not going to necessarily say that we should be cozying up to people who say they want to cut our heads off. So, hey, you know what? You want people to call you an Islamophobe? That's fine. I don't want the label. It's okay. Explain why you're phobic, quote unquote. And I think phobia is supposed to be like an irrational fear.
Yeah, it's not an irrational fear. It's a valid fear.
Not an irrational fear. We need more Democrats to come out and do what Michael LaRosa just did. And I mean Democrats are the platform. Julian Epstein, we played that the other day. Now we have Michael LaRosa. Who's next? Who is next? If you don't want your party to be taken over, well, it already has been taken over, but if you don't want to vote for members of a party that have been taken over by Islamo-Marxists, socialists, and communists, then don't vote for them. There is a divide. There are a lot of folks on the Democrat side that can send a very big lesson to the DSA type. Say, hey, you don't actually have the support you think you have. You got a lot of young people fooled by your BS, but you don't have the support that you think you have. Stay home. And then you could point at the DSA and you can say, look, under their leadership, under their direction, we lost. We lost ground in a midterm year that we should have won seats in. We lost ground in a favorable political climate where we should have won. You could do it. Stay home, save lives, whatever it is you got to believe in. Okay? All right. Let's take a quick break. I got to talk to you about our friends at Cove Pure, CovePure.com/SHAWN. Cove Pure, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about fluoride in your water. Fluoride, you don't want that stuff. Fluoride in your water is bad for you. The government has been medicating your water with it for over 80 years. Not because you asked for it, not because you voted for it, but because they decided you needed it. Well, that's not a decision that I want someone else making for me. That's why we purify every drop of water in our house with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. In November of 24, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and I'm quoting the court directly, an unreasonable risk to neurological health. Not a fringe study. It's a federal court ordering the EPA to act. Then in January of 25, a study published by JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the fluoride, the lower the IQ. Now, there are some states that are banning fluoride, like Utah and Florida, but that process takes years to implement. Your kids, your family, they're drinking this fluoridated water today. You need something that works now. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Its Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants like fluoride, PFAs, lead, pharmaceuticals, and heavy metals. Anything that isn't water gets filtered right out. Folks, take a look at the CP16 at covepure.com/Sean. I love the fact that you can plug this thing in, install the filters, no drilling, no plumbing, nothing of that sort. Don't wait for the government to catch up. Go get yourself a Cove Pure today. Use the link, covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off the CP16. That is Cove Pure. covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/SHAWN. Speak says they must mainline fluoride in the Middle East. That would explain a few things. I don't know. Does having a prolonged exposure to fluoride increase your need to be intimate with goats?
Yeah, because it turns the frogs gay.
Turn the frickin' frogs gay! I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place. Quiet. The only thing he's fighting is
Quiet,
a pizza.
piggy.
Yeah, Alex Jones. The only thing he's fighting is a pizza. All right. Let's go next. Let's go to the next one here. Okay. Yesterday we played this woman, Frances Gill. So I'm going to play for you again one clip from her, and then I'm going to play for you another one, which is hilarious. They're actually telling on themselves. Okay? This was Frances Gill yesterday talking about how we need to defund the police and replace the police with streetlights as if that's going to lower crime. Watch.
Policy agenda on law enforcement is to defund police, ultimately to get rid of police departments, correct?
Well, what I would say is that we're dramatically overspending on police right now.
I understand, but the goal is to defund the police departments so we don't need them in the future.
I think what we really want to see is a horizon where folks are not reliant on armed enforcement to meet our public safety needs.
Right, but it says defund police on the website. That's your goal. And also to get rid of prisons and jails, correct?
Yes.
So if my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What
absolutely.
would it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the
of course you want to avoid getting caught in the hypotheticals, right? So he asks a good question. Hey, if my daughter's assaulted or raped, who's handling it if it's not police? And where's the criminal going if it's not a jail? And she's like, well, we don't need to talk about that. No, you do. You absolutely need to talk about that because people need to know. Now, don't worry about it. The streetlights are going to handle it. Like well-lit streets. What is a streetlight going to arrest somebody? What are you gonna take the criminal and chain him to a lamppost outside, saying he can't go anywhere? I mean, actually, I'd be okay with that. Because he can't really do much. Put him in the stockades. Yeah. Okay. It is mind blowing.
See, this is where natural selection used to take its course.
Yeah.
Now these people are allowed to stay alive, but these people used to would have just died because they're stupid.
They can't survive in the real world.
No, they can't survive. But now the left has them protected.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna be killed by a Muslim one day, probably.
Oh, absolutely.
And
she's like, wait, what do you mean you don't want to you're going to cut my head off? I hate the Jews too. They'd be like, are you a Muslim? No, gone.
Wait, I knew you in high school.
Dottie Gooden says, Mom always said stupid is as stupid does. True. Well, here she is again. Talking about how the scales are tipped in the favor of the rich in this country. Okay. Let's hear her out. Frances Gill talking about how it's unfair, that the scales are tipped in the favor of the rich. The scales are, Frances Gill, DSA, replace the police with streetlights. This lady says the scales of society are tipped in favor of the rich. Watch this. And then I'll show you how she's actually telling on herself. Here you go.
Abdul al-Sayed's victory in the Democratic primary in the Senate in Michigan. Of the 15 counties where a majority do not have a college degree, he lost every one of them, over 15. In the counties with high education, like you, he won. So how can you say you're for the working class when working class counties in Detroit and elsewhere voted against your candidate?
I think what we're seeing is that people who are highly educated in this country were promised this path of economic success. If you go to college, if you get the degree, if you go down that path, you're going to be guaranteed economic success. But really what we're seeing is that there's this huge downward mobility problem where people are putting in the money, taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans. I have $500,000 in student loan debt personally. and not seeing that translate into actual economic success because our society, the scales are so tipped in one direction to benefit the rich and the wealthy.
The scales are tipped to benefit the rich and the wealthy. By the way, you hear what she said? She has $500,000 in student loans. If that, I don't understand why this isn't, resulting in economic success. Well, maybe because you studied a bunch of garbage that doesn't apply to anything in the real world. If I'm a sales guy and I'm looking to hire a new salesperson, and the person in front of me when I'm interviewing them says to me, "I got my degree in gender studies." See ya. Have you sold anything in your life? Because wait, how many genders are there? 5. Sell that idea to me right now, and if you can't, you don't get hired. That is what I would do. I'm running a sales team. Oh, you had gender studies? How many genders are there? There's 6. All right, cool. This is the ultimate test. If you could get me to believe that there are 6 genders right now, you will be hired as not just a salesperson on my team, but the top paid salesperson on my team. Sell me, convince me that there's 6 genders. Put that gender studies degree to work, and you'll have a job here. But she says the scales are tipped in favor of the rich. The rich. These are folks with a lot of money, right? A lot of wealth, a lot of resources, correct? If somebody who is living paycheck to paycheck, doesn't have a lot of money, doesn't have great credit, doesn't have a lot of disposable income, someone like that runs into a problem, let's say, I don't know, taxes. Maybe they want to address their property taxes. Maybe they need legal representation for something and they can't afford it, right? That's a problem. If a middle-class individual can't afford a lawyer. But who can afford these lawyers? The wealthy, right? They can afford extremely talented lawyers. We've seen, criminals, folks with a lot of money in these corruption cases. They get a big-time lawyer. They get a better deal because they hired a lawyer who knows a person who could, convince a judge or convince the prosecutors to take it easy, right? You get into a problem, drugs, drunk driving, taxes, whatever. You hire a really good lawyer, for this to fix your problems for you, but you got to have the money to pay that lawyer. Is that what she means by the scales are tipped in favor of the rich? Because I find this to be very interesting. Zohran Mamdani levied this pied-à-terre tax in New York City. Second homes, you got to pay an additional tax. And a bunch of wealthy New York City residents are like, well, first of all, you just doxed me. You put me on this list. Second of all, this doesn't seem fair. So what did the wealthy New York City residents do? They did what anybody with money will do. And they filed a lawsuit. And a judge just blocked the tax the rich tax in New York City. So while Francis Gill says the scales are tipped in favor of the rich, that's not fair. She's right. But in this case, it's the rich New York City liberals that voted for Zohran Mamdani that are now blocking the tax that he ran on, right? The whole I'm going to tax the rich thing. So yeah, the scales are tipped in favor of the rich, but it's your own rich people on the left that are using these scales being tipped, right? I.e. the ability to afford a lawyer to block themselves from being taxed. Don't you see how stupid she is? The very people who she wants to tax are the people who voted for Mamdani and then blocked the tax. Don't you understand? You actually have to punish your own rich people? Who bankroll all these socialist campaigns like Mamdani, Katie Wilson, Abdul. Who else did that? It's the guys like Soros. People pouring money into campaigns like Daria Lisa Villa Chevalier, Milad Kiros in Colorado. The scales are tipped in favor of the rich. Yeah, maybe you're right. But look in Zohran Mamdani's own New York City. You have rich New York City liberals who supported Mamdani, despite the fact that he said he was going to tax the rich, who are now suing Mamdani and blocking his tax the rich pied-à-terre tax. So yeah, the scales are tipped in favor of the rich. If you want to say that and run with that as a talking point, that's fine. But you have to look at your own people first. I couldn't join up with a bunch of homeowners here and sue Rutherford County because of our property taxes. We don't have the money for that. But if I was a rich liberal, I'd have the money for that. Like these rich New York City liberals are doing to Zohran Mamdani right now. The Democrat divide is real. Cannibalism is on the menu, right? They are eating their own. They are in a very weakened state right now. Every accusation they levy at us is a confession. They're the ones dealing with infighting. And there's debates on our side too. I'm not telling you everything's hunky-dory. But they're the ones dealing with infighting. They're the ones dealing with the huge divide policy-wise and identity-wise in their party. They're the ones dealing with these problems right now. Look at Michigan. Look at Wisconsin. Look at Maine. Look at the divide between the DSA wing and the establishment Democrat wing. And it is not getting any better. The divide continues to grow. And it is our job to drive the wedge and split those two from each other right before the midterms. We're 2.5 months away from the midterms. It's our job to keep driving that wedge. All right. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. He's got a good show for you planned. Chase Bowes will be joining us tomorrow, but we will be live tomorrow. The interview is going to be pre-recorded, but we will be live. So if there's any breaking news, we can shift things around. We will be live tomorrow, but Chase Bowes will be joining us, talking about these recent elections, new midterm predictions, what the Republicans need to do. He's got a lot on that subject, so we will have him tomorrow. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. See you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFATV. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome as always. You are locked and loaded on this stream, rumble.com/LFATV. We are also simulcasting over on YouTube at LFATV US, and of course our website, LFATV.us. This is live from America. And I am your ever so humble, God-fearing host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And as always, we are broadcasting live from the red Hawkeye state of Iowa. Got a lot of things going on here in the central part of this country, but we can't move forward unless we say hello to the one, the only, producer Eli Ellis, who's responsible for all the visuals that you see from sea to shining sea on this network. How we doing, brother?
What's going on, all FATV family and patriots? You know what time it is. Time to hit the rumble button. Time to hit the share button. We got to build this audience. Let's go, go, go. Help us out, and let's get to it.
B Hops is watching today. How you doing, B Hops? Becca is here. Coral Reef is in the building. Patty, Cat Lover, Kikalo is here. Tommy is also in the live chat. Faithful to him. I like that name. 217 MAGA Mom, the real Mama Faye. Dottie is here. Sass64, Eagle Fight. Peg Jernigan is here. Decluse, Miguel Ortiz is in the live chat. Slabstick is in the live chat. Dolly Diva is here. Barb Naylor is also here. Betty is in the building. How are you, Betty? Dave and Carmen and Dana, welcome to Live from America. Good to have you here. Parker and Andrea and our Bevmo. Again, thank you for being here. Liz Ellis is in the live chat. Everybody give a shout out to producer Eli's beautiful and wonderful wife, one of my best friends, Liz Ellis. Casey Maga is in the building. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Rockin' Rev Dean is here as always. Gotta love that guy. Make sure you follow him. We've got UI Manager in the building. Biden Sucks. What a great name. Gene McKillen is here. Sean Maga 79, Sherry Welch, Sonia Smith, and Arrow Pink in this live chat. How you doing today? It's good to see you on this Wednesday, August 12th. I want to go over to YouTube. I want to give some shouts out over there. We've got Mr. Good Citizen, Jason Beaches, Tony Hype, Scott Rollins, Eric Klein is in the live chat over there. Random Sorley, Reason 1024, Tony Hype, Renee Ashcraft, and Unhinged TDS is in the building. How you doing, guys? Good to see you. So, interesting turn of events this morning. This morning, my wife and I had to go to family court for the next step in our adoption process with me and my stepdaughter. And today was the day that the rights of her biological father were terminated. And this is coming after 7 years of no contact and very limited contact from that moment until she was 4 years old. So I came in, thank you, Sean Maga. It's $5. Thank you so very much, Sean. I appreciate that. I've been raising Olivia since she was 4 years old. Her father has had her every other weekend up until he completely walked out on her life when she was 10 years old, going on 11 years old. And today we got his rights terminated after 7 years of no contact. And there's a part of me, first of all, the reason why I'm telling you all of this, and I want to thank Patty Vest. She just donated her $50 for this month and said, use where needed. Patty, we will. Thank you very much. It's very, very nice that you guys see so much value in what we do here every day for the last 5 years. There's a part of me as being a father that I was kind of holding off on this for years. I was kind of procrastinating because I was kind of hoping her father would come back in her life somewhere out of nowhere, maybe. Wishful thinking. I also didn't want to take away from her, that ability to be able to continue to have her father's last name and then someday they reconcile. But at the same time, she has to go through life with her brothers and sisters having a different last name. Thank you, Spartan Cave. Says Dr. Chefauki recommends you wear a mask over your eyes. Thank you, Spartan Cave, for the $5 donation. She doesn't have the same last name as her brothers and sisters. That's always bothered her. And if her father ever does come back into her life as an emotional figure, then maybe that would be a great thing. But she'll have a different last name, and she'll have our last name. So today was the termination of rights. We go back in September for the actual adoption. I'm so grateful to all of you for your advice, your counsel, your suggestions, your donations to make it happen. It was $3,500 to adopt. I can't believe it was like that. And Jay Wall, you and your wife are great parents. I appreciate that. I really do. Bill Carmen says, any guy that can be a father but takes a real man to be a dad. Brother, you ain't lying. You ain't lying. Sherry Welch says, my daughter's sperm donor has been MIA for years. She doesn't even call him her dad. Well, Olivia does call me dad, and I was honored when she started doing that about 4 years ago. And, she's just looking for some emotional love from a father in her life, and she's got that in me. And I'll tell you, I may get a little emotional talking about this. Amy just said her husband adopted her daughter. Amy, so you've went through the process. I got to tell you, when the judge said, okay, we've seen it, all the evidence, we've seen you've complied with all of the requirements. You even went above and beyond to make sure that he was notified so that if he contested it, he could do that either via, Zoom or be here in person. He wasn't able to be found. They don't care. He just doesn't care, and I think that's her biggest issue is that he just doesn't care. And so when the judge finally said rights are terminated, it was like I don't know. It was just like this lump in your throat. I saw my wife starting to cry. And so anyway, you guys have been here for, the better part of 5 years. Some of you have been watching me even longer. And Victim says 3,500 sounds like fleeting. I'll tell you what, I couldn't believe it was that expensive to have that done. But it is what it is. And we were able to raise the money that on top of what we put on top of it, and it was able to be done. Amy said he signed away his rights. Wow. That's, well, I hate to have that to happen to any kid, but anyway, the next step is done. So I just wanted to say thank you. I had actually got here this morning and recorded a whole first hour of today's show in case I wasn't back in time. So basically I'm doing the same hour over again because I could have just thrown it up there, but I'd rather be live with you all, right? I'd rather be live with you all. So anyway, thank you guys for your help. Thank you for all your guidance and your donations on that. I wanted to start the show off today with a very important video that I think everybody should see. I saw this video this morning. And when I saw this, I said, this is exactly what's going on in life right now. One of the biggest problems with people debating today, and by the way, I don't know if you guys know this kid. He's a young kid, very smart kid. Very wrong on a lot of the things he says. He's one of these guys that invites conservatives on so that he can do a debate, talks over them most of the time, cuts them off most of the time, and only gives half-truths about like the phone call that Donald Trump had with Brad Raffensperger. It's like there are fine people on both sides of the aisle story where he takes out little things, and then he runs with that and does clips of all his points, but never the points that are made back to him. So him and I are going to have a conversation today because he invited me on to do the same thing. Him and I are going to have a conversation today, and that conversation is going to go a little like this. Before we have our debate, which I can't wait to have, we have to figure out where are we going to find our basis of truth. What is truth? Can a man be a woman? If you say a man can be a woman, we're already having issues right there. Because if we can't even find the basis of truth that a man is a man and a woman is a woman in this country, then how are we going to have any other discussion on anything that's meaningful? It's turned into a bunch of media BS, social media BS, where people on both sides will invite somebody on and they'll only post the mic drop moments or the moments that they think will benefit them well with their audience rather than just playing the whole thing out, right? And so there is everything is upside down. Up is down, down is up, left is right, right is left, men are women, and women are men. If anybody goes out there and has an actual substantive debate, they better be able to have a basis of truth that they can agree on. And that means where they're getting your information from for your debate. That's the way it used to be. It's not the way it is anymore. Watch this video. Tell me what you think.
Hierarchy doesn't disappear, it just changes form. Merit-based hierarchies rooted in truth give way to...
Let me start that over. Okay, here we go.
Why does the world feel like it's gone mad? Why can't we agree on even the most basic facts? What a man is, what a woman is, what's real and what's not. It isn't confusion or coincidence, it's the logical outcome of a society that has replaced truth with equity as its highest value. Equity, the pursuit of equal outcomes rather than equal opportunity, sounds compassionate, but when elevated to a moral absolute, it becomes tyrannical because reality itself is unequal. People differ in talent, discipline, intelligence, and luck. Nature is not fair and it never will be. To enforce equality of outcome, truth must first be denied. This is the origin of our collective insanity. We can't acknowledge differences because differences produce inequality. We can't admit that men and women are distinct because that would mean nature is not equal. We can't even discuss competence or merit without being accused of bias. Truth becomes offensive because truth creates hierarchy, and hierarchy is a sin in an equity-obsessed world. Thomas Sowell called this the pursuit of cosmic justice, the attempt to right all the wrongs of existence itself. In this worldview, every gap in wealth, ability, or success is a moral failure of society. But since life itself is hierarchical, achieving cosmic justice requires waging war on life's structure. It means denying that truth exists independently of our feelings and punishing anyone who reminds us that it does. This is why the distinction between man and woman has been placed under such relentless attack. It's not a side issue, it's the issue. The male-female distinction is one of the most fundamental categories in nature, a biological truth that underpins civilization itself. If people can be convinced that even the most self-evident distinction is merely a social construct designed for oppression, then every other boundary, moral, biological, or logical, becomes easier to erase. Once that foundation crumbles, reality becomes negotiable. And yet, when you destroy the natural order, you don't create equality, you create tyranny. The hierarchy doesn't disappear, it just changes form. Merit-based hierarchies rooted in truth give way to ideological ones rooted in moral posturing. Those who claim to dismantle systems of power simply build new ones, where loyalty to the narrative determines worth. That's why the world feels upside down. We're living in a society where truth is no longer sacred because equality is. And when equality of outcome becomes the highest good, truth itself must be sacrificed on its altar. Why does the world feel like it's...
Everything that guy said hit the nail on the head. That is our world today. You know, I used to say, wow, politics seems to have... And thank you guys for the shares. Thank you, Bad Moon. Thank you, Kathy Ratcliffe. Thank you guys for sharing for so many different platforms. I used to say politics has wormed its way into everything. And because politics has wormed its way into everything, then everybody is going to fight and we're going to be the divided states of America. I've now come to realize it's not politics. Politics is one part of it. It's life. People can't disagree anymore. If people disagree, they can't be friends. If you think there's a God and this person doesn't, that person says you can't be friends. If you didn't want to wear a mask, but that person does, more than likely you're not going to be friends. If you wave a flag outside of your house and somebody thinks that that flag is oppression, you and them can't be friends. Now, that's not coming from our side. We know where that's generally coming from. But the fact of the matter is, it's in everything. If you disagree, you seem to be mortal enemies. Raise your hand in the Rumble chat. How many of you lost friends and family during COVID and during President Trump's first and second terms? How many people have lost family and friends? And then let me ask you a second question right on the back end of that. How many of those people walked away from you as opposed to you walking away from them for your differences of opinions? I'm going to pull up the Rumble chat. We're going to see. Because I'll guarantee you it's very one-sided, and I'll guarantee you all of you have a story. Let's see. I did. Hand raised. I did. Me. Yes, I did. I did. Oh, so family says, no, I walked away. Okay, there's one. They walked away from me. All of them. They left me. Me and they walked. They all walked away from me. None have apologized to me. I have lost friends and they all walked away from me. Them. All of them. Liz Ellis says, yep. Another I walked away. So there's 2 out of, so far, however many people are talking here. They walked away from me. They walked away from me. They walked away. Here, they unfriended me. So we live in a world now where it's just almost impossible to disagree with somebody on things that they find very important to them. So when I have this debate with Adam Mockler, and when I have any debates going forward, there's going to be a basis of truth, and we're going to actually have a debate. This isn't for your channel for sound bites and things like that. You want sound bites? Prove your point and back it up with receipts. Then you can have sound bites. Prove your point and back it up with stats, real stats, and let's agree on where we can pull those stats from. I think the best place you can pull your stats, if you're talking about anything to do with government, is across multiple administrations in the government websites, because for them to post falsehoods would be so criticized that there would be lawsuits constantly if numbers were wrong. If job numbers were not revised, there'd be lawsuits on that. You know it would be. So you got to find out where that basis of truth is. And guess what? It's not going to be from mainstream media outlets or independent media outlets. It's going to have to come from people who are actually putting pen to paper, or in this case, digits on the internet. And there has to be something to back it. Because if you do it with receipts and you have anybody with a half a brain, no Republican will ever lose a debate. It just won't happen. The best Democrat is worse than the worst Republican. And it's that simple. And they're having a civil war over that right now in their party. And like Sean said, where's the weakness in the Democrat Party? The fact that half their party doesn't want socialism and the other half does. And the half that does want socialism actually wants communism. So, if you agree with everything I said and you have not yet clicked that thumbs up, whether you're watching on YouTube or Rumble or anywhere else, do that now, please. We'd appreciate that. Also, lfatv.us, that is our website. We'll scroll through it here real quick. That gives you a little bit of our mission statement right there. This gives you a video mission statement of what LFA TV is. Obviously, there's all of our recent shows. If you want to go on LFA TV US and you missed any of our shows, you can click onto our shows and it'll take you right to that specific show and you can watch it, okay? Also, our short clips. There's your short clips. I put out a short clip, I filmed a short clip of me taking a civics test yesterday. I'm going to be posting that today. I took it in real time, and it's just going to give basically a prelude to what it's going to be later on when I get that up and going. So check that out. If you want to donate, there's a donate section there. We absolutely encourage you to do so if you find value in what we're talking about. There's also a news tab. If you want to read through current news, right there you go, right there. No matter what's going on in the world, we rotate these out with different outlets, and you can click on these news stories as well. You can sign up for the newsletter at the bottom of the page. That is lfatv.us. One more time, lfatv.us. If you only listen to audio podcasts, well, you got that as well. I want to give a big shout out to the last few donors here. I'm sorry if I'm missing them. Patty Vest, $50, use where needed. Kit Kat Mar, $20, says, congratulations, give this to Olivia for her special day. Well, we've already had a couple donations for Olivia on her special day. And trust me, whatever she says I can record and put out there for the public, we will, because we know that you guys are all involved in that. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. That's where you can go and get your audio podcast. The numbers have been growing a lot lately, so go get your podcast downloads today, wherever you download your podcast from. Spotify, iTunes, Apple, iHeartRadio. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. It gives you both Rise Up and LFA every single day. I think that's going to take us to prayer, folks, so please join with me. Remove those hats if you're wearing one, and let's go to the Lord in prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name, we pray amen. Absolutely. Dottie is jumping in on the donations today. Dottie sees value in LFA TV, wants it to keep going. Donated a whopping $20 donation. Thank you, girl. We really appreciate that. All right. In the third hour, starting at the third hour, top of the second, or the bottom of the second, top of the third hour, we have Congressman Randy Fine coming on from Florida. We're going to have a lot of discussion with Congressman Randy Fine about his campaign and about things going on in Florida and with the socialists in the Democratic Party, as well as talk about the SAVE Act and how that can be split up and possibly be passed, okay? So we got Congressman Randy Fine coming on in that top of that third hour. You're not going to want to miss that. Redline Live says, hey, Jeremy, can I get a birthday shout out? August 7th. Can I get a shout out? I hit the big 49. Woo! Redline, how's your boy doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Hope your podcast and your ministry podcast is doing well. How about happy birthday to you? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Redline Live. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday and God bless. All right. First and foremost section today, we're actually not going to start with the elections last night. Don't worry, we're going to get into the elections. It'll probably be closer to the second hour of today's show. We will get into these elections, but first I want to set the tone of the show today, and I want to set it with President Trump's rock star welcome at the 2026 Patriot Games final last night. Of course, he was met with by Pat McAfee, who is arguably the highest paid sports podcaster that there is out there. And he took his show from being just a regular podcast to being the number one show, I believe, on ESPN. And he's just another one of those people that are against the status quo, right? I'm sure that the rest of Disney, which owns ESPN, and most of ESPN are not Trump fans, but Pat McAfee is. And Pat McAfee tells his audience that it is what it is. I would do this for any president who wanted to join in any games or any fun or any, competition that we're involved in. It just so happens that President Trump is the only one that ever wanted to do it. So President Trump went to the Patriot Games final last night, and he had a hell of a welcome. Now, this video does cut short of the national anthem. I wish this video had the whole thing in there, but it goes to show you how the country actually feels. Outside of politics, outside of being online and online threads and threads for content creators and podcast shows, the real world, whether he goes to a college game, whether he goes to an NFL game, whether he goes to the Patriot Games, whether he goes to a golf outing, whether he goes to a PGA Tour, wherever he goes, he gets massive welcome. And that is absolutely indicative of how many people voted for him, and not the people that you see online complaining, orange man bad, orange man bad.
At this time, will you please rise for our national anthem?
Amen. Amen. Video cut right there, by the way. Did you see the welcome he got? See the smiles on everybody's face? You see everybody standing ovation? Eli, when you get outside of the online troll hatred, whether it be for one side or the other, when you get out in the real world paints a very different picture than online trolls and their never-ending opinions.
Yeah. It's especially today too, it's going to start getting worse with AI and whatnot. You know, what we've seen, nobody showed up to this when it was actually a bunch of people, or a bunch of people showed up to something they're trying to make you think nobody showed up to. But yeah, when you actually get out there in the world, like we report the bad stuff every day, and I sit here and it gets you down. But when you get out there, you think, oh, it's not as bad as it seems. You know, it is bad, but it's a big world. It's a big country.
Well, unfortunately, when you go to those sanctuary cities, it feels bad. But those rural areas feel great. Those red states feel wonderful. Blue states, you feel a crunch. I get it. Now, the most vindictive people on this planet are former relevant female Democrats. Look, men always have an axe to grind, and that's an actual axe, not an axing questions, as Jasmine Crockett would say. Men always have an axe to grind and they get over it. But hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and hell definitely has no fury like a former relevant Democrat woman scorned. Do you realize every time Hillary Clinton or Nancy Pelosi or any of these has-beens, if Dianne Feinstein was still alive, she'd probably be like, sounding just like Mitch McConnell. But these scorned former relevant Democrat women, man, they can't stop keeping Trump out their mouth. So I want to paint a picture for you here. Imagine losing a nomination, losing a presidency twice, constantly losing. The only win you ever got in an election, the front runner died prior to the general election, talking about John F. Kennedy Jr. You stooped so low that you and your husband stole furniture from the White House. Imagine how much of a scumbag you have to be a multi-millionaire, to be one of the most powerful families in the world, basically creating your own little dynasty, and you've got to stoop so low to where you go and you steal furniture from the White House? Or how about this one? How about being such a disgusting scumbag that you fund a fake dossier, that you also then take the fake dossier to the FISA court with fake information and get a fake warrant on somebody, and you funded it? The same person still crying and screaming about President Trump today. I don't like what he's doing. We didn't like the fact that your New York home had its own server base headquarters in the basement. We didn't like the fact that classified information got hacked in that same basement, and then you took bleach bit and hammers to the stuff, and still not accountable. So excuse me and spare me the little violin and the cheese when Hillary Clinton says Donald Trump's beautification of America, beautification of D.C., and what he's done to the White House with his gold trimmings, it's absolutely disgusting. No, you sack of potatoes, you rotting sack of has-been, you are disgusting, Hillary Clinton.
I think there'll have to be some, you'll probably have to take down the arch, which he is determined to put up, which I think is just a terrible idea. I think we'll have to worry about the reflecting pool, because it's not going to be fixed by the time he leaves, assuming he leaves. So there's going to be a long list. I'm making a list.
Oh, are you making a list? Are you going to de-gold the horses? You're not going to be alive.
De-gold the horses, take down.
Have you seen them up close?
Gold. Yeah, I saw a picture.
Feels like Saddam Hussein. I mean,
it is
seriously.
Like, you know what? That's a very, when I was in Baghdad after the fall of Saddam Hussein, I had meetings. I was then a senator. I had meetings in some of his palaces, and they were quite reminiscent of what we are seeing in our own White House. It's just insane.
Is that hard for you to watch, or just are like, I'll take down the gold?
It's sad to steal furniture from the taxpayers. That's
so
what's sad.
Taffyed up, and it is. It's a reflection of his narcissistic personality and his need to feel important, including sticking gold embellishments all over the walls of the Oval Office.
Well, at least he actually added things, Eli, to the Oval Office and not took things from the Oval Office, you slimy piece of trash. At least he did that.
Yeah, 100%. Damn Skippy. it's hard for me to even respond to these things anymore because I'm so sick and tired of the fact that this walking shit stain is still getting interviewed about anything. Why do we care about anything she has to say? Who's like, hey, you know what? We need to get Hillary Clinton on the show to see what she thinks about this. Who gives a shit? It's like asking anybody else on the street at this point. Hey, random person, what do you think about what Trump said? That's what I see. I'm so sick and tired of these people still getting spotlight after they've done their job and they're done and over with.
At least when you ask somebody on the side of the street, what do you think of the president? They're taxpayers that actually do have an opinion. This woman gave away her opinion a long time ago when she broke the law and wasn't held accountable. This woman gave away her opinion a long time ago when she stooped down to sewer levels to steal from the White House. Yeah, nobody really cares. But hell hath no fury like a former relevant Democrat woman scorned. Right? You know, look, I'll say this. I'm not a big fan of all the gold. But Donald Trump is, and he's the president of the United States. He basically decorated that place like Mar-a-Lago, which was always bought and built for, or bought for, excuse me, to be a second White House. A vacation White House. You don't have to be a fan of all. You know what I wasn't a fan of? I wasn't a fan of transgender circuses doing backflips down the hallway during the celebration of our Lord's birth. I wasn't a fan of that in the White House. I sure was not a fan of the drag queens and the LGBTQ assistants and czars and staffers who were stealing luggage from airports, who were doing transgender backflips half naked in a real circus in the White House. I wasn't a fan of that. I wasn't a fan of staffers actually getting railed by other dudes taking video and picture of it in the Senate building and in the buildings of Congress. I absolutely was not a fan of Hunter Biden doing coke in the White House and a bag of cocaine being found in the White House. Damn sure wasn't a fan of that. Damn sure wasn't a fan of Hunter Biden. Eli, remember that 4th of July when all the Bidens were out in the balcony and Hunter's kept coming over in the corner and he's like, comes back all wide-eyed like this, watches some fireworks for a little bit more. Oh, look at the fireworks. Goes back in the corner. Comes back. Oh. I wasn't a fan of that. I wasn't a fan of the cocaine in the White House, found in the White House. I wasn't a fan of any of it. So spare me. I don't want to hear your complaints about gold trimming in the White House. Now, somebody that Eli impersonates very well, Nancy Pelosi. Anybody that knew of Joe Biden's condition when he was at his worst there at the end of his campaign should be held accountable. What? I didn't know he was sick. Are you drunk or stupid? Have you been hitting the vodka a little bit hard? Or did Paul Pelosi lend you his hammer? Which one is it? You didn't know Joe Biden had issues? Well, let's hear Nancy Pelosi.
I was Speaker. I saw the president all the time. But when I wasn't, then I saw maybe 3 times that whole year. And so I didn't know. And I think he had his sort of ups and downs. And when he had when I saw him one time, he was giving me the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Right.
So that was a short event,
Right.
and he was
Right.
perfectly fine that day, I thought. And so I didn't know. But I do think that those who did know should have acted upon that information, whatever that means.
His staff and his family both, you mean?
Well, whoever knew.
Yeah.
Whoever knew. There's the staff saying the family knew, the family saying the staff knew. I don't know.
But they should have acted sooner.
They should have, because this was a great man.
This was a great man. What? You didn't know? Tell me, Nancy Pelosi, when you were sipping that Absolute, and he said this.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
You didn't know something was wrong there? You didn't know something was wrong when he said, I no more think of myself as old as I am than fly. Didn't think something was wrong there? You didn't think something was wrong with him when he was talking about Corn Pop being a bad dude and how he learned a lot about cockroaches the summer he spent with black kids swimming with them in a pool? or that ice cream has bones? You didn't think there was anything wrong with him when he was wandering off the G20 stage or off the G20 picture? And Giorgia Meloni from Italy had to go and grab him and be like, come over here, Joe. Didn't know that then? How about the times that he fell up the stairs? How about the times that he fell down the stairs? How about the times that he fell on a bike? How about the times that he got lost, almost walked off stage? How about the times when the Secret Service had to stand incrementally 10, 15 feet apart so that they could show him which way to go? So he'd follow the next guy. Now go here, now go here. And he was getting lost in the Rose Garden. Or when he was sniffing the Easter Bunny. You didn't know that? You didn't know then? It was just new to you? Or about when he went on The Breakfast Club and said,
if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
And Hunter was the smartest guy he knew. You didn't know that then? Liar. You knew that. Just like the Republican leadership probably knows that Mitch McConnell's dead as a doornail. You scumbags in D.C. D.C. needs an enema. Just like Jack Nicholson said in Batman, this town needs an enema. Or when Heath Ledger was Joker, I'm going to give it to him. These guys aren't even high-class criminals. They're low-class criminals. They're low-class corrupt officials. They laugh in our face, and we know what they're doing. Madison Cawthorn is no longer in Congress because he exposed what they were doing. How long do you think I'll last? Drunk liar. I know a few of those, Eli. Eli, how many drunk liars have we come in contact with lately? Lots. People built for that. People that you would think they came from D.C. because they act so much like them. Hell hath no fury like a former relevant Democrat woman scorned. Just when you thought it couldn't get more low class, just when you thought it couldn't get more low rent, just when you thought it couldn't get more disgusting, Richard Rachel Maddow does a segment about President Trump's possible assassination or attempted assassination, or at least the risk of the threat from the Iranians. We showed you that 2 days ago, where President Trump exited the other side of the Air Force One, got in the catering truck, went to the other plane, the other Air Force plane, and then flew him safely to the UK. Imagine laughing about it. I thought you couldn't get any more low than when people are like, what was this? This ruse that he did, playing musical chairs. This was an amazing thing that the Secret Service does. We've spent a lot of time talking trash about the Secret Service, but the Secret Service does something good for a change. And it almost sounds like Richard Rachel Maddow wanted President Trump to die. Watch this.
Now I'm very pleased to say it's time for the last word with Lawrence O'Donnell, which is more of a pleasure for me to say than usual because the New York Times has just posted a headline on the front page of the New York Times website, which reads, Trump hid in a catering container to sneak out of Turkey. And honestly, that news has just broken. Trump hiding in a catering cart. And the thing I want most in the world upon hearing that news is to hear Lawrence O'Donnell explain it to me. And God bless you, Lawrence. Please tell me that you will.
It is issue number one in this hour of coverage. We're going to be relying on the Washington Post.
Why is that funny? It is issue number one. Issue number one? Is that funny? You low IQ retard? That's funny? And you're laughing? All right, what else we got?
Broke the story a couple hours before the New York Times. And it's one of the many examples of how Donald Trump has lost control. He didn't just lose control of which version of Air Force One he got to use. He lost complete control in this story.
He lost control because they controlled the situation. Is that what you're saying? Donald Trump. The story here isn't that the Iranians had a credible threat to kill the President of the United States of America, but the story is that Donald Trump lost control and didn't get to choose which Air Force One he flew on. Sounds to me like he was in perfect control. Sounds to me like his control was... Sounds to me like he did exactly what he wanted to do. And he faked out so many people that you're mad. It's almost like they want him dead. Isn't it? Do you guys realize what would happen if the President of the United States was assassinated today, 2026, regardless of who it is? Instant World War III. That's number one. Instant World War III, especially knowing that President Trump left instructions to J.D. Vance, what J.D. Vance has already confirmed to what will happen to Iran if they were to successfully kill him. So instant World War III would happen. So all you people out there going, oh, Donald Trump's war of choice and this never-ending war. The President of the United States gets assassinated by a foreign country, you're in a never-ending war. Possibly the last war. How stupid can you be? So you would rather have Donald Trump dead and go into a world war that will be never-ending than to have him alive dealing with a terrorist state. Is that what you're saying? You people are sick, insufferable, and retarded, and you don't even deserve to have a mouth, a voice, your speech, nothing. That's how sick you people are. But thanks to the good old United States of America and what we fight for, dumbasses like you do get to say stuff. But again, it's almost like they want him dead, and they're pissed that it didn't happen. Now, the other day when we were reporting this, somebody in the live chat had said something very common sense and very profound. It really sucks that this is the news because this puts Donald Trump's life in jeopardy and it shouldn't even ever got out. Well, we now know who did leak that out, and it wasn't the New York Times, as Richard Maddow just said. It was actually the Washington Post. The Washington Post was the very first people to put that out. They're the ones that put that information out. They put Donald J. Trump's life in jeopardy. The Washington Post should be held accountable for that. Don't you think? They're the ones with media credentials. They're the ones that saw what was going on. And when they figured out what happened, they went back and got their footage and they released it to the world. It was global by the time we reported it, so it was news. Sherry says, Jeremy, what does YouTube say about that, Jeremy? I could care less. I'm not going over there today. They're not worth my time today. The Patriots over there can fight that out. Because there's good Patriots over there that stomp those idiots into the ground. Who cares what they say? They're irrelevant. Like I said, they don't have a voice today. They don't have a tongue. Like Brad Pitt and Troy, you will roam the underworld today with no eyes, no tongue, no ears. You will hear nothing. You will see nothing. You will say nothing. That's what the scum over there deserves.
Candidly, this was a surreal story to cover. The initial discussions, the initial tip, and then looking into it, I kept finding myself saying, what am I missing? Is this true?
President Trump was seen boarding Air Force One at 8:24 p.m. local time on July 8th. But actually, according to the Post, and you can see here, Trump and several of his aides were secretly shuttled minutes later onto this airport catering truck, which was elevated and positioned at a door out of the view of the cameras. Now, the Post reports that the president was on that catering truck when it pulled away from Air Force One at 8:30 p.m., secretly bringing him to a smaller plane, an Air Force C-32A, making the Air Force One that everyone thought he was on a decoy that still had the reporters who thought...
That footage that I showed you that you just saw there again, that Caitlin Collins from CNN was reporting on, was first put out by the Washington Post. Remind me who owns that again? Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos was rubbing arms elbows with President Trump when they went overseas to the Middle East, when President Trump brought all the largest business owners of NVIDIA, SpaceX, Amazon, all those, and Jeff Bezos was there. Hey, Jeff, you own the WAPO, right? You own the WAPO, what's the name for it? I can't remember the nickname that people use for the WAPOs, but Washington Post. Either way, there's a nickname for them. I can't remember what it was. Shit Post or something. But either way, they deserve to be held accountable for that. They put the President Trump's life in danger because now they can never do that again. The Secret Service is going to have to come up with another crafty way to do something. And they should be held responsible for that. David Goody says, mainstream media is involved with treasonous acts against America. Yes, they are. Oh, absolutely. The Compost. That's what it is. Washington Compost. That's the nickname. Thank you very much for that. The Washington Compost. So President Trump actually spoke on that matter. He spoke on that leak by the Washington Compost. And this is that moment right here.
Well, it's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service and the military. They wanted me to go on a different flight, a different plane, equal safety, but they wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
What is the nature of the threat?
I guess there was a threat out there. I didn't really ask too much about it. I get a lot of threats.
Guess there was a threat out there. I didn't know anything about it. I get a lot of threats. I do what they say because it's about safety. Hear that, Compost? Safety. Again, the United States of America's president dies. It's world catastrophe. It's markets crashing. It's World War III instantly. It's nukes eventually. I don't care who the president is of the United States. An assassination in 2026 on a president of the United States of America will bring hell to follow. Guaranteed. Now, CNN, you already saw what Richard Maddow did, turned it into a President Trump has lost control even of what Air Force One he's on. CNN then complains, well, what about the journalists that still went on that plane? President Trump put their life in danger. We'll talk about that after you watch this nonsense.
And Compton, how amazing what she is telling the world tonight with this very plain, simple language, which is truth is paramount. Don't lie about it. This is history. And I think this is where the administration has gone wrong. Yes, the president had to be protected at all costs in the face of the Iranian threat that we now know that they felt they had on hand.
She could stop right there. The president of the United States has to be protected at all costs. Did it say the media has to be protected at all costs? No, it didn't. Not to say that you just scapegoat them, put them in a plane and let them die, because that wouldn't happen either because of the security of both planes. But the fact that what she just said is the president of the United States' life is the only life that matters in that scenario, in that situation. The president of the United States takes priority. Listen, she said it.
This is history. And I think this is where the administration has gone wrong. Yes, the president had to be protected at all costs in the face of the Iranian threat that we now know that they felt they had on hand. But look, they got him safely, thank goodness, on a third airplane, and they got him away. That's all good. There's a couple of things, though, that are highly problematic. I don't subscribe to the notion it was a decoy plane, because my question is this. If it was not safe for the president to be on that flight, how was it safe for the media to be on that flight and to be lied to, not to be told the truth? Yet again, to be lied to. Because the thing is, it was the U.S. military flying the plane. The U.S. military does not put civilians unknowingly at risk. The president was gone. He wasn't being threatened anymore, presumably. But the civilians on board were still under threat, and the U.S. military, under orders, flew that plane. Somebody needs to tell me why that's a legal order, because it's not what the U.S. military does. And I think the other issue that the New York Times, of course, is beginning to explore in detail is the Iranian capability in the region. What we know is U.S. intelligence has been watching very carefully. The Iranians are improving in their precision, in their accuracy of their weapons, in their mobility. In other words, their ability, even while under attack from the U.S. and the allies in the region, their ability to move around and plan and stage attacks. And their precision is something, and their accuracy of their weapons is something that the U.S. is going to have to deal with now for years to come in the region. This is a new level of accuracy by the Iranians.
Okay. A couple things about that. Number one, the media doesn't like it. Tell them to pool all their money together, get their own private plane, and meet the president where he goes and tell him to shut up. Number two, when the media goes on Air Force One, it's the same level of understanding of what could happen as somebody that signs up for the military. You know, all these lefties are like, oh, we don't send our sons and daughters to go to war. Name me a time in history where a son or a daughter didn't have to be deployed in some conflict somewhere. Name me one. It's always happened. But it's different when it's under Donald Trump, right? It's like these people are told, oh, they're brainwashed into signing up for the military. They don't know what Donald Trump's going to do for them. They don't realize they're signing on a dotted line that he could send them to die in his place. Yes, they do realize it. And if you've never signed your name on that dotted line, another reason to shut up. If you don't get an opinion if you've not been there. You don't get an opinion on January 6th if you weren't there and you don't know the truth, period. You don't get an opinion on anything in the military if you didn't sign up or you have family members that are actively in there, or you grew up in a military family traveling around the world. You don't get an opinion on things that happen anywhere if you've not been there or done that or seen something or anything. You don't get an opinion on how the media covers President Trump on the campaign trail if you've never been in with the media covering President Trump on the campaign trail. You don't know shit, but yet you talk like you do. Never been to the White House, never met a president, never been on the campaign trail with him, never been on the front lines fighting for freedom, was nowhere near January 6th, but yet you've got an awful lot to say about it, don't you? Scumbags. Third thing I'll say about that. That plane was the most protected plane in the world outside of the one Trump was on. Taxpayers pay for that. We pay for that. So that plane that those media reporters and journalists were on, probably the best place you want to be. But just by chance that something happens, at least the president is kept safe from harm, period. You people act like all of a sudden that everybody in the world has equal status. It doesn't work that way. Equality is not real. Or equity, I mean. Everybody's different. You're built different. You have different skills. You are different in a social class. You are different in a financial class. Deal with it. Shut up. Grow up. Grow a pair of balls. Get out there. Roll up your sleeves and do things rather than complain about things. I'm so sick of this generation. And I'm not just talking about the generation that's young. I'm talking about the generation we're in, where everybody seems to think that they're more important than the world believes they are. Bomb threat. When President Trump was at those Patriot games, there was initially reports of a bomb threat across the road. Suspicious van, suspicious individual. Ended up not being a bomb threat, but here is the local news reporting on that.
We've got to get to some breaking news now, just out about President Trump's visit here to Northeast Ohio. CBS News has confirmed a bomb threat near President Trump's visit at Spire Academy later this afternoon. CBS says a state trooper on the ground did confirm there is a law enforcement situation at the McDonald's, and there is a confirmed bomb threat. Now, you're going to look at some live pictures. We have a crew right now on the road headed to that situation. Now, we do understand there are some roads shut down for now around that event. This is going to be continued breaking news throughout that area, so you'll have to tune in. We'll get you live updates here in this newscast and then over on Channel 19 starting at noon.
Yeah. So, seems like every week now, doesn't it? Now, the left will say, well, President Trump shouldn't do the things he does and says the things he says. That just goes to show how ignorant and dumb you really are. That just goes to show why nobody should talk to you. That's why I'm not in that chat today. I've thought about this for the last few weeks, and I've said, you know what? It's not even worth trying to reach these people. These people are the fringe. These people are the trolls in life. These people are the ones that call in bomb threats and try to do exactly what they said President Trump did, incite riots. That's what they try to do. They are nothing. They have nothing. They'll never be anything, and they're worthless people. Why would we give them our time of day? Now, President Trump was talking to, again, every week, there seems to be something else. Another attempted assassination, another possible assassination thwarted, a bomb threat called in where President Trump is. Oh, didn't we just deal with something like this last week in California? Or somewhere out west with a golf course? Same stuff. Somebody arrested with guns and ammo and heavy armor-piercing bullets and ammo and found in their house. Weird stuff in notebooks talking about President Trump and casing out the Secret Service. This is an every week thing, and it never happened to Joe Biden. You scumbags on the left. This never happened to that sack of shit who pissed his pants and didn't know where he was half the time. Your side does this. Oh, don't let me forget Charlie Kirk. Does President Trump need to call in a national emergency over elections so that those scumbag people, those crazy individuals that I just talked about, never get back in power again so we fix our elections? Absolutely. Absolutely he does. And he was talking with Wayne Allen Root about that last night and says crazier things have happened when Wayne Allen Root said, are you going to call in a state of national emergency over these elections? Because you have the power to do it as president. Here's how that went.
Okay. Because it's so hard to get the Senate to do anything, now they're on recess, they don't get anything done if they never get the Save America Act done. You have the right to declare a national security emergency for elections. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1983 under Reagan that INS versus Chadha, that if you declare a national security emergency as the President of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And
Let
you
me
don't
just say
even
that
need
stranger
the
things
Senate
have
vote.
happened. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
All right, we'll leave it at that. So let me finish with a couple things. Dr. Fauci, can't you challenge the auto pen? You should challenge in court the auto pen.
We are doing.
You are doing it. Okay,
well,
good.
What has to happen? I mean, I've become an expert on the auto pen thing.
So, to the question of, will you call in a state of emergency over elections? Donald Trump said, I'll just say it like this and leave it here. Stranger things have happened. Kenria's mom, Jeremy on fire. Fun mom, Jeremy, you're on fire today. Well, full of piss and vinegar, I guess. Not the same kind of piss as Joe Biden, but still full of piss and vinegar. What do you think in the chat? Don't give a shit about the live chat over on YouTube. What do you think in the Rumble live chat? What do you think? Should he do this? Did he give Congress a chance? Did he try to do it the right way and they absolutely sidestep the will of the American people on both sides when it comes to this? Want to give a big shout out to Vita Rosa. Vita Rosa. $100 donation says boycott Amazon. Bezos is a pig. Girl, I love you. We need to meet up for dinner again. You, me, Sabrina, and the kids. Got to do that soon. I know we talk about it all the time, but we got to do it. We just got to do it. Mary says yes, call in a national emergency. Tommy Lance, absolutely. Let's do it. Fireboss, yes. Do it now, says Kay Lewis. Yes, Patty says. C. Engel, absolutely he should. Kenria's mom, F him on YouTube. Exactly. I don't really care. Scorched earth on these elections, says Octubre. I think so, says Charlotte Curry. Veronica, yes, we should. Biden sucks. Yes, Keith Day, do it. Vita Rosa puts that thumbs up. RJC, the Senate pissed away. What was that again? The Senate pissed away. And I even got mad that JD didn't step into the Senate. Well, again, there's a strategy there. I'm not really mad at JD yet. But there is a strategy there. And I think Donald Trump is going to catch him with their pants down. Something that a Democrat likes to hear. Especially when it comes to little ones. Kids that they twerk on and bring LGBTQ trans to twerk on them in libraries and read stories to them to make them feel good about it. So that obviously sparked a bunch of, Donald Trump's going to declare an emergency. I'm not going to have him.
Obvious. Trump just refused to rule out the possibility that he would declare a national emergency ahead of the 2026 midterm elections to delegitimize the results. Our newsroom has been reporting on this ever since he got reelected, that they would pull something like this. And well, watch for yourself.
Because it's so hard to get the Senate to do anything, now they're on recess, they don't get anything done. If they never get the Save America Act done, you have the right to declare a national security emergency for elections. And the Supreme Court ruled in 1983 under Reagan that INS versus Chadha, that if you declare a national security emergency as the President of the United States, they can't challenge it. It can only be overturned by a 2/3 vote of both houses of Congress. So if you do this in the next month, we will get photo ID, proof of citizenship, and a limit to mail-in ballots. And
Let
you
me
don't
just
even
say that
need
stranger
the
things
Senate
have
vote.
happened. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
This is all part of a greater scheme. They're pulling a misinformation campaign that will only accelerate as we steamroll towards the midterm elections. They're doing everything they can to discredit the legitimacy of the midterms because they know they're set for a landslide loss. Therefore, they're trying to make it seem like our elections are not safe. They're saying people need ID to vote in our elections, right? That sounds like common sense. Well, guess what? You actually need ID when you register to vote. Okay, so all of this is scare tactics. It's trying to trick people into thinking our elections are not safe and secure because they know they're screwed and they're going to face serious punishment from the left. Their plan to rig the...
Two things here. Number one, I told you they've been screaming that we're going to steal the election for months because they know what's coming down the pipe. They'll lie to you and say, they know what's coming, but they know it's coming. That's why they've already said that. Number two, you do have to have your ID to register to vote. So why shouldn't you have to show your ID to make sure that that registered name, when you go to vote, you're that person? Number three, when you register to vote, if the SAVE Act passed, all you have to do then is show that you are an American citizen. You can do that with birth certificate. You can do that with your if you need to show a proof of your name change, your marriage certificate. But guess what? On page 19 of the original SAVE Act, which is, by the way, still there, there is a segment there, a section there that says, if you don't have all of this stuff, then don't worry. You can fill out an affidavit. And everybody has to go re-register to vote and just go fill out an affidavit then. So if you don't have your birth certificate, if you don't have your marriage license, if you don't have this, if you don't have that, fill out an affidavit of your name change, okay? But you will show that you're an American citizen, and you will show that ID on the day of voting. What sense does it make to show your ID to register but not show your ID when you go vote to match the face with the registered name? That makes no sense. And yes, I told you already, I don't know why this is a big shock to anybody. We are not letting you take any of the houses back. We're not letting you take the White House. We're not letting you take the Senate, and we're not letting you take the House of Representatives. You had your time to cheat in elections. Now it's our time to make sure you can never cheat again. And that means keeping you out. We'll keep you out. Stop adopting socialism and communism, which we actually have a law against passed in the 1950s. Deal with it. Or don't. Or don't get mail-in ballots, because the Postmaster General is already saying, I'm not giving you a damn thing in that state if you don't comply with handing over your voting rolls. And if you don't think that we have a voting problem, if you don't think that our elections are ripe for fraud, then how come 880,000 names were just taken off a voting roll in Oregon, forced off by Judicial Watch and Tom Fitton? 6 million altogether, year to date. Judicial Watch is responsible for clearing 6 million names off voting rolls that are ineligible, either dead, moved to a different state, or illegal alien. 6 million. 6 million would decide an election or not. Guarantee you all those 6 million were voting Democrat overwhelmingly, or at least ballots were coming back with that party affiliation on them. So if you've got 6 million voting rolls, names that have already been cleared off the voting rolls, which you don't have to be a genius. Google's free. Look it up. Almost 1 million in one swoop in Oregon last week alone. 6 million altogether, and he's not done. If you think we have secure elections, then tell me, how in the hell did 6 million names that shouldn't have been on those voter rolls get removed? How do they keep finding these if we've got the most secure elections in history? Are you going to argue against that too? Are you going to say fake news? Are you going to say that didn't happen? That's why you're a dumb piece of shit and nobody should talk with you. Speaking of dumb POSs, how about David Axelrod and Adam Kinzinger giving their expert advice on CNN?
National emergency over the midterms. How likely do you think that is?
I mean, I've been holding that it's not super likely, but we need to be ready for it. Because, again, I think it's something, it's to me, it's impossible to imagine how you can say it is a national security emergency, election security, particularly when every attempt to say that the election was stolen has been rejected in courts. And no.
There's nothing stopping him from saying it other than
There really isn't, and you'd have to take it to the Supreme Court. I mean, like I said, I haven't been worried, but of late, I would say I'm becoming increasingly a little more worried. But at the end of the day, if he does declare it, what is it that he can implement? Can he implement things like, you know, voter ID or no mail-in ballots for every state across the union? Probably not. And so is it going to be deployment of ICE, deployment of Homeland Security? I think we need to be cautious of it. But the point is, even talking about it damages people's faith in our elections. And when you damage faith in elections, that's how democracies are ultimately destroyed, is when people don't believe their voice counts.
Guess you shouldn't have stolen the 2020 election then, shouldn't you? Eli, do me a favor, because people have a hard time doing the most basic thing. Ask this question on any, I don't care what search engine you use. Did Judicial Watch get over 800,000 names removed off the voting rolls in Oregon? Did Judicial Watch get 800,000 names removed off the voting rolls in the state of Oregon? And let's see what producer Eli comes up with. This will show you, ladies and gentlemen, that search engines are free. And all you have to do is go and look them up. Over 800,000 in Oregon, which the governor even put a statement out about. And 6 million so far to date from all the states that he's filed these lawsuits in. Eli, do you have that information yet?
I do see something, when I Googled it on Threads, I did see 3 days ago, just in Judicial Watch removes 6 million names.
Oh, wait, hold on. Where was that? Where was that you just got that?
Threads. Damn it. Of course, I'm not signed up with it, so I can't go to the actual article. What a pain. Judicial Watch, 800,000 dirty names to be removed from Oregon voter rolls.
And what's that? What outlet is that?
Judicialwatch.org.
Oh. And I guarantee if you go to judicialwatch.org rather than typing stupid shit about fake news on YouTube, I'll guarantee you that the documents from the court documents are there. Can't lie. Can't lie. He's a nonprofit organization who takes people to court and wins all the time. Man, isn't that weird? 6 million people that shouldn't have been on there? Well, there's your proof of voter fraud right there. That's your proof. That's all the proof you need. Right there. Now, we're going to take a little break from me. I know you're probably sick of hearing from me, and we're going to go listen to James O'Keefe, because James O'Keefe, once again coming through, ladies and gentlemen, investigates duplicate absentee ballot return envelopes in Detroit, Michigan. Goes door to door to interview the affected voters. And this is what he got. But I bet this is fake too, right? It's always all fake, even though it gets put right in front of your retarded faces. James O'Keefe.
If you see here, you've got 2 different absentee ballots under your name.
That's illegal, right?
That's illegal. It's against the law, yeah. Oh shit.
You could you scrape one of them off or something?
Can I scrape it off?
OMG has discovered duplicate absentee ballot return envelopes in Detroit, Michigan with shockingly different signatures. So we visited voters who may have been affected to interview them on Michigan's primary day, August 4th.
But it's your signature is on both of these.
Okay, then what?
And it was
mistake then. They must have sent me too.
They must have made a mistake and sent you too.
Yeah, Disregard it. Don't bother me no more.
Oh, she slammed the door. Myrtle Harvey, the voter, admitting the city of Detroit has made a mistake, sent her two, which she filled out. One of the addresses on the duplicate absentee ballot return envelope led us to an abandoned building. The local police told us that this is an abandoned building. One was stamped as received September 8th. Hello. Do you guys know if this is an abandoned building?
Yeah.
When's the last time people lived here? You just drank here? And many of the voters reacted to our questions with hostility. 2020 election, do you remember that?
Well, what about?
It says September 26, 2020, and then October 3rd, 2020.
I ain't worried about no two. This is 26.
This is 2026.
Yeah, well, what the fuck is the 2020 got to do with it?
What the fuck does 2020 have to do with it?
Go, get off my porch.
Get off your property.
Go get the fuck up.
Okay. You'll notice Margaret here, look at the M there. On the other M, look at the M there. I'm not a handwriting expert. We'll leave that to you. And it appears as though nobody's lived here for a few years. And you can see this is not a stable place to step. My Naomi Price's name was listed twice. You can't tell me? And I just want to see, was that a mistake?
I can't tell you. They probably sent her 2 ballots and she just signed them, I guess. I don't know. I mean, what's that mean?
You can see we got the cars over there with the rims were being looked at.
Got to be careful of the music or else we'll get a flag on YouTube.
All right, we're just trying to make sure there's no fraud. All right, we're leaving. I can't hear what he's saying. The car's on. Can you turn?
From pointing from my house. Do you want me to get the dog?
Yeah, say, ladies and gentlemen, this is what mainstream media should be doing. Mainstream media should be going house to house to prove Republicans wrong. But they can't.
OMG obtained copies of duplicate absentee ballot return envelopes that were issued to individual voters. Take Lauren Christine Andretti, for example. What you are looking at are 2 separate absentee ballot return envelopes issued to her. One says ballot number 1691, and the other says 1692, a pretty serious discrepancy. Both were marked as received. However, these documents alone do not prove that 2 ballots were necessarily counted, and we're in the process of investigating that possibility, as we've now requested the complete qualified voter file history for all the subjects in this video. More on that later. More importantly, note how the signatures look drastically different. One envelope was signed in perfect cursive, the other was signed with illegible scribbling. It's hard to imagine these signatures came from the same person. Now, all of these records were obtained through a Freedom of Information Act to this building right behind me, the City of Detroit Law Department at the Coleman A. Young Municipal Center on 2 Woodward Avenue. These are certified records from the City of Detroit. We even scanned the barcode on the return envelope to confirm that they're linked to the same voter ID number. That left us with a more immediate question. If someone showed up on primary day at the polling location in Michigan claiming to be this voter, what safeguards would election workers require before issuing a ballot in the name of Lauren Andretti?
Can you at least look to make sure that I'm in the right place? Sure. The name is Lauren Christine Andretti, but I forgot my ID.
It's okay. Did you fill out the paper? You fill out this affidavit on the back. Fill it over and fill out the back part.
I'm so excited to be able to vote, to exercise our right, and how great it is to be able to vote, not having to show your ID.
Yeah? Yes. As long as you sign that affidavit saying I am who I say I am. Who are we to say you are?
It sounds like the book, I am. What is it, Sam? That's right. I am Sam. So I am who I say I am, Sam said.
After the polling station showed us they were willing to give us Lauren Andretti's ballot without any form of ID, we visited Lauren's house. We wanted to ask if she was aware of these duplicate absentee ballot return envelopes from 2020. Unfortunately, we didn't find Lauren Andretti here, and it wouldn't be an OMG investigation without a random pedestrian getting involved. James O'Keefe here in Detroit, Michigan, outside of this address. How are you?
Hi.
May I ask you a question?
What's the question?
Do you know of a Lauren Christine Andretti that lives there?
Who are you working for?
I'm an investigative reporter.
It looks like somebody's taking you from that vehicle right there. That looks kind of weird to me.
We got a cameraman right there. Yeah, we're the news organization.
Okay, well I'm not giving you permission to take me. And I have a police officer on the line with me right now.
You could call. It's a reporter. You call the police. They're going to call the police on us. That's okay. So, as I was saying, in the 2020 election, you'll see Lauren Andretti sign that signature right there, November the 1st. Also, another signature, a much different signature, also on November the 1st, 2000. Are you filming me?
I'm filming that guy filming me and everybody.
Why, sir? This story's not about you. It's about this address right here.
I understand that, but this doesn't look right.
Why doesn't it look right? Why do they always film me?
After that bizarre interaction, our next stop, the registered address of one Margaret Alma Bass, turned out to be a completely abandoned building.
You know, we're investigative reporters, so we're trying to be a little discreet. So there's no one actually living there? Not supposed to. Clearly very abandoned. We don't see any sign of life. These guys are staring at us. We got some neighbors here. So we're standing here in front of 16811 Greenfield Road in Detroit, Michigan. The local police told us that this is an abandoned building. You can see we got the cars over there with the rims were being looked at. This is wobbly. You see that this is very dangerous, and you can see there was a fire. This is not a stable place to step. Obviously, no one is up here, but this place, there's someone currently registered to vote. Margaret Bass voted in 2020 and 2024, according to the official GOP database. These are 2 absentee ballot envelopes with 2 signatures of Margaret A. Bass for the same election in 2020. You'll notice Margaret here, look at the M there. On the other M, look at the M there. I'm not a handwriting expert. We'll leave that
or
to
any
you.
of it.
Look at the A. In one signature, she puts an A. In the other signature, it's written out as Alma. One ballot was stamped as received September 8th. Hello. Do you guys know if this is abandoned building?
Yeah.
This is abandoned. People haven't lived here.
People did leave.
When's the last time people lived here?
I don't know.
Wait, you guys live here? You just drank here? They've been drinking booze here, but they just told us that nobody lives here.
We're standing up to the powers that tried to discredit us, silence us, smear us, raid us, and throw us in.
So what do you guys think about all that? So if that's not fraud, then what is? If having dual signatures and all that, if that's not fraud, what is? If getting 6 million voters off a voting roll that shouldn't be there, which is the state's job to do that prior to every election and certify their election machines, which they don't, if that's not fraud, then what is? That to me is fraud. And let's say it's not. Let's say I'm wrong and there's no actual mischief agendas there. It's still incompetency and it still shows a fraudulent number of votes. Because mail-in ballots are coming in with duplicate names that are not the same, addresses that are not the same, meaning that it's the same name, same person, wrong address doesn't match. Right address, wrong name, signature doesn't match. Same name, completely 2 different signatures. Millions of people taking off voting rolls. People saying, I didn't do that. I never voted for that. People concerned that they might be in trouble because somebody voted for them in their name when they already voted. How's that not voter fraud? Back to the video here.
We are the media now.
We are the media
now.
Now,
one of the things that we've heard people say is, well, this was in 2020. This is 6 years ago.
She said something about 2020.
2020.
6 years ago. I don't know now.
All I know in 2020 I had COVID. I don't know what was going on.
It took 3 to 4 years just to get these records and go through them. Part of the problem is a system that's so complex and so layered, it takes years even to get the information, let alone go through it analog style. Millions of documents that we've had to go through.
Do you recognize her signature?
Do you think that's her?
It might be her, but I don't know. I don't keep up with that. They probably sent her 2 ballots and she just signed them, I guess. I don't know. I mean, what's that mean?
At the next house, we couldn't tell whether the homeowner's pit bull was actually restrained. No one expected our security guard to walk straight toward it to find out.
I'm gonna get up and check.
Careful.
Oh boy.
Are you for real? Like, what happened if that dog wasn't on a chain?
So you guys can go and watch James O'Keefe's video. He's got about another 9 minutes of that. But I got to tell you, folks, these, it's not about so much litigating 2020. It's about mitigating things that happened in 2020 so they don't happen again and being aware of it. Yes, we want to litigate 2020. We want to actually litigate it too. Not the 60 judges that threw it out with no standing. I hate that argument. 60 judges, including Trump judges, threw it out of court. None of them heard or allowed the actual evidence in court. They threw it out before it could even make its way there. A majority of them on standing, which again, I don't understand, because standing means you were not affected by this. You are not an affected party. You're not privy to this, or you don't have the ability, I should say, to bring this suit or this complaint because you are not a party that was directly affected. How is the voters of a state not directly affected? We asked that on those days. I remember those judges throwing it out, but they weren't throwing it out on merit. They didn't even look at the thousands of affidavits from people. They didn't even look at the video footage. They didn't even look at the thumbnails. They didn't even look at the machines and the data that was pumping out of those machines. They looked at none of that. So anytime anybody says, oh, there's 60 threw it out, not a single judge allowed the information in court. They'll all fall back on that. Just like they'll say, oh, Joe Biden created 13.6 million jobs, even though we proved yesterday that he only created 5.3 million private sector jobs, which is still amazing for him. I couldn't even believe there was that much. 2 million government jobs and the rest were bounced back. It's all lies. Every bit of it. Now, an Obama judge expands a block on key parts of President Trump's executive order on mail-in voting. But don't worry, this will only go so far, just like everything else. A federal judge on Tuesday blocked the U.S. Postal Service from restricting mail-in voting. U.S. District Judge Indira Talwani, an Obama appointee, expanded her previous block on President Trump's executive order on mail-in voting. The Boston-based judge previously blocked President Trump's order on his March 2025 executive order, specifically his attempt to create a federal voter list. In March of 2025, President Trump signed an executive order 14248, preserving and protecting the integrity of American electors. Quote, free and fair and honest elections, unmarried by fraud, errors, or suspicion, are fundamental to maintaining our constitutional republic. The right, it's so nice to hear somebody actually refer to it as a constitutional republic, which it is, not a democracy. The right of American citizens to have their votes properly counted and tabulated without illegal dilution is vital to determining the rightful winner of an election. But this judge has thrown out her little bit of weight around, but don't worry, she'll be overridden. She'll be overridden on this. This is just, it's constant. We talked about it yesterday, lawfare. Lawfare from attorneys generals and judges. Don't worry. He'll win like he has every other case. And if he didn't outright win the case, like the tariffs, well, they set him up to use a different law to bring the tariffs back, and he did. And the tariffs have never stopped. Never. Now, this is the last story before we move on to some more election news, and this is the House GOP turned up the heat. Vendor ordered to turn over the records after New Jersey registered 6,600 non-citizens and hundreds actually cast those ballots. We talked about that. We don't need to rehash exactly what happened, but we do want to tell you that House Republicans are now demanding answers from the technology contractor at the center of New Jersey's explosive voter registration scandal after the state officials acknowledged that they found roughly 6,600 people who identified themselves as non-citizens on the ballot. House Judiciary Committee and the Committee on the House Administration sent a formal oversight letter to CEO Matt Cole on Tuesday, seeking documents and communications that could reveal who knew what, when they knew it, and why the problem was not disclosed publicly for 2+ years. The scandal erupted in July. We don't need to rehash that, but that's what it's all about, folks. And by the way, those were volunteered by the state of New Jersey so that Democrats could go, see, we are fighting voter fraud. We found 6,600. Good. Give us the rest. Give us the rest. Bring your best people, bring your best staffers, your third-party moron CEOs. Bring them all. We'll all get in a room together and we'll go over it together on camera. And we'll find out how many illegal voters you actually have on those voter rolls. We'll find out. I'm up for it. You? Should be every state. Every state should have the cleanest voting rolls. If you don't think a state should have clean voter rolls, then you are all for election fraud. If you don't think that a state should have the people that are actually living in that state be the only people that are voting, and the people that live in that state are U.S. citizens that should be the only one voting, then you want voter fraud. And you want the Democrats to cheat. And you don't want free and fair elections. And you are a liar. Right back after Rise Up.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
You can get your light and medium roast American pecan, both in regular and decaf, and you can get the dark rich Sumatra Gold, which is the dark roasted coffee, all roasted right here in Iowa. Get yours today, jeremyherrell.com or lfatv.us. Hey, Eli, you know what I always wondered? I wonder how many of the so-called lefties that do watch on YouTube actually buy stuff from us. Hate our guts online, but buy the coffee and drink it. Probably wearing an LFA TV hat while saying, host is on some list somewhere.
Yeah, I could see them like buying the products just to like shoot them or destroy them or burn them and be like, guess I showed them.
Yeah, thanks for the purchase. Also want to give a big shout out to OFP Farms, OFPfarms.com, promo code LFA. There they are right there, folks. Farm-crafted goat milk and tallow skincare. Now, my wife used to do this. My wife used to do this for a long time, years actually, had her own business. And when I started LFA TV and I was gone constantly and I was on the road, she had to stop doing this. The reason why I tell you about that is because I understand the hard work that it goes into this. And I'll tell you, OFP Farms puts the hard work into it, folks. 15% off the entire month of August if you use promo code LFA. and Denise and Corey are working diligently day by day in their small farm with big love to produce the greatest goat milk and tallow skincare that you could possibly buy. That includes soap, lotions, beard and bath oils, deodorants, and more. Get box sets, get seasonal gift sets, and more at ofpfarms.com using promo code LFA. Big shout out to those folks over at the OFP Farms. All right? Okay. The State Department. The State Department has revoked over 175,000 visas to date for criminals and others during Trump's second term. Hey, can we get Ilhan Omar's revoked? That would be nice. C. Gao says, having a really good day. Thanks for the news, Jeremy. In New Jersey, Stan, escapee on the Gulf of America. Hey, that's awesome. We'll have a good time, and thank you for being here. I want to give a big shout out to Lonnie18. You know what she just said? I'm going to try to volunteer at the polls here in New Jersey. So much inspiration that gives. When I see people in our live chat say, you know what? I'm running for county clerk. I'm running for county commissioner. I'm running for school board. I'm helping somebody run. I'm out there knocking on doors. I'm handing out signs. I'm registering people to vote. I'm volunteering at our polling station. That gives me so much inspiration. You don't even know. We've been working on that for 5 years to get people involved. If you guys remember the stolen election of 2020, that night we started saying, okay, it's time to get regular people involved. It's time to get rid of these rhinos. And how many rhinos have we purged from the Republican Party in that time? Jeremy, CBS did a story on the largest truck stop in Iowa. Yes, it's not too far from my home. Wow, that place. Do you know about that truck stop? It's amazing. Yes, I do know about that truck stop. It's also the #1 human and sex trafficking point on a highway in the country. It is a big place. It's only about 15 miles from my house. I've been there many, many times. It is an amazing place, but a lot of trafficking goes through there because 800 plus trucks will be parked in that parking lot at any given time. It is the world's largest truck stop. It's pretty amazing, but that part isn't. So if they can get that figured out, then great. But I didn't know that they did a special on it, so I'll be over there to check it out. The U.S. State Department announced on Monday that the administration has revoked the visas of over 175,000 individuals since President Trump took office for the second term. The majority of these visas were revoked due to law enforcement encounters for a range of criminal activities, with assault, driving under the influence, theft, and drug crimes being the lead causes. A significant share of these visas were revoked for reckless driving, sexual assault, child abuse, fraud, and embezzlement, and other crimes. The department added, this is good news. This is what we want to happen, folks. As of right now, with voluntary and involuntary, President Trump is responsible for removing 4 million illegal aliens, close to 4 million illegal aliens out of this country. We need double that for the next 3 years. That's what we need. Double that every year for the next 3 years. And then we'll be doing something good. But this that the State Department is doing under Marco Rubio, I'm all for it.
We have some breaking news now. The State Department has just exclusively revealed to Fox that it's revoked 175,000 visas since the start of President Trump's second term. That is up from the 100,000 in December. The majority of the new revocations were over criminal activity, including sexual assault, child abuse, fraud, reckless driving, and embezzlement. Multiple visas were also revoked for immigrants who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yep. Oh, I'm just typing something to somebody here on YouTube real quick. This guy just sells supplements and he's a fraud like Donald Trump, but yet you're in there watching every day, contributing to my job. Thank you very much. Just you being there is a contribution to what we do here at LFA TV. Without you, LFA TV doesn't thrive. With you, LFA TV thrives. So thank you, everybody on YouTube, for giving us your undivided attention every day and allowing me to mentally dominate you and command your daily viewership right here on LFA TV. Let's get into some wins. Look at this. MAGA's dead. How often do we do this, folks? MAGA is dead. MAGA's dead. MAGA's dead. Well, then tell me how these MAGA-endorsed candidates keep winning every single time we have another election. Pete Stauber wins. Tom Emmer wins. Brad Finstad wins. Michael Alfonso wins. Jerry Carl wins. Gary Palmer wins. Who else we got here? Rhett Marquez wins. Michelle Fishback, not James Fishback, wins. Brian Steele wins. Derek Van Orden wins. Scott Fitzgerald wins. Glenn Grothman, excuse me. And to round out the bottom here, Todd Wide, Tom Tiffany, and Darlene Graham, which is the sister of Lindsey Graham. Boy, it seems like to me that President Trump's endorsement record actually gets higher every single time that there's another primary. Now, will his endorsement record actually translate into the general? It will in some states. It won't in others. But I'll tell you what is not going to happen. We're not giving you control back of the House. We're not giving you control back of the Senate. And we're not giving you control back of the White House. You're going to have to take it from us. And you're not going to do it as long as the Save America Act is not in there and fraudulent elections and fraudulent names are on voting rolls. Here's what I would do if I was President Trump. If it was me. And again, I'm not president, so I've not been in that position, so I can't really have too much of an opinion on how he handles things. But in a hypothetical situation, if this was me, I would say, I'm going to call in a state of national emergency over these elections unless every state gives us their voting rolls by the end of August. You have till the end of August, which is roughly 18 days, just shy of 3 weeks. Those dumbasses out there who don't do Common Core, okay? I'm going to call in a state of national emergency unless every one of you hands over those voting rolls by the end of August. You have 18 days, clock starts now. How fast do you think they'd do it? Well, it would show fraud. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they wouldn't, and maybe they would try to fight Donald Trump in court, but he has the absolute executive authority to do this. He can't even be challenged on this. It wouldn't go anywhere. He has the unbridled executive authority to do exactly what Wayne Allen Root said. There's nothing they could do to stop it. There's no Supreme Court that would stop it. Nobody. So, what do you think? Should President Trump offer an ultimatum of his own? Either give us your dirty voter rolls so we can clean them off and have somewhat clean elections, or I call a state of emergency over these fraudulent elections and I come and confiscate them anyways. How do you want to play this game? Because we can play it one of two ways. My way or the highway. Which way would you like to do or go? That's what I think should happen. Absolutely. Force their hands. Absolutely. Old Dog says he does have a deadline at which point he is going to do that, and they're walking right into it. Old Dog, you are ahead of the curve. You think exactly how I'm thinking. But it is nice to watch it all play out, isn't it? With about 3,000 live viewers here on Rumble, I want to say thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. If you've not yet reached down and clicked that thumbs up, then please do that. We got Congressman Randy Fine coming on in exactly 20 minutes. So let's get through what happened with the elections last night. Brilliant and beautiful former NFL reporter Michelle Tafoya wins the GOP Senate primary in Minnesota. That's a good win we got last night. That's a good win. Now, it is Minnesota, and you know what happens up there, right? You know what happens up there. Mini Somalia. She did win, though. And she is a Fox News contributor. She won the Republican primary. She did well in the inner primaries. She promises to crush fraud. Great state to promise that in. All those leering centers and daycare centers that they're just shut down. You know, that's another weird thing. If these businesses were legit, the leering centers and the daycare centers and the food the food providing companies for underprivileged kids, where are they now? Why'd they close down? You telling me that Nick Shirley closed them down because of his reporting on them and they were legit? Or does it sound more like Nick Shirley shut them down because of his reporting and they were not legit? Where are all those daycares now? They just seem to be gone. Where's those Leering centers? Well, they're just gone. So if there's any place where you're going to crush fraud, that is the place to do it. She's a 4-time Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, record-setting NFL sideline reporter, and now a political and cultural commentator focused on accountability, integrity, and family-first leadership. So there's one win we pulled out last night. That's good. Let's get into Trump-endorsed Darlene Graham, which I understand is going to a runoff in that state. But more than likely, she's going to walk away with it because, you know, people of South Carolina loved them some Lindsey Graham. Darlene Graham, sister of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, advanced in the South Carolina Republican special election primary on Tuesday. Darlene Graham will go off in a face-off with Ralph Norman in the August 25th runoff. President Trump endorsed Darlene Graham last month. Says we've known each other for a long time. Obviously, was friends with Lindsey. I am not a fan of Lindsey Graham, or was not. But his sister seems to be a little bit more not flailing in the wind, right? Darlene, who comes from an absolutely incredible family, this is President Trump, I believe, has been a winner all her life, and she should accept, and should she accept my complete and total endorsement in the special election for U.S. Senate in South Carolina, she will never let you down. Run, Darlene, run. And she's going to go off to a runoff with Ralph Norman. So I guess we'll see how that ends up. My prediction is she'll win. I just don't see how she loses in that state. Wild Rose said she's more MAGA than Lindsey. Yes, she is, absolutely. So we'll see where that goes. But Eli, there's no fraud in elections, they say. Well, then tell me what happened here.
Please explain
I'll try.
what happened here.
So I just talked to George Christensen. He oversees the Milwaukee County part of this, and this is where they were waiting for these thumb drives. I'm told there's 9 of them. They come from Central Count. They take those thumb drives over to the county. The county then does their things to get the results from Central Count.
Okay.
5 of the 9 thumb drives did not include the results. They had the audit log, but they did not have the results. So they don't have all the results coming from Central Count. So they're going back to Central Count to get those thumb drives updated correctly, to go back to the county to then provide the results. Time-wise?
Hour.
That's what George said.
Clearly a fixable situation. It's clearly everything can be tracked, there's a record of everything. This is the last thing the city of Milwaukee and Milwaukee County need on an election night where Steve Kornacki right here is bent over, at the knees going, we're waiting for what? Milwaukee County did what? I mean, the national audience is seeing Milwaukee City and County.
It's Milwaukee.
Yeah.
This is Milwaukee numbers. These are the Central Count
So
numbers.
the city put the wrong stuff on the drives.
I don't know if they put the wrong stuff. They just didn't include the results.
They didn't put the right stuff on the drives.
Right, the right stuff. And so it was in 5 out of those 9, what we call the sticks, the thumb drives, right? And so that's where those results, those 27,000 votes, that's the number I keep hearing. And that's a big number. That's a big number.
Please explain
I'll try.
what happened here.
Yeah. 28,000 ballots. A human error causes a delay in about 28,000 ballots. So, for the people with low IQ that might be watching, let me explain this to you. How is this voter fraud? Well, here's how it is. Because if you can say in one breath that the Russians influenced our elections in real time with misinformation and disinformation campaigns, if you're out there and you say that still today, even though it's been debunked and even the top left has said it's been debunked, except for Adam Schiff, he's still riding that horse. But if you can say that, then you also have to acknowledge that real-time stuff like this also influences elections. Especially if the election is still going on and you see some of this trickery and this effery going on while people are still in line voting. Meaning like, oh, sorry, everybody. Voting machines have all been broke. They all just stopped working, apparently. Everybody has to leave the line, and then you can come back. That is voter suppression and voter fraud. Or how about this one? We can now call this race for Francesca Hong, and we can say this with pretty much certainty that she's going to win based on exit polling, based on predictive modeling, and based on polling. We're going to predict she didn't win. So what happens is if somebody's out there and they're doing this during voting and voting still hasn't stopped, people go, oh well, looks like they've already put it out for her to win. I'm not going to go vote anyway. That's voter fraud. Fraud is rampant. Or how about this? When you're watching TV during the 2020 election and the 2022 midterms and you see vote totals changed from one person to the other. You see one person up and then you see their number drop and you see the other person's number go up by the number that person dropped. Oh, that was just an error. That was a glitch. Those are all forms of voter fraud. And it should be as easy as counting. One person votes for this person. One person votes for this person. One person votes for this person. Until the person with the most votes goes on to win. Because generally, if you get the most votes in these places with these electors, those electors are forced to give you the vote anyway. 5 thumb drives or sticks. Whatever happened to the chain of command? Whatever happened to the chain of custody? Whatever happened to keeping eyes on everything all the time? How did you not put the information that you needed in order to call an election properly on 5 thumb drives, and then it took an hour of delay because they had to go back and get them? Oh, you mean so that there was mistakes in the chain of custody already, but you expect us not to believe that there's going to be any mistakes now that you're going to retrieve these mistakes? So stupid.
So basically what we need to do is go back to the operations center and we're going to download out of those 5 machines the results and make sure that's not the audit log. So we have the reports printed from the first download. We're going to reprint and start the process so that we can compare those results. We invite you to come join us. Milwaukee Police Department will come with us too. And so we'll re-download those results and then send them back here to be uploaded.
5 machines are at issue?
Correct. Not the machines, the sticks. So the download process was the audit log was downloaded, not the results.
Out of how many sticks?
9.
And so you will only be redoing those 5 sticks?
Correct.
But we can't know all of the results, and we can't see these 4 sticks worth of results that were done correctly.
Can you?
How come whenever they find mail-in ballots that they had lost, they're always predominantly Democrat? How come when mail-in ballots get dumped really late at night after an election should already be called, how come they're always skewed and heavy towards Democrat? How come when there's mistakes like this where a machine shuts down or a thumb drive doesn't or a stick doesn't get passed on with the proper chain of custody, how come it's always Democrat-run Secretary of State's offices or Democrat-run governors? How come it's always skewed towards them to benefit them? It's never on the other side. The last problem Republicans had when it came to this was the hanging chads in Florida at the turn of the millennium and the century. How come it's always one way? Isn't that weird? I think that's weird. I don't know if you saw the thumbnail for today, but producer Eli killed it. Might have been his best thumbnail he's ever made, called Hung Out to Dry. That's right. Hung out to dry. She's gone. See you later, alligator.
Francesca Hong in the Wisconsin gubernatorial primary.
Yeah, a lot of attention on that race. However, progressive Democrats did find some success in Minnesota with Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan winning her primary for Minnesota Senate.
To react to these results, Republican strategist and Cornerstone strategist principal Cassie Smedley joins us now. Cassie, thanks for talking to us about this. But, you know, first and foremost, I know this was a close race, but Hong was supposed to wipe the floor with this. It wasn't even really supposed to be a race. So my question to that is this DSA messaging and trying to get these socialists elected, is it as effective as what they're trying to make everyone say?
Well, good morning to you both. I think it's a couple of things. One, I was in Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin, over the weekend. That's where my in-laws live. And the general sentiment around there, which is very working class, blue collar, and largely Democratic, frankly, was we don't really understand where she came from. That's not really the person that we're going to vote for. That's not someone we're interested in. We hope that's not the person we have to vote for. So the sentiment on the ground versus the sentiment that was being captured on social media and even in the polling was seemingly out of step, because Wisconsin, from a Democrat perspective, is a traditionally blue collar working class state. And this DSA message you're talking about, Francesca Hong's message, and Francesca Hong, frankly, as a candidate, just wasn't jiving with that.
Yeah, I know. The polls had her walking away with that, running away with that. The polls also had Abdul Amana Muhammad Al Saeed Al Akbar also winning by a staggering amount. What did he win by? 1%? The socialist message is dying already. They would love to call it the communist message, but they can't. Now, I will say that race went up and down and back and forth and up and down. And in the end, she was hung out to dry. But even mainstream media and MS Now could not believe where this major, rare, huge dump came in for Hong right there at the end. And they're like, where'd this come from? It didn't come from here. It didn't come from here. It didn't come from over there. Can anybody tell us where this dump came from? And these are the people that are lock in step with these idiots. And they were still confused. Where did this big dump come in for Hong as she was being hung out to dry? Watch this.
Wow. Now, do we know, are we in the city? Are we in the county? Can we tell here?
Taking a look.
Okay. What I just said a minute ago, this is super, super interesting. Because demographically, this is the kind of place that Hong should be doing well. And this is going to be the number 2 vote producer in the state tonight. And it is, though, Crowley's political base, but it's, that's almost half the vote in Milwaukee County that just came in. Adam's trying to figure out here. Oh, while Adam's looking at that, we got Brown County. Okay, we said now this is Brown County, Green Bay, the Bow counties. We said this is.
Yeah, there's another video of him going, where did this all come from? But again, he was so confused. He's like, wait, what's going on here? This is his district. And we already thought that this dump came in, but this is his district where he's supposed to be doing well in, and she's getting all these. Well, that's odd, because I thought we already got that. But it was nice to see a socialist lose. Oh, here it is. Here's the video. I got it right here. Thought so. Thought I had it in queue. Got to hurry up here because we got our guest coming in 5 minutes. So here we go.
Wow. What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that that was huge for her.
Yeah, so that was about
watch how dumbfounded
18,000 votes. And she nets 2,000.
Question. Was that that wasn't central count, was it?
It's possible. There's no remaining vote in Brown according to our counter. I'll check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count, this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If he just got buried in central count Green Bay,
it was 44-34. Hong over Crowley.
Okay, yeah, can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just, and do we think there's central count left for?
They don't even know where the votes are coming from. They're like, I don't know where those votes are coming from. If you're just joining in, yes, Francesca Hong is now hung out to dry. She officially lost her primary.
That you don't think the media has
picked up on over the course of this campaign thus far? Is there any information about yourself, your background, that you think voters are potentially missing out on?
I've cooked many great Thanksgiving dinners.
Oh, I bet you have.
And I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving.
Now, somebody said Jeremy Crowley is just as crazy as she is, except Crowley's not calling openly for socialism. Now, we got this 17 hours ago. Republicans are now favored to flip Wisconsin Governor Manchin from blue to red for the first time this year. The GOP leads 50.1 to 49.9. Boy, I'll tell you what, this socialist message is tearing the Democrat Party apart. You know, like I said, we had our own internal Republican civil war after the stolen election of 2020. We all band together and said, okay, time to remove these rhinos. Now, we got about 5 left, 5 real hardcore rhinos left. The Democrats are just starting this, folks. They're just starting their civil war. And unfortunately for them, their civil war is with socialists who would love to call themselves communists, except there's an actual law on the books against that from the 1950s. Now, Mike Lindell. We got a guest coming on in 2 minutes, Congressman Randy Fine from Florida. But in the meantime, Mike Lindell. Why did Mike Lindell lose his primary to Lisa DeMuth? Well, one word, folks. Amnesty. You can't be throwing those words around, even partially, as a Republican in an election year, especially when you are leading the Republican field by so much, and then you go, oh, I want to do amnesty for blah, 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 and then all of a sudden you drop like a rock. What did you think was going to happen? We tried to tell you.
Fought the fraud and stood up to the radical far left. I'm Lisa Damon. Under one-party Democrat control, Minnesota became a magnet for fraud. Fake Somali daycares stealing our money and handouts for illegal immigrants. When Tim Walz cowered, I ended taxpayer-funded health care for illegal immigrants and said no to tax hikes because we shouldn't pay for their fraud. Amy Klobuchar won't end the fraud. I will.
That's right. Amy Klobuchar will not end that fraud. Now, did you want Mike Lindell to win? Possibly. But Mike Lindell, maybe he got screwed in the end. Maybe there was something funny going on there. I mean, it is Minnesota, but I want you to look at these right here. This right here. Look at these odds. Now, this is Polymarket. I want you to look where Mike Lindell was prior to saying amnesty. Look where he was. He's the red line. He is the red line. She's the blue. Look what happened at the moment that he said amnesty. You think that people aren't going to catch that? You think that people aren't going to throw a fit over that? This is our country. This is our livelihood we're talking about. And you're talking about amnesty? Did I want him to win? Yes. I think he's a stand-up guy. I think he's a good guy. Maybe he misspoke. Maybe he didn't. But the fact of the matter is, he said amnesty. And you can't say that as a Republican, especially not in an election year where you're trying to win. And I know that the gentleman that I'm going to bring on next here from the great state of Florida, he knows how to win elections. He knows what's at stake. He knows what socialism is going to do to this country, especially when it's masked in the dirty burqa of Islam, because that's where it predominantly sits. Congressman Randy Fine joins LFA TV for the second time. How you doing? Oh, you're muted. Muted on your end there, but that's all right. We'll get him back on here in just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as we get the audio figured out, he'll speak up and we'll know that he's good to go. But anyway, there we go. We got you.
You can hear me now?
Now I can hear you. How you doing today?
Sorry about that. This is what happens when I do this myself.
You guys are supposed to have people for that stuff. You're congressman now.
Yeah, well, it's a busy time. We've got a primary next Tuesday, and so I'm all over the place. So have computer, have backdrop, will travel. So
well, first of all, thank you for coming on. I admire the fight that you're in, because you're not only in the fight that we're just talking about, but you're in a whole nother fight of the, Jew bad, Israel bad, Jews killing everybody, they're the worst of people in the world, Muslims are right, Jews are wrong. So you're fighting that too, and you're fighting a crazy person who apparently is taking, in my opinion, steroids in the top half of his body and skipped every leg day on the bottom half of his body. But tell us a little bit about that campaign in Florida right now.
Well, it's going well. Look, it is a challenge. We're seeing something that we've never seen before in American politics, which is direct foreign spending in a race. This weirdo that I'm running against, Dan Bilzerian, is accepting unlimited money from foreign sources that cannot be tracked. He's operating, he claims to be operating a political committee called the Florida First Action Network, but they are not registered with the Federal Election Commission, and they've now spent about $1 million trying to influence my race. This is going to be a real problem that we see across the country. I think this cycle of foreign money literally coming in, not people who care about foreign issues, but actual unknown foreign money. We talk about dark money in politics. This is ghost money in politics. And particularly from someone who is just disgusting and calls for the death of all Jews, who inspired someone to draw a swastika on one of my yard signs. I mean, we're just talking about real evil, and we've got to stamp it out in our own party.
Well, you're talking about that dark money. The funny thing about that is, and look, I look into this stuff all the time. I talk about the dark money, and I talk about the money in politics as a whole. But this money coming in for candidates like Bilzerian, all right, it's not coming in because they support him. It's coming in because they don't support your faith and your outlook on life. They don't support the Jewish part of you, so they'll support him, regardless of what he says. And you see that same thing playing out everywhere. That's where that money's coming in, and that's why we're seeing communism and socialism rise.
The funny thing is, we don't know where the money's coming from and what its purpose. This isn't dark money. To be clear, the organization spending the money is not registered anywhere. So we have no idea where the money's coming from. But frankly, it could be Democrat and socialist money to try to help get someone elected in a primary who the Republican Party would have to walk away from if he won the nomination, and then let the Democrats take the seat. We don't know where the money's coming from, but what we do know is it's someone willing to go to federal prison for a very long time because they're willing to give $1 million to a criminal enterprise. It's really amazing stuff.
So is this money going to a PAC and not to him directly?
No, it's going to nowhere. So a group that named itself the Florida First Action Network is buying advertisements. So that sounds like a PAC, right?
Yeah.
But if you go to the Federal Elections Commission and you type in that name, there is no such group filed by that name. There's no group filed by that name with the IRS, with the Federal Elections Commission, with any government entity. So it's not dark money, it's ghost money. It is a fake organization. But what we do know is Dan Bilzerian's attorney, a guy by the name of Anthony Sabatini, who he's paid $10,000 to, is running this ghost committee because he was forced to put his name on a document in order to buy the TV ads. So we know that Bilzerian is behind it, this criminal activity, but we don't know where the money's coming from. We have no idea.
So isn't that automatically by default, just by basically what you just told me, a violation of the FEC? I mean, isn't that a violation of Federal Election Commission?
This is felony federal stuff, yeah.
And so this wouldn't be James Youthmeyer's alley. This would be up DOJ's alley, right? Could James Youthmeyer also get involved?
I don't know if there's any federal criminal state level criminal activity, but it's clearly federal criminal activity. Sabatini is going to go to prison for this on many, many levels. One of which is in federal campaigns, you're not allowed to coordinate your campaign with any outside group because campaigns can only take $3,500 maximum, and it has to come from an individual. Outside groups can take an unlimited amount, and they can take it from corporations and not just individuals.
Yeah.
So because of that, there can be no coordination between the two. And for Bilzerian's attorney, who he's paid $10,000 to be running this fake committee, That's a federal crime. So Sabatini will likely go to prison for a very long time, let alone for the crime of literally running a ghost committee that does not exist. How they're even paying for what they're doing, I don't know. But I suspect when the FBI peels back the onion, he'll turn out he's just laundering the money through his law firm or something.
Well,
it's absolutely criminal stuff.
Well, let me say two things on that. Number one, I believe Bill Bilzerian has, I mean, he's a millionaire, right? I mean, he has millions of dollars from all the scams and things that he's done over his years. I believe he was at one time a millionaire. I don't know if he still is. But I don't know if he's funding his own campaign or not. But what you just said to me sounds like a blatant violation of the Federal Election Commission. And then going on to Anthony Sabatini, he's one of those guys, Randy, that long ago, he was on the team. He's like the Tucker Carlson. Long ago, these people were people like in 2016 that were fighting alongside me and many other people to get President Trump elected. And then over the years, they've fallen off. And then you see them online out of nowhere. You forget about them. You see them online and they're on there talking about how President Trump needs to be impeached and AIPAC this and Jews are killing that. And I'm like, what happened to some of these people? Look at Tucker. Tucker has Hunter on and the two are playing touch putt in the park with each other. I don't understand what happened to some of these people that used to be considered heavy hitters. Is it money? Is it demonic? I don't know. It's weird though.
Well, I think it's a combination of both. I think there's money involved for sure. And in the case of what I'm dealing with right now, it's probably foreign money. And I'm sure Sabatini's getting paid to facilitate this federal felony. But in the case of both of them, I think there's also serious mental problems. You know, I mean, it's well known Sabatini has a substance abuse problem. And you know, I suspect Tucker's taken too many of those nicotine pouches. I'm sure, you know, anything in moderation is fine. But you know, when Tucker said he was attacked by a demon, we probably should believe him. I mean, it's you know, I think these people I think they're just mentally unwell. I think that's part of it as well.
Yeah, you could see that. I mean, and you know, the ones that are mentally unwell, as opposed to the ones that probably are getting a payday, the ones that are mentally unwell physically change the way they look. Like the Kathy Griffins of the world or the Owen Schroyers of the world, they physically change, and you're like, whoa. So that brings me back to this question then. Here, when is your primary and what, I mean, it's probably a stereotypical answer that you're going to give because there's not any other answer you could give, but what do you need from here to that point to push you over the edge? Is it door knockers? Is it volunteers? Is it more signs? Is it more TV ads? What is it that you need to get over that and push that aside?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I think what most important thing is we need people to go out and vote. They can vote early between now and Saturday in any of the 6 counties I represent, or they can go and they can vote next Tuesday, I think. Or if they have a mail-in ballot, make sure that's returned. I mean, that's the number one thing. The number two thing is we are continuing to raise resources for the campaign so that we can continue. You know, when you've got infinity foreign money, it's not dark money, I've got to be clear, ghost money flooding into a campaign, you know, that's where we are. But we've got people door knocking and doing those kind of things. If people want to help, we'll take the help, but having the resources to try to respond to this, you know, foreign funded material that's out there, and then making sure people vote.
Well, yeah, because I'll tell you what, I don't know if you know this or not. I was talking to your staff there. I have formally announced to the audience, not to officially on paper yet, but I formally announced that I'll be running for District 1 in Iowa against somebody who's an incumbent already, who I'm actually campaigning for right now. But one thing that I know is I could not believe the amount of money that was needed to be raised in this state for a position like that. And when I got deeper into the Republican Party here, and I said, why on God's green earth does $4+ million need to be raised in a district for a congressional seat? You know, $4 million, that's quite a lot of money. And they said, because if you don't, then every ad that you have on your free TV, your Freevee, your Tubi, your Samsung TV is going to be an ad about how bad you are. And there's going to be nothing to combat it. And overall, repeat messaging just wears people down and you'll be screwed. And I'm like, well, that sucks because, you know, you shouldn't have to raise $4 million plus to win, you know, based on your ideas and your agenda.
Yeah, look, campaigns are expensive, and that is absolutely true. Particularly if you're in a competitive race, people regularly spend $4 or $5 million. Give you a sense, I send a mail piece to Republican primary voters that costs about $50,000. I mean, it's you know, I mean, look, think about it this way: 70,000 people, 70 cents a mail piece. Postage is expensive. That gets you to 50 grand. So, I mean, you can spend a lot of money in these races very, very quickly. And so that's why you've got to raise a lot. And, and it's one thing when you're following the rules and you're raising that money from Americans at that $3,500 or less amount. It's another thing when you're competing, as I am, with, with foreign money that's completely unknown.
For the people out there who don't say, we got a lot of Floridians who watch. For whatever reason, let's say hypothetically, they don't know much about you.
Right.
I've described you as a candidate who aligns with President Trump, who votes for his agenda, votes for his bills. That's what I've seen. Can you just explain a little bit about your voting record, who you are, what your constituents say, what you've been able to do for them, just in a kind of a 5,000-foot overview, real quick?
Yeah. So I'm a new congressman. I only got elected last April. I was a lifetime entrepreneur. That's what I did with my career. From the time I went to college till the time I retired at 40. That was what I did. I built businesses. And then I retired so I could spend more time with my kids. But my wife decided she didn't sign up for a stay-at-home husband who was 40 years old. So I ended up running for the state legislature. I served in the Florida House for 8 years. Was the architect behind much of the education policy that we did, as well as much of the woke policy that we took on. I ran the bill to end drag queen story time in Florida. I ran the bill that ended taking kids to drag shows. I ran the bill that made it illegal to cut a 14-year-old's body parts off. Those were my bills. And I also helped fix education. I ran for the state Senate. I won that. And then as soon as I won the state Senate, when President Trump won, 2 years ago, President Trump called and asked me to run for Congress. So before I was sworn in to the state Senate, I actually announced I was running for Congress. So I am the shortest serving state senator in the history of Florida. And I got elected last May the 1st. And, I'm known as a guy who's willing to say what needs to be said, fight the fights that need to happen. You talked about mainstream Islam. I heard a little bit while ago when I came on. I'm one of the people more than anyone who's willing to call it out for the threat that it is in this country. And I'm a guy who's out willing to fight. And frankly, the biggest problem we have is we have too many who aren't. The left is willing to fight. They're willing to die to advance their causes. And our guys, too many of them are like, well, I just want to be polite. I don't want to rock the boat. How do we all get along? I'm like, that time is long past. I didn't come to Washington to work with Democrats. I came to Washington to beat them. And that's what I'm trying to do every
I
day.
might have to steal that or borrow it from you or lease it from you or something. I'm not coming to Washington to make friends or support Democrats. I come to beat them. That's great. And you're right. You've been outspoken about the Muslim dog stuff. That's when we first had you on, when they see you can't have your pets. You got to outlaw pets if you're around Muslims because they don't like dogs. You spoke out against that, which was great. You've spoke out against the trans stuff, which is great. You actually put bills that became law about trans kids. About drag queens twerking on kids and doing storybook hour, which is great. And the president calls
that's
you.
Gross. That's gross, but banning it is great.
Yeah, banning it is great. That's what I'm saying. You stood up against it, which is great. You get a call from the president. Excuse me, Randy, I need you to run. I need you to run down there. What are you going to say? No? You know what I mean?
Do you want the full story?
I do.
It was, well, sir, I just won an election. I'm a little bit tired. But I'll think about it. And then he tweeted out I was running.
Of course he did. I just spoke with him. Fine, gentlemen. Fine, pun intended. And he's running. So you kind of got stuck in that one, huh?
But I am a great advocate for the president. I'm actually the only person in the United States that President Trump has endorsed in 3 elections in 3 years. He endorsed me in 2024 when I ran for the state Senate and I won. He endorsed me in 2025 when I ran in my special election for this seat and I won. And obviously he's endorsed me in 2026 for my primary that I'm in my general.
That's great.
That I'm doing right now. So
That's
only
great.
person in America 3 times in 3 years.
That's so great. I'm not going to keep you much longer. I just got to ask you about the SAVE Act, okay? Obviously, you voted to advance the SAVE Act. Save America Act, now it's called. There's been many renditions of it. There's been many forms of it, back and forth. I don't think we need to beat the dead horse about how much of an ineffective, non-leader, almost, in my opinion, loser John Thune is. But what do you think the likelihood of getting this passed by breaking it up and putting it in reconciliations and must-pass bills? Do you think that they have any desire to even do that, or do you think this is DOA and we're going to have to do it from an executive order, position at some point?
Well, I think there's two paths. I don't think there's any path that involves 60 votes in the Senate.
No.
So I think that's clear. But I do think there's two paths. Path number one is we put it in the reconciliation bill. And that reconciliation bill can pass with 50 votes plus J.D. Vance. That is a vehicle where only Republicans can pass it. The other thing I learned is we passed a bill in the House to do something even more popular than the Save America Act. Ban insider trading by members of Congress. Mm-hmm. That's even more popular. That's something 100% of people, everyone in America except Nancy Pelosi supports that. And so we attach that to that bill. Mm. And when we did that in the House, we got 12 Democrats to vote for it because they knew that voting against stopping insider trading of members of Congress was a suicidal vote. So we peeled off some Democrats.
Wow.
And so maybe if the Senate tries that path, pair at least part of Save America, aka voter ID, with no insider trading for members of Congress, maybe we can get it done that way. So there are vehicles, but what people have to be willing to do is they have to be willing to work. They have to be willing to do the hard work, to do the fights. And it seems as though some in the Senate aren't willing to do the hard work. And my message to them would be this. There's a lot of people that want to be members of Congress. There's a lot of people who want to be senators. And if you don't want to sit there and do the difficult work to get the work of the American people done, step aside and let somebody else do it. Because there's plenty of people who are willing to sign up. And
absolutely.
So I hope they get it done because it is very, very frustrating to our voters that it is not passed. I've voted for it 6 times. I'll vote for it 600 times. If that's what we have to do to get it done. But it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah, I got to say, I was very critical of Mike Johnson when he first became Speaker because I still had, I thought he was a leftover, Kevin McCarthy in a lot of ways. I don't really have a lot of complaints against Mike Johnson in the last year and a half. I said that on the show last week. A lot of people agree with me. I think he's been doing a great job. I know you're in the House and not the Senate, so I know you might not be privy to all the Senate rules. But this is one question that I keep coming down to. What is wrong with forcing the talking filibuster and then tabling the amendments, rather than saying, well, the Democrats will just throw up amendments and then it starts the process all over again? But can't we table amendments? Can't we just have this done? Force the talking filibuster, let it go a month, table every amendment, and then just run it through? Can that be done?
Yeah, look, my view is this. To pass the Voting Rights Act in the 60s, which guaranteed every American the right to vote, they had to stay there for 60 days, 24 hours a day, dealing with a bunch of garbage, frankly, by Democrats who didn't want to make sure that everyone could vote.
That's right.
If it was worth that to make sure that every American can vote, it's worth 60 days to make sure that only Americans can vote. And so that's what they need to do. And by the way, had they done this when we started asking them to do it 6 months ago, it would be done by now.
Yes.
But for whatever reason, they're unwilling to do it. And they just need to put on their big boy pants, get comfortable chairs, bring some coffee and snacks, and just sit there and get it done.
Yeah, do it in shifts. Well, we got a lot of people in the live chat that said they voted for you and they can't wait to vote for you again. So for those people and many others, you're running in the 6th District of Florida, if I'm correct. And, where is the best place for people to go to offer their time, money, or resources to help you get over the line so that this crazy person doesn't pull a win out of nowhere?
The campaign website's voterandyfine.com. And if they want to find out my official stuff, it's fine.house.gov. Those would be the 2 ways to get to me online.
All right, we just pinned that in the live chat so people can help him out. Everybody go do your part to help him out, because guess what? He might be a congressman for the 6th District of Florida, but he's also a congressman voting on bills that affect you in your state. So that is why it's so important to make sure that we know who these people are, who they're running against, and what's at stake. And when the president calls you and says, I want you to run, and he endorses you 3 times, I think this is the guy. Randy, as always, sir, thank you very much. Keep fighting the good fight. Keep standing up against Islam, and we'll keep having you on whenever we can get you on. And God bless you, sir.
Thanks, pal. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much. See you later. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Randy Fine, Congressman Randy Fine. Make sure that you guys go to his website there. I pinned it in the live chat for you. If it's somebody that you want to help move along and advance, then it's somebody that you help move along and advance. B-Hop says Randy Fine for Congress. VoteRandyFine.com is the website. I think I put it up in there. What I like about him is that he is one of the only, there's a few, but one of very few members of Congress currently elected that will tell you that Islam is bad. That's what we need. That's what we need. Now, I see the joy of the Lord in there saying he's a major Zionist. He's a major, I think that Israel has a right to live and be a country, because that's what Zionist means. Yes, he is. Just like I'm a major Christian. And so are you, right? What's worse, that he's a major Zionist that thinks that his people should have a right to live, or Islam? Which one's worse? Debbie said, Jeremy, you do excellent interviews. Denise, great interview. Thank you very much. I'm not some kind of expert interviewer. I just have conversations with people. Same thing if we were having a debate. It would be just like that. But which is worse? Him thinking that his religion and his people that follow his religion have a right to exist, which is what Zionism means, or Islam? You tell me. Put yourself on the record. Let it be known. Jeremy, show live Todd Blanche on Fox. What's Todd Blanche talking about on Fox? We'll pull it up. We'll have it in the queue for you. But it depends on what he's talking about. If Todd Blanche is just talking about his nomination and how he got how he got confirmed, probably not worth news. But Eli, make sure you look that up. Bring that over to me if it's something of worth showing. Thank you, Lulu Red. No, that is not Zionist. What Zionist means. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's absolutely what it is. Now I know that you have a bias there, but that's exactly what it means. I could care less, to be honest with you. I could care less about it all. That's why I vowed not to get involved in that. I'm not going to take AIPAC money, not because I don't believe the AIPAC is right or wrong, because I'm not going to get involved in people's ridiculous stuff. Oh, he took some money from AIPAC to help him get elected, so that must mean that he's a Jew, he's a baby killer. I'm just going to stay far away from it. But yes, that is exactly what it means. Period. Loyalty to your people and your country and a right to exist. Oh, sound familiar? Only all of us. Now, hey, if you look at who his opponent is, trust me, you want him in place. Now, I'm going to go back to Mike Lindell here, but only after we talk about our next sponsor, which is, that's right, folks, ready? I know he's just pushing supplements. Your supplements are good things. And guess what? Everyone who's over the age of 40 is taking supplements. Trust me on that one. Trust me on that one. Armor Colostrum, folks. One-stop shop to save over $4,000 a year. For those out there who do take supplements, do you take any supplements for your gut health or bloating? Do you take any supplements for your metabolism and being able to process and move food? Do you take any supplements for your immune health, your skin, your aging, anything like that? Because if you do, your one-stop shop right here, Armor Colostrum, 2 to 4 scoops a day of what they call superfood. Why is it superfood? Because it's the same ingredient, it's the same bionutrients that you get at birth when you get mother's milk. It sets you up to be a strong person to fight off all sickness and disease in the society, including COVID-19. All you have to do, ladies and gentlemen, is go to armor.com/LFATV. That is armor.com/LFATV. One more time, armor.com/LFATV. Get your discount. Now, you can get a recurring order, which gives you the discount, or you can get a one-time order, which gives you the discount. Either way, it's up to you. So, armor.com/LFATV. And the other supplement, for a completely different reason, is to repair your damaged cells, work on your cognitive and brain and metabolic health, also your liver health. If you've got any liver issues, Fatty 15 is going to address those as well. Why? Because what C15 is, it's an essential fatty acid that your body needs to thrive and live long. The longer you live, I mean, the more that you take of C15, not taking it in abundance, but I'm saying daily, it'll help you live longer. That's what C15 does. I'm not a doctor. I'm just telling you what a doctor told me when I first talked with these people, and the information that he showed me, and the data that he showed me about Fatty 15 and the people who do and don't take it, and what the difference is. So, fatty15.com, promo code LFA. That's fatty15.com, promo code LFA. Eli, do we have that? Did you send that to me with the DOJ? Okay, we're going to go over there now. Apparently, the DOJ is talking about fraud that happened in Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to pull that up for you now, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for being late on that. We just got off that interview, and I didn't see it come across the desk. So thank you, Eli, and thank you for all you for holding this accountable, making sure we keep it up and show it. This is, after all, breaking live and current news. So let's get to it.
Dead, but if anybody has any ideas, we also have said under oath that if Congress would like to make it a law, that we would support that, as would the White House. So I'm not sure. I get that this is a super fun story to not let die, but I don't know what else to say except that yes, the president feels very strongly, as do I, that there were people who were victims of a Department of Justice that was absolutely weaponized, and he feels very strongly that he would want to make them whole, as do I. But it will not be through the Anti-Weaponization Fund, which, again, was never set up, and nothing has happened with it. But thanks, Alex. Sarah?
Short. I have an on-topic and an off-topic. On-topic, I know that SDNY in particular actually has done a lot of investigations over the last several years into, people who were harassed by China, who were political dissidents, who were trying to escape oppression. So I'm curious if any of the people in these 1,000 marriages were maybe in that position where they were trying to get cover, to protect themselves from being harassed by China. That's my on-topic question.
So I think, and Jamie can speak more to this if he chooses, but it's hard to label a particular marriage and a particular reason or why it happened.
Volume's a little low,
right.
folks, just
Southern
so you know.
and Eastern District of New York have had a lot of cases in that space over the past couple of years. When I will add, though, that if there is a Chinese national who feels like they're being harassed, they have other ways to remedy that besides entering into a sham marriage, right? You can't, just because you're being harassed doesn't give you the right to go commit a crime. So, but yeah, I don't think it's fair to try to say some percentage or some number may have separately claimed that they were harassed, so.
My off-topic, I was just curious if there were any updates. We've been having primaries across the country, and as usual, the Civil Rights Division has been sending monitors in some of these places to sort of keep tabs on things. In the past, the head of the Civil Rights Division has said some of these counties have had irregularities, she said in the past. What's been the feedback so far? Have you spoken with people in the Civil Rights Division to see what they're observing in these primaries, and if you have any concerns that they have raised as they've been observing polling places?
So I don't have an update necessarily today to say here's what we're doing, but yes, that is something that the Department of Justice, as every Department of Justice does, is making sure that we're appropriately monitoring between now and, you're right, there's primaries, but up through the election, and we'll continue to do that. I think there's not anything secretive about this process. There's not supposed to be. I don't think there should be. So to the extent that the Civil Rights Division is doing something, we're not going to do it in secret. You'll know about it because it's important the American people know about it, because we're doing it to make sure that we have elections that are fair and run the right way. So all right, I'll take one more question. Got it. Yeah, go ahead.
Next week, there's a deadline in the Comey case. The defense has said that there was evidence that was gathered by the government that suggested there were alternative reasons, sort of the restaurant narrative of 86. How confident are you today that that case will survive to trial and ultimately result in a conviction?
James Comey?
So I'm not going to comment on a defense filing in any case, because that's not fair to any of the parties involved. And so I don't have a comment on the way that every case works in this country is that when every indicted case it means a grand jury has returned an indictment. That means that a grand jury found probable cause that a crime has been committed, and there's a trial. And there's a lot of cases as a prosecutor that I felt were definitely going to get convictions, and that didn't, or that it was a tough conviction. There's cases that were really, really tough that got convictions, and so I'm certainly not going to act like I have a crystal ball and predict what's going to happen with that case at trial. But it's enough to say that this was a case that was returned by a grand jury. It's not out of D.C. It's out of a district in North Carolina, and we'll go from there. All right. Thanks a lot, everybody. Have a good day.
So the press conference today was not about Michigan fraud. It was about holding Chinese nationals accountable. And it was about announcing an indictment of multiple Chinese nationals based on their election interference of 2020 and beyond. Wow. The Department of Justice indicting people. I guess that's fake news too. I guess it's fake news did you think that President Trump was going to have that address to the nation about the Chinese nationals and then just leave it and walk away? Do you think that was going to happen? How stupid must you feel now seeing that Donald Trump, when he came out and gave that address to the nation about the Chinese CCP interfering in our elections, how stupid must you feel now? You're not as good to do. These people are lying. There was no fraud. China was not involved. They're trying to misdirect. Well, now the DOJ has just listed and showed the indictments of multiple Chinese nationals for that reason. Gearing up to be a great year, isn't it? Oh, I love it. The more we actually mitigate and litigate 2020, the more I love it. Because the more the idiots come out of the woodwork, I can't stand this anymore. You maggots, you Trump bootlicking pieces of shit. We just said, come on, baby, let's go. Let's go. Do we have that Mike Crispy soundbite still? There it is right there.
Let's go, baby. Yes, Frankie. Unbelievable.
Eli, every time I hear that, I'll never forget when he first said it. Yes, let's go, baby. Yes, Frankie. Man, LFA TV could really use some Mike Crispy again, huh?
Yep. We need some friggin' Mike Crispy and Frankie back, damn it. Mike, you hear this? Pay attention. Get back.
Hey, Eli, sorry to cut you off, but Frankie wanted to come back. So I'm going to give you guys some sneak peek behind the scenes stuff here. Ready? Only for the LFA audience. Check this out. We were Wild Roses. That is why I watch you and Eli. Makes news fun. Eli, we were this close, weren't we? Last week. We were so close. I felt like I was talking like Mike Crispy even. Folks, last week we were this close from getting Mike Crispy back on the network. That close. We had a meeting. Me, Frankie, Crispy. Eli was involved in those talks. Frankie was like, let's do it. Frankie actually called Mike and said, Mike, are we back? Are we back, baby? How perfect would it have been to actually put Mike back in his old time slot where Sean currently is right now at 10 a.m.? I even said you only got to do 4 days a week. That's what I said. I said, you only have to do 4 days a week. Wilson says, no thanks, not a Crispy fan at all. That's okay. I am. And so are a lot of people here. We love him. It would have been nice to have some of that energy back, some of that fire, somebody who knows politics, somebody who's ran for Congress, somebody who's been in the game and continues to remain in the game. And he tried. He really did. But he said, I just don't think I could swing it. He's involved in the what's it called? The IRCRL, I can't remember the exact acronym for it, but it's for the Italian Civil Rights League that he runs. He's now running it in New York and Jersey, so he's very busy with that. His career has got him flying all over the place, so he's just never in the same place at the same time week to week. And he's like, he really did. He tried. He definitely did. Will Johnson's in the chat, said, I'm a Jeremy Herrell fan. Well, I'm a Will Johnson fan. How about that? So we were that close. But in the end, he just couldn't swing it. He did try. I will give him an A for effort. He did try. He tried to move some things around and maybe the future holds something different for him. But you know what you can do? If you still follow Mike Crispy on social media, go there and bully him into it. Right, Eli? Go in there and bully. And it's okay if somebody doesn't like him. That's okay. Look, not everybody on LFA TV is everybody's cup of tea. I'm pretty sure there's people who watch LFA TV that don't like me. And I'm the one who started it. Somebody said, I miss Hannah and Pete. Yeah, I miss them too. I miss a lot of people that were here. You know what I mean? But life happens and people go. But go bully him. Go over there and be like, you're coming back. You're coming back, or we will stalk you every day and say you're coming back. All right, let's get back to the news. Mike Lindell. Getting back to Mike Lindell. I wanted Mike Lindell to pull that out. I really did. Even with his backtracking statements from the amnesty stuff, because he did. I believe Mike Lindell didn't truly say, I want amnesty, but what he did say is that he'd be willing for partial amnesty. And you know what? Maybe if you would have said that 5 years ago and explained exactly what part of amnesty you want, maybe people would forget about that. Maybe people would forgive that. But here we are, 2026. We've had the Alex Pretties and the Renee Good situations. We've had the Maryland Man situations. We're sick of it. America just wants all illegal aliens gone. And it doesn't matter what the aftermath looks like as far as the economy or anything else. It is time to remove them. And when you even utter the word amnesty, you shoot yourself in the foot. I don't know why Mike did that. I especially don't understand why he did it in an election year. This close to a midterm election. Like I said, if you saw it, let me pull up that slide again. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing here in the red right here, this was Mike Lindell. This was him. And this was DeMuth way down here. Lover6 says, I love you, Jeremy. I love you too, Lover6. Perfect name. Keith Day says, let's steal Haley from the Dan Bongino Network. Yeah, imagine her going down like that, downhill like that, coming. Not saying that he's better than us, but I mean his audience is so much bigger. Nobody would want to do that. Let's steal Natalie Winters from Rab. No. Look. So anyway, this is where Mike Lindell was. You know what happened here, don't you? All this here is where the amnesty talk came. Look what happens. Look what happens. Look what happens when you mention amnesty in an election year as a Republican. In 2026, you did this to yourself, Mike. Again, I believe Mike Lindell is a stand-up dude. I've met him many times. I've talked to him many times. He's been on the show umpteen times. He sponsors with MyPillow. I think his company's great. I think his workers are great. I think he's a great guy. I think he's a great boss based on the interviews that I've had with people who actually work for him. But you can't mention amnesty, or you can't want it and then expect to win an election. I don't know why he did it. At this point, it doesn't really matter. He's done. Now, was there some stuff that happened in Minnesota? Does a bear shit in the woods? Absolutely. But this is where he was, folks. This is what he was sailing towards. A smooth win. M. Rose says, Jeremy, it looks like he's not conceding. No, he's not conceding. He is refusing to concede. He claims there were anomalies in vote totals, and his team will be looking at it. I guarantee you they'll find some voting fraud. But are they going to find enough to make up for this? Because this right here is what people's faith in him was in predictive markets, poly markets, people with real money, the minute he said amnesty, he dropped like a rock. You can't do that, Mike. Oh, I get so worked up over stuff like that. And you know what? My own congresswoman right here in Iowa said the same thing. The difference is she's already won her primary. And the best Democrat is worse than the worst Republican. It's where we are. I want to go to this video that Mike Lindell put out right after he voted. He had Allison come up and cover it. Allison is one of his reporters that we see in D.C. all the time. Great woman, great integrity, great morals. Here's this video.
Whatsoever. You stick the paper into the machine and it's gone. I have no record of who I voted for. I have no record. They have no record of my ID.
He's right about that.
I've never seen anything like it. This is worse than I thought. And I believe we have in Minnesota where you can just vouch for 8 other people. Come on in. Yeah. We should have tried that today, Come on in,
I actually read that because I was wondering if I could cast a vote today. Right. It seems like I would have easily been able to have gotten away with it if I wanted to. You vouched for me, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very surprised, though. I thought it's worse than I thought. I mean, to take that, no ID. Did that shock you? I mean, it was
I'm from California where they do that too. But it is shocking. I mean, it should be a federal law that an ID is required.
Guys, we need to pass the Save America Act. We have to. You have to be a citizen to vote. Anybody could have walked in there and just gave them. And then he asked where I lived. I'm going, okay. What if I didn't have an address? Oh, no problem. No, I don't know about that. But what surprised me is you don't even get a paper copy of what you voted. You just goes into the tabulators and it's gone. So this is a thing that I'm going to do in the general election. What I'm going to do is encourage everybody. I set it up for the last election. I think it was the 2025, and we did it in 2024 in areas where everybody would request their mail-in ballot, but then not use it. Okay, and then come the day of, and if they say you've already voted, there's a problem because you go, no, here's my mail-in ballot. And this is a way we caught a lot of states or a lot of places where they had voted for people that, especially California, we had California, but this is a big problem, and just so everybody knows, tonight we do have all hands on deck. We are watching every part of this election and our elections across the country. We have my teams are both there in the cyber world watching. Now we got Mike Lindell in the cyber world. We've been living in that world for a long time now. But everything goes through a company called Edison Research. Every vote goes through that tonight. And at Lindell TV, you guys are signed up for this, and you guys can watch everything tonight on lindelltv.com. But how does it not go on the internet? Okay, I want everyone to think about this. How is it not on the internet? When I just put that into the abyss, they're not going to count those ballots. It's counted by computers on the internet. And those numbers are going to get passed over the internet out to Edison Research in New Jersey, where every single vote in this country goes through Edison Research, and then it's going to go out to all the news outlets that signed up for it and paid a lot of money to get those votes as they come in. So when you see tonight anywhere, and we've seen in the past, numbers that go in reverse, it's impossible that numbers go in reverse. Remember, they're a collection, so they're getting votes coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10. It doesn't go 10, 3. It doesn't start over, right? So this is what we'll all be watching tonight. But hopefully here in Minnesota, it's too big to rig. We're polling number 1. I'm polling by quite a bit.
You were.
It was great to get the president's re-endorsement today. And but we're going to head to the watch party now, so we'll see you soon.
You guys there?
Yeah, you were polling number 1. President Trump can't even save you with an endorsement if you're calling for amnesty. Do you guys believe that Mike Lindell won the election but got it stolen from him? Or do you believe that Mike Lindell shot himself in his own foot by calling for amnesty and having it nationwide news for 2 weeks? Because it was. Whether you like to admit it or not, they were running it everywhere, even on Fox. Do you think he lost because of cheating, or do you think he lost mainly because of what he said? Oh, don't get me wrong. I think cheating always happens if there's a Democrat around, cheating is happening, period. But I don't believe that's why he lost. I believe he lost because of what he did. That's just my own opinion. I'm not going to hate you for your own opinion. He shot himself in the foot, shot himself. His foot is still bleeding. Shot himself in the foot. He did it to himself. Shot himself in the foot. Yes, he did it to himself. This one is on Mike, said Redneck. Now, if it was a lot closer and we had these things going on, I'd be like, you know what? But it wasn't even close. He got beat pretty handily. AV says, not this time. I think he did it to himself because he said amnesty. R-Star, why would he even bring it up? Man, you're preaching to the choir there. You're preaching to the choir there. I don't understand why you would even say it unless he benefits from it with his company. Then that would force him to say it. Absolutely. Mike misspoke and God has other plans for him, says Keith Day. Look, again, this is not me saying that there's no room for Mike Lindell somewhere, because I think there is. I think his heart is genuine. I really do. The joy of the Lord. I'm in Minnesota, and I mostly only see Mike Lindell signs. Well, that's because he was kicking the crap out. Look, this is the primary, not the general. So, yeah, in the primary, you're going to have Republicans supporting him. But something happened. Something happened, and that something was him saying amnesty. Big Mac says amnesty equals the kiss of death. It really sucks. Somebody said both. I agree with that one, too. I agree it's definitely both. Some more election news here. Michigan's far-left Democrat Senate Socialist Abdul al-Sayed. Abdullah Muhammad al-Sayed. I think that's his name, right? I think Sean showed this. But I showed you a video this week where he said he hates Manakwa. Then I showed you a video yesterday where he said, you might not hate Muslims, but Muslims hate you. He was just caught, Eli, deleting 100 plus YouTube videos where he talked about Muslim takeover, about hating of this country, about hating the flag, about hating football. He said football is associated with particularly masculine and oftentimes toxically masculine culture, he said. Way to go, talking about America's most popular game. And so much of it was about you wanted to be able to get back and play for your team, and you really weren't allowed to show pain or vulnerability. That's part of the sport, El Sayed declared in February 2023 podcast, which he also talked about getting rid of 4th of July, getting rid of fireworks, getting rid of football. He said this, El Sayed's old clips, he's deleting old clips right now that reflect his current views. Abdul was the former captain of his high school football team and is calling for football to be out to end because it's got toxic masculinity. Wants to get rid of fireworks and 4th of July celebrations. Fireworks suck, he said in a now deleted YouTube video. Fireworks suck. Manakwa sucks. I hate it. Sean said something very profound in his last show. He said, this is the weak spot. This is the weak spot in the Democrat, in any election, is the civil war between Democrats and the socialists. The socialist Muslims are trying to take over, and the Democrats are trying to beat them off with a stick. Beat them off. We got one guy here, former Joe Biden press secretary, Michael LaRosa. Let me say this one more time. Former Jill Biden press secretary to Joe Biden. What does he say? Well, he endorses Mike Rogers. Alex Ann says, Jeremy, I can't believe with all the crap in Minnesota, they really cared that much about amnesty. It's a national issue. It was the primary issue that we got President Trump elected for. It's still a national issue. Listen to this. This is Jill Biden's former press secretary.
Transcend party loyalty. And I'm just surprised that there's not more people who won't stand up to this guy or this kind of candidate. You know, I was 78 miles in high school in class 25 years ago on September 11th. And I signed a petition for change.org saying Mamdani should stay out of New York City on 9/11. I think this guy, El Sayed, should fly to New York City and look every family member of somebody who jumped out of a window because the alternative was worse. I think he should look them in the eye and tell them that there's no justification for what happened, for showing up at their office or boarding an airplane that day. They didn't do anything wrong. I think he should do that. I think he should take this seriously. And I'd like him to wipe the grin off his face when he's talking about it, too.
El Sayed.
It's nice to see some Democrats standing up against him. He came out and gave a full endorsement to Mike Rogers on X. He said, I refuse to defend or support anyone with an SS totem camp tattoo simply because they had a D next to their name. Oh, that's when he was talking about the guy up in Maine. I won't defend or support anyone who's too cowardly to stand up to extremists who think that the mother of my best friend, who jumped from a 95-story, who jumped 95 stories. This is an incredible testimony here. Hold on. I won't defend or support anyone who is too cowardly to stand up to extremists who think the mother of my best friend, who jumped from 95 stories because the alternative was worse, deserved what happened to her. Her only crime was showing up to work that morning. The Democrat running for U.S. Senate in Michigan won't or can't stand up to the guy who says she deserved what she got that morning when she showed up for work. The fact that this guy gets any votes after saying that lets you know how far we've fallen in this country. There's so many of those dipshits like on YouTube that live in our country. We need a purge. That's what we need. We need an actual purge, Eli. Take that however you want, by the way. Take that however you want, you coward, spineless, moron, Muslim-loving pussies.
Somebody over in, I won't name names anymore, but
Yeah,
somebody
don't do
over on YouTube right now, I don't think Sharia law would ever fly in the U.S. Now, this person is, I think normally is very liberal-minded, says a lot of liberal things. It is flying. They're fueling up the plane. They're loading it up. Tray tables and seats are in their upright and locked positions, and they're trying to push it. And a lot of people are actually cheering for it, blindly, albeit. But it's coming one way or another if we don't stop it now. And somebody else made a good point in there. I don't think it would, but still don't vote for Muslims. That's the key. I'm so sick and tired of the coward-ass Americans only voting for them because they want to fit in. Oh, this is the trendy thing to do right now, and anybody who doesn't want to do it is a bigot and a misogynist. And that's not what any of this is about. It's about preserving our way of life here in this country. I can't believe the way things are going in America right now. And that's, once more, I'll stop saying it, why I say to Trump, stop screwing around with Israel and Iran and start focusing on the problem right here at home.
I don't totally disagree, but those problems that you're talking about right here at home, Eli, said, we're about ready to nuke everybody in existence, including you. So, deal with them both. Purge Islam off the earth, because it's nothing but a disease.
My name's Peggy Flanagan. I am the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I'm really honored and humbled to be here with all of you today. I am incredibly clear that the Somali community is part of the fabric of the state of Minnesota. I think about my friendship with Nimco. We've been friends for almost 25 years. And when I think of being part of Minnesota and growing up here, the Somali community community has always been a part of my Minnesota. So I want to just encourage the community to know that we're with you. We've got your back. I am here shopping today, and just encourage other folks to show up, support our Somali businesses, support our immigrant neighbors. And I know that things are scary right now. And just know that there are more people who are looking out for you. There are more people who are here to support you than you know. I will continue to stand with the Somali community to be with you and to do.
Excuse me, your hair and your face is showing. Stone her. Rape her. String her up. Burn her body. Mutilate her body. Rape her dead body. That's what they do. Your hair and your skin is showing, lady. Can't do that. Go to Iran and do that. Go to Iran and talk that. And Eli, after what you just said, this right here is exactly why Eli just said what he said. And a big shout out to Stella for this reporting. She absolutely nailed it. And this is to sound the alarm. Roll it.
Did you see this? They wrote down the plan. They're mobilizing. The Muslim voting bloc is organizing. They just told us exactly how. So listen, CARE just released its full 2026 strategic election plan. It includes 4 pillars, 35 plus chapters across the country, a target of 2 million new voter registrations, a congressional scorecard grading all 535 members of Congress. They've already picked the battlegrounds, 12 states that decide the House and Senate. Top of the list, no surprise, Michigan. Yeah, the same state the Dems just nominated Abdul al-Sayed for Senate. This is a coordinated, well-funded get out the vote machine. It's strong, you guys. Mosque-based voter drives, Friday prayer caravans straight to the polls, campus tabling, rideshare partnerships on election day. This is an infrastructure. They're not improvising. This is what a serious get out the vote operation looks like. Wait, did you see this?
I'm going to reach out to Stella and see if she can come on the show and talk a little bit more about that, because that's huge. That's big news. They want to get 2 million people. Now, to end the show today, I do have some good news. Senator Rand Paul went to Fort Knox yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw this. I don't have a lot of time left. But he went to Fort Knox yesterday to find out if the gold was there. Obviously, you can't go in with cameras. I'm not even a big fan of Rand Paul, but one thing Rand Paul is not is a liar. Here was the video yesterday.
Our country has about 147 million ounces of gold, and about half of it is stored here at Fort Knox. We're going to be going deep underground to see the gold, but more importantly, we're going to be talking today about what happened to our dollar when we separated from gold in 1971. Over 85% of the value of the dollar has been lost since we delinked from gold. So there is a problem. The media now calls this affordability, but what it really is inflation. We run a debt. As the deficit runs up, $2 trillion a year, part of that debt is bought by the Federal Reserve with newly created dollars. This leads to inflation and prices are up. And my goodness, just go to the grocery store, still look at the price of meat.
So he went to Fort Knox yesterday and he came out and immediately tweeted out, "I visited Fort Knox today." He says, the gold is all there. What does he say? It's impressive. Let me get to this. Yes, the gold is all there, approximately 147 million ounces. It is impressive. But the real point is what it still teaches in 2026. He said in 1971, we severed from the dollar from gold. Since then, currency has lost roughly 85% of its value. That's absolutely true. Why do you think we're always talking about gold and silver, folks? He says it's all there, 147 million ounces. Again, I really wish we could see it, but I understand for security reasons why we can't. So at least we got that good news. I guess we'll have to take him at his word. All right, Will Johnson comes up next here on LFA TV with Culture Wars. So remember this, folks. There are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God. No weapon formed against you, especially not trolls online who have no brain, will ever prosper. Keep your family and your friends close. Keep your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Keep fighting for this constitutional republic. Never stop spreading the actual gospel and vanquishing evil and being righteously angry and righteously judge those who absolutely want to destroy your way of life. Have a great day, everybody. Will Johnson, Culture Wars, comes up now.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture War. And what's up, everybody? What's going on? So we are going to talk about the lunatic left. Did you see what happened to them last night? They lost their beep boop. They lost their beep boop. Can I say beep boop? You know, because I'm not a cursing man. Not that I knock people for cursing. I'm just not one myself. You know, I believe in free speech. But anyways, let's get into it because I got so much to share with you this day. The Democrats last night, they're upset because the socialists didn't win. Jeremy talked about hung out to dry. Beautiful, beautiful. I saw that yesterday. I said, ooh, hung out to dry. And they're upset because she didn't win. Now, I don't know if you saw this, but it's kind of hard to watch. I mean, it really is. I'm not gloating that, you know, they're upset or anything, but I'm not sad that they're upset. But they don't know what to do because this truly shows the division that is within the Democrat Party. It completely shows the division. And his reaction, his response to the numbers coming in last night with Hung, he's not happy because she's like losing. She's not like blowing it out the water. If she was blowing it out the water, he would have so much pep in his step. He'd be like bouncing off the walls, but he seems highly depressed. Now, look, I'm going to play some of this. It's kind of long, but it's almost like, oh my goodness, it's like you can just feel the tension.
Yeah.
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 Here's the thing.
Tell us the thing. Hong's not winning, right? Yeah, we know that. Tell us the thing.
Yeah. Let's look at it this way.
Okay. We're gonna look at it a different way. Give it to us.
We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here and get the sticks and bring them back and go on. What? And we've got folks here who are working real late, and I don't think we want to, keep them here to.
Oh, you don't want to keep them there? If the socialist was winning, you would keep them there?
This could go 90 minutes.
Oh, really? And
it's 90 minutes of me saying, have you heard of any other athletes running for Congress? It's like I know we've come so far here.
Really?
It's been 4 hours since polls closed. It's been an unbelievably interesting and an intense night here, and it really is coming down to this one giant, update in Milwaukee. But man, we We waited 90 minutes for them. They did this whole procession, and then they find out there's nothing on the sticks.
It goes on and on and on like this for like another 3 minutes. It goes on for like another 3 minutes of him not knowing how to handle this. The socialists didn't win. The establishment did. Why is he not happy about that? Why was it so difficult for him to have a discussion about it, for him to talk? Well, she's just too radical. Let me remind you, AOC didn't sponsor her. Bernie Sanders didn't endorse her. Did Al-Sayed even endorse her? I don't know. Did Mamdani endorse her? I don't know that any of them actually endorsed her, and she was completely radical. Now, I would imagine that Al-Sayed did, because he is wanting to block some of the things, the same things that she wanted to block. And our great producer, Eli, created this thumbnail talking about Al-Sayed to ban America. Al-Sayed to ban America. Think about that. Al-Sayed to ban America. That's what he wants to do. And I'm going to show you what he said. And actually, it's interesting that the liberal media is now talking about this. The liberal media is talking about Al-Sayed. Actually talking about him. And I'm like, what? Is it possible? Now, I don't know. Could this be a Graham Plattner? Are they getting ready to Graham Plattner Al-Sayed? I'm just asking a question here. Because Al-Sayed is talking about banning football. He's talking about banning the 4th of July. He's talking about banning America. That's what he's talking about. When you say that you want to ban the celebration of 4th of July, he's talking about banning America. I don't know how else you can look at that. Well, he just only talking about banning the fireworks. All socialists been trying to ban fireworks, and it hasn't worked, and it's not going to. They want to ban it all out together. Like when the 4th of July comes up, there's no location that you can go to because the HOs and the whatever they call it in the neighborhoods have banned you being able to do fireworks. But you can go to the designated location. They want to ban the designated location as well. Just no fireworks for you at all. No fireworks. When Islamists, they love fireworks of the wrong kind, if you know what I mean. The body parts flying everywhere. I'm just saying. But when I saw this, with the radical left talking about Al-Sayed and all of the things that he wants to ban, and they're actually sharing this with their viewers. This make me think, are they going to try to do him? I don't know if Michigan has the time, the opportunity to go ahead and replace him. I don't know. It might be too far gone for that to happen now. But then again, the Democrats, if they say this is going to hurt us, we can't allow this. And I'm gonna promote it too. I'm promoting it right now that this dude wants to ban everything that we as Americans hold dear. Our celebrations, our traditions. Now, I'm willing to bet he wants to bring in all the Islamist traditions. I'm willing to bet that. He's not talking about banning any of that. Believe me.
Exactly, because this is from his podcast. There was a February 2023 episode of America Dissected podcast where Al-Sayed questioned whether there was any version of football that he said could be, quote, ethical or safe. And he linked the culture of the sport, which he did play growing up, to something much broader. He said narratives that had been historically used to justify slavery, westward expansion, and other forms of oppression. Listen to Amir.
You think about all the wars that we fight abroad, all of the sordid history of oppressing other people in the name of this American idea, right? Whether it was, quote, manifest destiny and destroying Native Americans, or it was the transatlantic slave trade, where folks who, quote, founded this country on the backs of native folks that they destroyed, then captured people, enslaved them, and had them work their fields because they thought it was their right, right? And all of this, like a lot of these narratives, you kind of see echoed in the ethos of football.
In the ethos of football. I'm really still not seeing the connection how football is any form of slavery. I'm not making the connection. Now, of course, he's saying it. And I think the only reason why he's saying it, because this is something that he wants to cancel. Now, I bet you they don't want to cancel football. Football. There's a difference between football and football. Football, you can't touch it with your hands. You only kick it. You only kick it around. It's football, soccer. For those of you that don't understand, soccer. He's not trying to ban soccer because that is huge in his culture. Soccer. But how is football, and you're going to have to help me out, everybody. You're going to have to help me. Everybody watching right now, you're going to have to help me out. Explain to me how football is a form of slavery. How is it? How is it? Because that was completely up here. I don't get it. I'm not understanding it. Now, I can see if you talk about Rome, how Rome had all the games to distract everybody from what the politicians were doing during that time. They had the games, get everyone to go to the games, get everyone paying attention to the games, and they won't pay attention to what we're doing. Now, I can see that being the case, but football being racist, that's a new one, but it's not surprising. These socialists, these Islamist socialists that are trying to take over the United States of America, they're attempting to take over the United States of America, want to get rid of everything. I can see them saying, oh, well, football's racist. Then next they're going to say, if you want to crochet, that's racist. I mean, why not? I mean, the same connection as football. I mean, how, and again, is it because all the black people playing in football? There are white people. There's Hispanic people too playing in football. And there's white people playing football. So where does the slavery come into play? I mean, I legitimately want to know the answer to that. Even Scott Jennings was talking about how he wants to ban, El Sayed wants to ban basically American traditions. Basically want to ban it. And when Scott Jennings brings it up, they lose their mind. They start defending El Sayed. No, that's not what he said. He only talked about fireworks. Why ban fireworks in the first place? Why ban them? Here in the United States of America, I remember as a kid buying these blackjacks, and I would light them in my hand and throw them. Spow, spow. And one time, spow in my hand. I'm like, ah! But it was all fun, painfully fun. Spow. Why are we banning them? Now, we can maybe teach people to be safe about it. My thumb did hurt for a little bit, a lot of it. But they want to ban everything that reminds everybody of America. The same way they wanted to remove the 10 Commandments from the courthouses, remove it from schools. They wanted to ban it, remove it from society so people no longer can believe that this is a Christian nation. It is a Christian nation, a Judeo-Christian nation. They're trying to flip that. It was created based on that. They want to flip that. They want to change the history and tell everybody, no, this has always been an Islamist nation. They're wanting to say that, right? Barack Hussein Obama has even said it. Listen.
But when you're so crazy that Bernie Sanders and AOC won't even endorse you, you're pretty far out there. I think these holiday conversations are actually valuable. She hates Thanksgiving. Today, our own K-File here at CNN uncovered the fact that over in Michigan, Abdul El Sayed wants to get rid of the 4th of July. And I think the reason these things
he said we should get rid of fireworks.
He was very critical of the 4th of July. I think.
You hear her? Did you hear Caitlin? Did you hear Caitlin Collins? I think he said fireworks. I think he said fireworks. Come on. If you're talking about banning the fireworks, you're talking about banning 4th of July. You're talking about banning America. Listen to her.
I think the reason these
I think
things
he said we should get rid of fireworks.
He was very critical of the 4th of July. I think these
But
are
I'm
windows.
just saying getting rid of fireworks is different than getting rid of the
I think you're downplaying
Well,
the
let's
message.
we
of the 4th of
don't have the
July.
quote here, so let's
But
not adjudicate.
I think these are windows into the souls of these anti-American radical communists.
Scott, come
If you hate
on.
Thanksgiving
That's
and
it.
you hate the 4th of July, what you're really saying is, I hate some of the pillars that undergird American culture. And how are you going to have a conversation with the voter about affordability or public safety or anything else if you're trying to get rid of Thanksgiving and the 4th of July? I mean, if I were Christmas and Easter, I wouldn't be feeling too comfortable right now.
Yes.
People win.
He brings it up. And we know that he wants to, the Islamists want to change everything about American culture. I don't think that's even a secret, but they want to downplay everything that they say, just like they downplayed the tattoo, the Toffenkoff. They wanted to downplay that. They want to downplay Hussein Piker for saying that the United States of America deserved 9/11. They want to downplay it. Oh, he apologized. Why are you even bringing that up still? Why are you even talking about that? That's old news. Old news. Pretty soon they're going to say it's fake news, and they're going to say that he's never said it once they've been able to go out and scrub the internet of it. I guarantee they're trying to scrub it because they're not going to remove Hussein Piker because he has a following. Millions of people on YouTube, millions of people on Twitch, apparently, millions of people on these different platforms that's following his hatred for America. His hatred for America. And actually, there's a video of him where he's talking about how much he hates America. And actually, I was going to wait until later on to play it, but you know what? I'm going to bring it up right now. I'm going to play it for you right now. I want y'all to look at this because this is what he said about America, and it's on the internet. It's not AI. He's not even hiding from it. He's not even shy about saying it. I just saw this one about him. More and more hateful stuff that this dude has been saying about the United States of America and the people within inside the United States of America is coming to the surface. And none of the Democrats, very few, you got Joe Scarborough and a few others, and they know how damaging this is going to be to them. Because people that are riding the fence, independents, they're not going to like this. People that call themselves Democrats, that still have a mind to themselves, that still know that a man is a man, XX and YY, know the difference, they're not going to be happy with this. If everybody on the left was completely dumbed down and didn't understand anything, they wouldn't care. Some of them don't care because it's too far gone. Listen, it's a short clip. I went through and I had to bleep out the curse words because I didn't want to have to sit there and apologize to you for allowing it to be played here. Sometimes I miss them, sometimes I don't. This time I didn't because of what he's saying in this. Y'all listen.
It's unconstitutional. Man, you can and suck me from the back, okay? I the Constitution. I wipe my ass with the Constitution. It's a piece of paper, dude. Shut the up. Mother Constitution and mother this country, okay? You stupid.
How do y'all feel about that? I wonder, do we have any socialist trolls on here? How do you feel about that? Are you excited to hear everything he just said there? Does that excite you? Does that give you warm fuzzies? Does it give you the warm fuzzies? Anyone who enjoyed what he just said, there's something truly wrong with you. I'm saying it out loud. There's something truly wrong with you. Maybe you like it. Maybe you're like James Carville with his TDS. Like you don't have any problems with the TDS. You love the TDS. You want more TDS. You can't help yourself. All of the Democrats that are embracing this socialism, they're actually embracing the Islamists. The same people that committed the act on 9/11. This is who they're embracing. The same people that did the act in the club in Florida. Do y'all remember that? Do you remember what took place? The media don't even want to talk about that instance because it was by Islamists. There was another Islamist that took place in Arizona. Do y'all remember that? These are Islamists that have committed acts in America, but the media, they grow amnesia when it comes to the Islamists. They grow amnesia, like they can't even, what are you talking about? That never happened. It's only the MAGA Republicans. The only violence that we see in the news in America comes from the left. If there was violence from MAGA Republicans constantly like they say it is, then we would see it all the time. They would be showing the video of it constantly. Every single day there would be at least one episode of say, oh, here's another one. Look at the MAGA Republicans. But that's not the case. We can show you violence of the left. And any time that they arrest a criminal and let the criminal back out onto the streets of America, that's violence of the left. Them trying to take out President Trump, permanently sleep him, violence of the left. Why would MAGA Republicans try to do this to President Trump? See, that's ignorance on their part, the left. No, he was a Republican. He was a Republican. Stupid liberals. And they convince themselves of that. They tell themselves that, oh, it was a MAGA Republican. Knowing good and well, it's the left. There's no violence on both sides. The only time there's violence on both sides when we have to defend ourselves. And then they call that violence. Kind of like Israel defending themselves when all of these objects are flying in the sky. And they just come with the objects just come out of nowhere, right? Objects coming down. Objects coming down. And because Israel's having to defend themselves, oh, they're the bad guys. Same thing with the MAGA Republicans. When we have to defend ourselves, then they call us the bad guys. That's when we're the bad guys, according to them. President Trump, he goes to an event, and it's called, I forget the exact name of it, but it was like Patriot Games, right? I think it's the Patriot Games. President Trump goes to this event, and the radical left is upset about it. They're mad. They're going, oh my goodness, President Trump goes to this event, and it's primarily white people. Primarily white people. There's no DEI involved here. That's what they're upset about. There's no diversity, equity, inclusion. It's not here. It's not presented. They get upset because President Trump goes to this event and they don't know how to react to it other than try to say that it was racist. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
Athletes. I'm not sure that's what we got, but here's the president presenting the winners with their trophies, a slice of the $250,000 prize. Now, a CNN analysis actually found that a specific demographic of kids got a shot to compete.
Of course
Of the
they
ones
did.
who were featured in the Freedom 250 Instagram page, many attend private Christian schools. They also appear to be overwhelmingly white, and the application for the games didn't specify.
They appear to be overwhelmingly white. I don't care. Remember I told y'all before, anyone who's watching me do Rise Up this morning here on LFA TV, and I've mentioned this multiple times before, their target is Christians. The left, the socialist Islamists, their main target is Christians. Why? Because majority of the people in this country currently today are Christians, and they happen to be what? White. That's what their target is. So she has to emphasize that. Majority of them are white. It's not to say that there aren't any black people there, because there are. If we go based on the population of the United States of America, could we say it's uneven? If we go based on the population, I think, what is it now, 17%? Because they've overruled it in like different places like Texas and other states where you just can't end the life of the child. So more black people have been born. So they got a solution for that, though. Remember, we talked about that, too. They got a solution for that up until the day of birth.
Race.
These are supposedly the best athletes from every state in the country, and they all happen to be white? I don't know about that.
They're going on right now, the dystopian Hunger Games, Katniss Everdeen type events in the Hunger Games for our high school athletes to go and compete to do what?
They get backpacks and like red and blue outfits, and then they're jumping around, hopping around, and doing sports.
They're playing dodgeball.
Oh,
They're
my
playing
goodness.
tug of war. How does one person win those games?
As a person who...
So wait a minute. So they're crying, kicking and screaming because they got on backpacks that are red, white, and blues. I just can't stand it. I can't take it. I can't take it. These are the same people that cringe every time they see an American flag while they're in the United States of America. Same people. Same people. But the fact that CNN had to do a thing on this, and hold on, another thing. He's talking about the Hunger Games. This is the Patriot Games. The left, they do Hunger Games because they're socialists. They want to make sure that everybody is hungry, starving, and then they force people to do what they want to get food. It's the same thing that the Democrats did during slavery. They would starve black people and they would have black people fight for entertainment. They would force black people to do for them. It's the same exact thing. That's the Hunger Games. This is the Patriot Games. Complete, total opposite. But they're trying to make that connection. There's no connection. It's the opposite, polar opposite. But of course, our great president, Donald J. Trump, he goes to the event. He's there at the event. And this is the only reason why they're even talking about the event, because President Trump is there. Because if President Trump was not at the event, they wouldn't even care. They don't care if it was a 99.9995% white people. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't even be talking about it. But because President Trump is there, they got to push this narrative that President Trump is racist. He's going to this event, and it's all about racism. That's the only reason why they're talking about it. And CNN, being who they are, well, let's just listen to what our great president, Donald J. Trump, had to say while he was there.
This has been as exciting as anything. I got here, I didn't know what to expect. And the Patriot Games is just, I look at the parents, because a lot of these parents are so proud of their children. And I really am very proud of the group of people in this room. You see the spirit and the love of the country and our great country, and our country's never done better. So good to be with you.
We appreciate your time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Laura.
And that's what it's about. And that's what it's about. The Patriot Games. It's about all of the, and you know what? Another thing that they're triggered about is that it's males versus males and females versus females. You know, for the most part. Unless it's like a co-op thing. Like tug of war, it can be co-op. It can be. But because they're doing it the traditional way of humanity, they have a problem with it. They're angry that President Trump is even there. President Trump exposing these evil people just by showing how America looks. And majority of the country is still white. They're trying to change that. But when you put it on TV, you're not supposed to show that is the case. You're supposed to show that it's something else. We're extremely diverse. We are. But you don't have to show it all the time. No one cares, except for those on the left that's trying to push a narrative and try to control people to a certain extent. They're the only ones that care. I don't care. I don't care. The only time I've ever been concerned about me being a black person at a white event, or an event, period, not a white event, but an event, if they emphasize that, hey, you're the only black dude here, then it becomes a problem. Like, why do you even have to mention that? How come I can't just be the other American that's there? That's all I want to be. I want to be the other American that's there. I want to be just like everybody watching right now. Can we just be Americans? Yeah, of course, there's different things that make us individual people, sure. But I want to, when I go to an event, I go to an event to celebrate America with other Americans. I don't go to an event to celebrate America with black people, with white people only. I don't go to celebrate a color unless it's red, white, and blue. Can we agree to that? Can we all agree to that? Not the left, not the Islamic socialist left. They reject the American flag. They reject the American flag 100%. And I don't even think, I know I don't have to convince you of it. You know it to be true. You know it to be true. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
You can almost hear a collective gasp across Michigan for all the things he spends time hating on. I mean, when I go back, I want to, make sure we're protecting our faith and our families and our factories and our freedoms, while he's advocating doing away with our fireworks, football, the 4th of July. This guy spent hours hating on what most Michiganders would enjoy in their pastimes, and he should be held to account for that. These are views that he held that he was pretty strong about, but he knew that he had to delete them all for if people really knew who he was, they wouldn't vote for him. So you're right. It's just a matter of making sure we have the resources and the people that are out there fighting what I think is the heart and soul of the country in this particular race. And so they can go to rogersforsenate.com and please join this fight. We're going to need you. America needs you in this particular fight.
100%. America, you are needed. America is needed in this fight. And it's not just Michigan. It's happening across the country. If Hung would have won last night, they would have been, oh, yes, this is really it. This is it. The establishment is, doing a little sigh of relief. Oh, okay, we still have a little say-so here. We have a little. Let me ask you a question. Do I have your attention? Do I have your attention? I got you? Okay. I think I got your attention now, right? The Second Amendment. What do you think the Islamists will do once they take control? If they take control, what do you think they're going to do? The Constitution, I've already shown you, Hassan Piker, he's right there, lock and step, lock and key, right there with El Sayed, talking about America deserved 9/11. He's saying he hates the Constitution. Straight up communist. Straight up communist. What do you think that they're going to do? They've already been saying it multiple times that they want to eliminate the capability of us as Americans from being able to defend and protect ourselves. They want to eliminate that capability. They're not even shy about it any longer because the Islamists have taken over the Democrat Party. They call themselves socialists, but it is 100% the Islamist takeover of the Democrat Party. Is anyone in disagreement with that? And see, the radical, stupid liberals that say that they're atheists and they don't believe in God at all, they're okay with the Islamists doing it. Why? Because they know it's a false religion. It's a false cult. So they're completely for it because, most of all, it's against America and it's against Christ. So they embrace it. They have no issues with it. And they always try to say, MAGA, they're the ones in the cult. Really? But you guys are the ones who are happy to drink the Kool-Aid. And then you tried to force us to drink the Kool-Aid. And it still doesn't register. It doesn't register in your brain what I just said. You were happy to drink the Kool-Aid. And you say that we're the ones in the cult? That's how liberals are. Liberals are stupid. Liberals are extra stupid. Extra. Now I'm just waiting for the Kool-Aid that they've been drinking for it to kick in, and then we can start talking the news. Well, what is causing this? What is causing this? What has caused this to happen? We don't understand. And everybody that didn't drink the Kool-Aid, and we're going to be like, yeah, we know why. You drink the Kool-Aid, we didn't. But they're too dumbed down to realize it, too dumbed down to figure it out. But the reason why I bring up Hussam Piker wanted to get rid of the Constitution, and he's teamed up with El Sayed, and El Sayed is not rejecting him. Bernie Sanders is not rejecting him, because they all have this agenda that they want to get rid of the Constitution. Why? So they can eliminate the Second Amendment, because then that way we can't protect the First Amendment or any of the other amendments in there. Now listen to this radical leftist lunatic here. Listen to this one here. She's straight. She's not hiding it. They're not hiding it. I'm surprised she doesn't have her hair covered. Listen.
This issue is one of the things that keeps me in this work. And when I get to Congress, and when I am successful at working with other members of Congress, Democrats, and I do hope Republicans at some point too, and I'll talk a little bit about that, to pass an assault weapons ban, to get an assault weapons ban reinstated.
So she wants to prevent you as an American citizen from being able to defend yourself in your own home. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And because we know the Islamists, they're going to have what they need to do whatever it is that they want to do. And when I say Islamists, I'm talking about the socialists. When I'm talking about the socialists, I'm talking about the Islamists. They're one and the same. Show me the difference. Show me the difference. They all have the same goal for America. But she's literally saying that she wants to ban us to have the capability of being able to defend and protect ourselves from these tyrants. From these tyrants. Now, I've been asking this question about Nancy Pelosi. I've been asking this question. When is she going to come out and say something about the takeover of the Democrat Party? What is her stance on it? What's her stance on it? And just like Adam Schiff and Gruesome Newsom, she's as radical as they come. She's been a socialist all her life. This is my opinion about her. So listen to what she says when she was asked a question about her party.
I guess what I'm asking you is, what has happened in your party in which you have some of these incumbents who, House members who have lost their re-elections in places like New York and Colorado? And what does that say about the party today, do you think, going forward?
It says that the party is going to win the Congress. And by the way...
Because there's energy.
Well, because we must.
Not because of the energy, because we must. Just because we must. We got to win. We just have to win. We just got to win. We must. So if that means teaming up with the socialists or acknowledging that they're socialists, then that's what it means. Because we have to win. Vote blue, even the communists too. Y'all like that? Vote blue, even the communists too. That should be their new slogan. Because, most of the time they say vote blue no matter who. Y'all get it. You get it. But Nancy Pelosi, she's just caving in because they do not care. They do not care. This has been their objective this entire time. And if they cannot get what they want, they're willing to tear the country down. And as I mentioned yesterday, the whole point, and I've started seeing other people saying this in the media. The whole point of this Islamist socialist takeover is to tear down the Democrat Party completely. I said this yesterday. For those of you that were tuned in yesterday, you heard me say it yesterday. They want to tear down the party completely and rebuild it back up in a full-on communist party. But they're tearing it down with socialism, and it's going to rise back up with communism. But they're going to tear it down. That's why they're not even concerned. Well, the establishment is concerned. But they're pushing all of this hatred. Here's another one with Nancy Pelosi.
So when you want to talk about differences that we have differences. It's a big tent.
See, she's talking about the differences between the establishment Democrats and these socialist Islamists. That's what she's talking about. There are some differences, right? One is just more radical than the other, but they all have the same agenda, but they're just more radical about it.
I've always said I'd rather not be in charge of a party that is lockstep this way. No, we have our diversity of opinion. We represent different districts in the country.
At what point did the Democrat Party not become lockstep in a certain way? When did they not become that? Have you ever known for someone in the Republican Party to leave the Republican Party, and what happens? I mean, if they leave the Republican Party and not out there running their mouths, we don't talk about them like Liz Cheney, Adam Kissinger, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, right? But they're out there running their mouths because essentially they went over to the dark side. They went over to the left. But we're like, dude, we're not supporting you any longer, right? That's the reason why Marjorie Taylor Greene lost her seat, because she went off the deep end. She got bitter. All she had to do was keep her mouth shut and just stay on a straight and arrow, and she'd probably still have her seat, but she refused to do that. That's on her, right? But we don't go out there and like this extra. But if you were in the Democrat Party and you leave the Democrat Party, you know what happens when you leave a cult? And I've talked about this before. I had an auntie years and years and years ago when I was a kid. She actually joined the cult, and she tried to leave the cult. And when she left the cult, she got back home, and then a couple weeks after that, they found her floating in the river. That's what happens when you leave the Democrat Party. I mean, let's ask Obama's chef. I'm just saying. 9 times out of 10, when you leave the Democrat Party, it's not good. They try to crush you every single way they can if you willingly leave. Now, if they force you out, they want you out and they want you to be quiet. I mean, they forced, what is his name? I almost forgetting his name. With Yum Yum? Eric Swalwell. They pushed him out. You notice you don't hear nothing from Eric Swalwell. They won't even allow him on CNN. They won't allow him on MSDNC. Nothing. He won't even, he used to pick up his phone camera every single day and he was mouthing off about something. Eric Swalwell. Constantly. Nothing. Graham Plattner. Nothing. Because they pushed him out. But now if you willingly leave because you recognize how evil the Democrat Party is, then you become a major problem. Because then you can go and say something to somebody and they won't like it. Now, I want to change the subject if I can. And this is a subject that we've been talking about for the last couple of days, for the last few days. And we want to talk about the unborn child again. The unborn child. Massachusetts just signed a bill the day of, or the, like if you're pregnant and you're going to have the child on the 13th tomorrow, there you can eliminate the child. So I can imagine women throughout the country that have this liberal, sick mindset are going to travel there just so they can take the child the day before. If you ask me, and I'm glad you're asking, any woman in any state, if you travel across state lines and you take the life of somebody and then you come back without that child, you should immediately go to prison. Is anybody disagreeing with me on that? Is anybody agreeing with me on that? Let me say it again. If you 9 months and tomorrow's the day, but you travel to this state, this demonic state with these demonic people, with two people, because there are two people, there's two heartbeats. You leave and you come back, there's only one heartbeat. And they're like, where's the other heartbeat? It's been eliminated. You should go to prison. You should go to prison. You don't get to cross state lines and take somebody's life and then go back home like nothing's ever happened. That's what they're going to do here. But you remember, they all said that none of them ever supported that. None of them ever. There's no one supporting that. We would never do that. There's no Democrats wanting to do that. You remember, they constantly said that. Let me remind you when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
They say that allows Democrats to perform abortions up until, birth, which is ridiculous, which is not accurate.
And it's ridiculous, and it's a mischaracterization of the point. No, the point is,
but we have to be more precise.
I am being precise. We need to put into law the protections of Roe versus Wade, and that is about going back to where we were before the Dobbs decision.
But if there is the possibility through legislation to provide any kind of guarantee at the federal level, any kind of protection, like the Republican proposal of 15 weeks protection.
The Republicans are also members of the Republican Party are also proposing a national ban. The thing that
I'm talking about, the Lindsey Graham bill, as you know, and those proposals of giving some access, though that's 15 weeks. Why do you think it shouldn't be specific? Out in New Mexico, for example, the governor there says it shouldn't be nailed down to a week because it should be a private matter between a woman and her doctor. There shouldn't be a precise number put on that. Is that what you believe as well?
I believe that we should put the protections of Roe v. Wade into law in the way that will.
Did you hear the very beginning of that? Let me play the very beginning, just the beginning, because I know some people missed it. Listen.
They say that allows Democrats to perform abortions up until, birth, which is ridiculous, which is not accurate.
Which is ridiculous. No one wants to do that. No one wants to do that. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. No one is wanting to do that. They constantly said that. No one wants to do that. Can we get a statement from Kamala Harris now? Can we get a statement from Kamala Harris now? Do you still believe that? Wait a minute, no. Do you still think that you need to try to convince us that your side, the Democrats, don't want this? The socialists, they don't want this? Are you still trying to convince us of that? Here's another one. Y'all remember this? This was during the debate. During the debate, President Trump brought it up, how these evil people wanted to do it to the day of. Listen.
We are not for late-term abortion, period.
Nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America.
Oh, it's insulting. Because no one is asking for that. And you had this panel of women, and the evil woman signed a bill for that very thing. But no one wants it, though, right? No one wants it. I mean, it's ridiculous. No one would ever want such a thing. How many evil liberals do we have on here? Because I know the trolls, they tune in and they watch. Do y'all feel how dumb do y'all feel? Do you feel dumb at all? Knowing that you were believing all of this nonsense and then it's coming out? Or are you just now making an excuse for it? There's this guy, total demon crap, and he attends my church, which is mind-blowing to me, but we have good rapport. We talk to one another. I'll text him, he'll text me. You know, I need to sit down and I said, let's go sit down and have a cup of coffee, you know, because I find them interesting conversations. Well, anyways, I sent him the video of them celebrating and signing that bill to take the life of the most innocent of us all up to the day of birth. And you know the response that I got from him? Nothing. Zero. He didn't even say it was bad. He just tried to act like, and I talked to him, I said, and I sent him a message because he normally would respond after a period of time, you know, because people have lives. I get it, right? But after a period of time, he no response. And I just typed in the word interesting. And then he go, oh, I was busy doing X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. But he still never answered the question. What do you think about it? The left, these Islamist socialists, have dark hearts. They're all about their god, Satan. They love everything about Satan. That's who they are. These are evil individuals, and they're going to continue to push this evilness. They don't care about this country. All they can think about is what they can do to retain power. That's all they can think about. What they can do to retain power. How can they get more power? Here's another one where Nancy Pelosi was sitting down, and she's like, I mean, talking about being evil.
See, I had been speaker, and when I was speaker, I saw...
Let me stop it really quick. Talking about being evil. Remember Joe Biden he pretty much lost his mind. I was saying Joe Biden lost his mind in 2018. What they did to Joe Biden, my personal opinion, was elderly abuse. We all knew something was wrong with Joe. Nancy Pelosi saying that, because I want to make sure y'all understand. She's saying while she was Speaker of the House, she would talk to Joe Biden all the time. And she was like, I didn't see anything wrong. And then when she wasn't Speaker, now she's saying because she wasn't Speaker, she didn't talk to him all the time. And no one told her something was wrong with Joe, when we all knew something was wrong with Joe in 2018. We knew something was wrong with him. Remember, he was on the No Malarkey tour. Remember that? The No Malarkey tour. That's what he first called it. Until he went to Build Back Better, which came from the WEF. But listen to this. She's talking about Joe Biden like, I didn't know. But then she's saying, oh, yeah, someone knew. They did know. They did know. Listen.
See, I had been speaker, and when I was speaker, I saw the president all the time. But when I wasn't, then I saw maybe 3 times that whole year. And so I didn't know. And I think he had his sort of ups and downs. And when when I saw him one time, he was giving me the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Right.
So that was a short event, and he was
right.
Perfectly fine that day, I thought. And so I didn't know. But I do think that those who did know should have acted upon that information, whatever that means.
His staff and his family both, you mean?
Well, whoever knew.
Yeah. Okay.
Whoever knew. There's the staff saying the family knew, the family saying the staff knew. I don't know.
But they should have acted sooner.
They should have, because this was a great man.
She knew. She knew. Is there anybody watching under the impression that she didn't know? She's lying. Democrats lie. They don't have any issues lying. They don't have any issues lying. That's who they are. I mean, their whole thing is to lie to the people. Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the lunatic liberals, they want to come across like they're so intelligent. Like they have all the answers. They know all the answers, but they didn't know something was wrong with Joe. This is what you're saying, right? All of you stupid liberals out there, They claim to be so intelligent. You know better than everybody. You call us what, maggots? You know better than the MAGA Republicans. You know better than American people. You know what's best for us. But you didn't know something was wrong with Joe. Give me a break. Give me a break. You knew very well something was wrong with Joe. We all knew something was wrong with him. Nancy Pelosi knew. She's lying through her rabbit teeth. Every last one of you are lying through your teeth, trying to act like what. And then now when it all comes down to it, because, Joe, they already knew. Now it comes down, well, I didn't support Joe. Something's wrong with Kamala Harris, too. I'm not a doctor. I'm not diagnosing anybody, just to be clear here. But when these people talk, you clearly see that there's something wrong with them, and you ignore it. When you try to claim that you're the most intelligent beings on the earth, in the universe even, stupid liberals. And these are the liberals that believe a man in a dress is a woman, but they're highly intelligent, right? Dude, see, this is the stuff you can't make up. They're so intelligent, but they can't tell you what a woman is. Come on. It's comical. And it's the liberals that always, this is how it's supposed to be. But they don't know what a woman is. And they really think a man in a dress is a woman. See, look, this is the struggle that we're seeing in the country. This is the struggle right now. This is the struggle. And they're the ones having the struggle. And they have more of a struggle when we are the ones that's saying, no, that's a man. It's ma'am. It's ma'am. And then their struggle, they get upset with us because we don't want to play along. But they have all the answers to everything. How does that work? How does that work? And they don't have the answers to anything. They don't. And then you have some Democrats that won't even acknowledge that they're socialists. Well, look, publicly. They won't say that they're socialists publicly because they're still under the impression that, well, we got to win the minds of people. So I can't tell anybody that I'm an actual socialist because then, not every Democrat's going to vote for me because they see what the Socialist Islamist Party is all about. Here's a prime example of one. I don't even know who this lady is, but she's a total socialist, Democrat. And she's telling everybody that she's not a socialist. If you're a Democrat and you're telling people you're not a socialist, you're a socialist. I mean, can we be real about it? Because El Sayed said that he's not a socialist. He's a socialist.
But I'm not a socialist. And so the labels, I think, part of what's hard to tell is it's not entirely clear to me who actually, what the beliefs are of people who might associate themselves with that word. I have read the DSA platform, and I come to this believing, one, that we need competition in our economy, but not a new economic order.
Is there any disagreement there about the DSA? She's trying to figure out how to tell people to support a socialist without saying they're Islamist socialists. That's what she's saying. I hope y'all can read between the lines, because I can't. I'm seeing it exactly for what it is. So more's going to come. And again, I kind of see it happening. I don't know if it's going to happen with El Sayed, because now they're really starting to talk about all the stuff that he said in the past that's going to hurt them in the general election. So they might try to do the quick thing on removing him, like they did Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner won the primary, but you got to go. El Sayed won the primary. Are they going to make him go? I don't know. We shall see. I just see the pattern taking place. Because when they really started going hard on Graham Plattner, that's when it started getting bad for Graham Plattner. They're starting to go a little hard on El Sayed. And it's not the Republicans doing it. I mean, well, we are, but now that the socialist left is starting to do it, it might not work out for them. Might not work out for them. We shall see. It's going to be interesting to see what actually happens. It's going to be interesting to see what actually happens. All right, so that's it for me, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Coming up next, right here on LFA TV, Kevin, A Loud Majority, right here on LFA TV. And for everybody that's watching everywhere else, you need to make sure you get over to rumble.com/LFA TV so you can see the beginning so you don't miss anything. And you're missing a lot when you're not on rumble.com/LFA TV. That's where you want to be. That's where you want to see what's going on. We even do breaking news here. When it's happening in real time, we'll bring it up and we'll share it with you. So make sure you tune in. And if you haven't already, please like, follow, and subscribe. Please like, follow, subscribe. Okay, if you haven't already, hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Really makes a difference. And you know what? I love being here on the LFA because the radical leftist, lunatic, socialist Democrats don't like that a black man is here on LFA TV. They want to say LFA TV is a racist network. You know that? Do you know that? I see it all the time. And Jeremy even brings it up. He'll bring it up. They hate to see a free black man. They hate to see it. They hate to see it. I love it. I love it. And as long as God puts air in my lungs, I'm going to continue to fight for us. I'm going to do my part in all of this. I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to do what I can because I believe our country is worth it. I want to acknowledge all of the men and women that put everything on the line so that I can be here and call liberals stupid. See, I have the freedom to say that as a free black man, and I have to emphasize the black man, the color doesn't matter, but I have to emphasize it. As a free black man, because the liberals, they hate that I get to call them stupid. And I think they like being that way. They can't help it. Really quick before Kevin comes on here, I took a picture wearing my MAGA hat, and I had on my shirt that says Stand with Israel. And while I'm wearing my hat, I put it on X. I told y'all about this. I put it on X. And last time I looked, it had 250,000 views on X. If you're on X, you need to go over there and check it out. You need to go over there and check it out because they're highly, highly upset with me. I am a Christian. I believe in God's word. I believe what the word says. We are a Judeo-Christian nation. We were formed this way. They're trying to change that. And I believe in the God of the Bible. When Jesus returns, he's going to set his foot on the Mount of Olives. Do you know where the Mount of Olives is located? Is there anybody watching that don't know? Where is the Mount of Olives? Where is it located? When Jesus returns, because when he ascended into heaven, they said he would descend the same way that you saw him leave. And when he returns, where is he going to set his foot? Where is he going to set his foot? And all these people out there, they hate Israel. Oh my God, Israel. They don't want it to exist because Satan has convinced them of that. Because if they can destroy Israel, then there will be no Mount of Olives. Where is the Mount Olives? Where's it located? Thank you so much. I see right there in the comments, Israel. That's where it's located. One person put question mark. Yes, it's in Israel. The Mount of Olives is in Israel. And the Bible tells us that he's going to set his foot. It's going to come down. He's going to set his foot on the Mount of Olives. And all of these people that are against Israel, they're wanting Israel destroyed. They don't want Christ to be able to return and put his foot on the Mount of Olives. And if Christ is not real, if the word is not true, then why would they make such an effort to try to destroy Israel? Why would they go to this extreme? Is anyone figuring that out? Has anyone thought about that? There's nothing. Let them live there. If they're not doing anything, look, let me tell you this. I have lunatic liberals that live close to me. I mean, extremely close to me. I don't do anything to them. They can't stand me because I'm a black man and I support Trump and I love my country and I put American flag out where they can see it. They can't stand me. If they could, they would burn it down. But I don't do anything to them. As long as they don't do anything to me, we can live in harmony. See, I believe what the Bible says, love thy neighbor. I love my neighbors. I don't like them. I don't like the things they do. They even put a BLM sign out there. They put the whole trans thing out there. But I don't go over there and tear it down because that's their freedoms. They can do what they want to do. But as soon as they start trying to bring bodily harm, then I have to defend myself. Other than that, I want to have a conversation with them. For those of you who watch me do man on the, I need to do that. I got built up, it's called therapy for me. When I do man on the street, go talk to these people. It's like therapy. I need to get it off my chest. I get a lot of it off my chest here talking to you. It's therapeutic. Hearing the truth, telling the truth, and sharing the truth, it's therapeutic. But sometimes I need to go out and have conversations with these people just to get it off my chest. For those of you that's ever done that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's not that I want to go out there and be violent with them and fight with them. That's not it at all. I just want to be able to have a conversation. All right, I see Kevin's coming up next, everybody. If you're not seeing Kevin, you need to go over to rumble.com/LFA-TV. Do you get that? Rumble.com. You got that part. Just do the /LFA-TV. And you can watch it live. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. With that said, everybody, I will see you tomorrow right here in the Culture Wars on LFA-TV.
What's happening, everybody? Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. Thank you, Will, for running over a little bit. Had a little issue. But, things happen. What are you going to do? Bill O'Reilly. We'll do it live. Big show today, guys. Breakdown of all the election results from yesterday. Big upset in Wisconsin. Another terrifying one in Minnesota, where the lunatic got elected in that race. We'll break down exactly what all of that means and why I think all of the polling data was incorrect. Also, later in the show, we're going to be joined by Savannah Jason about what it's really like to be a Gen Z, an outspoken Gen Z conservative woman in this sort of ecosphere. She's got a really great Instagram page. You guys should go and check that out. I'll have the links set up for that. And a message from Andrew Wilson calling out Candace Owens yet again. I think you all should see it because, I'm really getting sick and tired of these people, if I'm being totally honest with you. So we'll get into all of that. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here, guys. Head on over loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Giddy up. Let's go. So, last night, huge election results all across the country. Wild stuff. First off, we'll go to the easy ones real quick. Mike Lindell lost by 35,000 or so votes, 45,000 votes. I'm sure he'll blame the machines because that's what Mike does. What the hell are you going to do? Everyone has their shtick. That was the big one. So Lisa DeMuth will be going on to face Amy Klobuchar in the governor's race for the state of Minnesota. But the big one that everybody was talking about was going to be the Democratic race in Minnesota between Peggy Flanagan and Angie Craig. Angie Craig, obviously the candidate who was not insane, did not win. Did not win, only pulling 39% of the vote to Peggy Flanagan's 59% of the vote, winning outright last night. Here was Fox breaking that one.
Candidate Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan beat moderate Congresswoman Angie Craig to win the Democratic nomination for Senate. Flanagan was backed by Sanders, and she will face former sports broadcaster Michelle Tafoya in the general election.
And I want to be very clear that to everyone who voted for Angie Craig, I appreciate that you made your voice heard. But I also want you to know this, that I will work my tail off
to placate the crazies in the state of Minnesota. You don't need any more proof of that. All you've got to do is look at videos of Peggy Flanagan from the past. Here's one of her. I can't say for certain, but it appears she's in a hostage video here.
Assalamu alaikum. My name's Peggy Flanagan. I am the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I'm really honored and humbled to be here with all of you today. I am incredibly clear that the Somali community is part of the fabric of the state of Minnesota. I think about my friendship with Nimco. We've been friends for almost 25 years.
Yeah, it turns out, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the original settlers in Minnesota, a place where the average temperature is 5 degrees, were from Mogadishu, where the average temperature is 500 degrees. Not sure if you guys were aware of that or not. They are integral to the fabric. Yeah, they are integral to the fabric of Minnesota because they keep robbing you people, and you don't seem to care whatsoever. That's going to be a big conversation, particularly with Michelle Tafoya in the upcoming race. Very good stuff. Very excited about that. So we will, that's one state down. Now, let's move on to Wisconsin, where the upset of the night happened. The upset of the night happened in the Democratic primary, a nail-biter going back and forth between David Crowley and Francesca Wong. Now, a few things I want to differentiate here between these two states. Number one, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and the rest of the elected progressives came out in full force for Peggy Flanagan in the state of Minnesota. In Wisconsin, however, they did not come out for Francesca Hong, Francesca Hong, you'll know her as the aspiring sports journalist turned failed chef turned gubernatorial candidate. She came within 5 points of winning, 0.5 of a point of winning that race, just under 4,000 votes she lost by. There was a lot of shenanigans going on in that race, to be certain. There was a giant dump from Dane County, which sent Steve Kornacki into a tizzy when he found out that she was going to lose. There was also this little nugget out of Wisconsin where it turns out, I guess, they lost USB drives that had all the data on it.
There are two things. There's the audit log and the results. What we uncovered was that 5 of the sticks had the audit log downloaded and not the results. It's a human error. These things can happen. So basically what we need to do is go back to the operations center, and we're going to download out of those 5 machines the results and make sure that it's not the audit log.
Yeah, I mean, why would we ever question an election if it can be manipulated with a USB drive? That's right. The most advanced country on planet Earth is transporting information like it's 1996. I mean, not for nothing, but even NBC's data analyst, Steve Kornacki, upon hearing the news that this election is going to be held up for a little bit because they lost I mean, who the hell even uses USB drives anymore? Even he, began to malfunction live on television.
I guess the exact thing, yes, is if 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the election, so then they have to go try to re-grab them. Yeah, and they're all the folks behind the scenes are talking about this as well, so we can also look. It's unfortunate.
The folks behind the scenes here, you're saying?
Yes.
Are how do I ask this artfully?
Yeah, you can see him coming this close to saying, how did this happen? What are you talking about? Who picked up do I have anything? A USB, there's a lighter, but who picked up a USB drive and just went, whoops, lost it? Man. Even NBC is beginning to freak out about this. And you wonder why people don't have any trust in some of these election results? Absolutely bananas. Bananas. Shouldn't come as a shock to almost anybody. One more race that was called, or the runoff, ends up happening is Ralph Norman against Darlene Graham. They head to the runoff in South Carolina. Now, look, this is going to be an interesting race for a number of reasons. Darlene Graham was able to pick up 32%, we'll call it 33% of the vote, with a lot of the votes still outstanding among the other, dozen candidates that were running. Russell Fry, Ralph Norman, Mark Stanford, Mark Lynch. Apparently there's a lot of Marks down in South Carolina. Is Ralph Norman able to coalesce the Russell Fry vote against Darlene Graham in order to pick up that victory? I mean, look, I'm sure she's lovely. I'm sure she's a nice person. I'm sure she doesn't torture dogs or anything like that. I just find it incredibly perplexing that we are going to leave Senate seats to our relatives. I don't know. Something about that just feels genuinely wrong to me. Like I said, she could be great. She's Lindsey Graham's sister, so I'm sure she'll be awful and just advocate for bombing more countries over and over and over and over again until we run out of them. Maybe they'll bomb North Carolina next. I don't know. But I can say I'm not saying she's a bad person. I just don't think we should leave Senate seats in our will to our relatives. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. What can you do? What can you do? We got some more stories that I want to get to that have been breaking over the course of the day before we go to our guest, Savannah Jason. A really interesting conversation because I know a lot of you guys have young kids or younger kids, people in their 20s, and it would be interesting to hear from somebody who is doing, putting their opinion out there and getting some backlash. Before we get to her, I do want to get to this little nugget. The polling data that came out, we've got this from NWokeness. Polling data had Abdul Al-Said up 12, but he only won by 1. Polling had Francesca Hong up by 22, but she only lost by 1. But she lost by 1. I think polling companies right now, and I'm curious to see how this kind of works out for upcoming elections. How much they are relying on cell phone responses, on text message responses. Because look, for a long time, they used landlines, and people found that technology, that mode, to be incredibly outdated, which of course it was. I mean, I don't think I've answered a landline in 15 years. So a lot of them began to move to text messaging, which tends to be overrepresented of young people, which is why I think you're starting to see a lot more of these left-wing Democratic candidates
poll a lot higher than they end up getting in their general election. Also, cities tend to be a lot younger. Text messages may not be able to hit you in rural areas where cell service may not be as good. There's a large number of factors involved in this. Also, I believe in trends of polls, not necessarily polls in and of themselves. So we will see how that goes. No, it's definitely, it's new technology that a lot of them are beginning to work out. So we will see how they end up polling with all of that. Guys, in just a second, we're going to be joined by Savannah Jason. I think you guys are really, really going to enjoy hearing from her. She's a lot of fun. Quick-witted young kid. She's doing great stuff. Before we get to that, here is Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not gonna lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Super excited to introduce you guys to my next guest. We've had a week of guests on the show, and we're going to have one more week of them because I want to highlight some of my favorite people who are out there creating content all over the internet that you should be following. Guys, please give, and look, I know I get a lot. I get a lot from the parents watching this show who have young kids who say Gen Z does this and they don't do that. So I decided to find myself a young Christian conservative to come on the show and tell me all the things that I am wrong about. But, we'll see how that goes. Everyone, please say hello to the bold patriot babe, Savannah Jason. Savannah, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Doing good. So we've been highlighting some of my favorite content creators over the course of the last week, particularly from Instagram. So we had to have you on because you are one of my favorites, mostly because your comment section is without a doubt one of the meanest places on planet Earth.
It so is.
I can't stop. It's like I don't want to read it all, but I can't stop scrolling through it. And I don't know. I think a lot of that comes, as I said, you're a young conservative woman who has no problem putting her opinions out there, and we have a boomer audience, we have an older audience on the show. So I guess I'll start out with, what would your advice be to young women who want to express themselves politically, but maybe they're afraid to put themselves out there, put their opinions out there, say what they're thinking because they're afraid that the backlash is going to come their way?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Kevin, for having me on the show. Super excited to be here today. But that's a great question because I feel like, honestly, so many of the girl conservatives, like you mentioned, are the ones getting the most hate on social media for speaking out for being a conservative. You don't see it when they lean towards the left. They applaud that. But as soon as a girl tries to not be a feminist, do her own thing, be a conservative, be a Christian, you get backlash. So I guess my biggest encouragement is to girls that are wanting to use their voice and are wanting to speak up and are afraid. If you're like me and you're inspired by Charlie Kirk and what he stood for, I would just say don't be afraid of the backlash because it means you're doing something right. Don't be afraid to stand for the truth because it means you're doing something right if you're getting backlash. I would much rather get backlash for saying the right things that are advancing my country, that are advancing my faith, than I would have total silence because I'm talking about the wrong stuff.
I love that. I love that so much. You mentioned Charlie with the impact he had on everybody, and I can't believe I'm even saying this, but we are now at 11 months. 11 months. I don't know. First, I don't know how 11 months went by that quickly, but we'll soon be up on the year since that tragic day, and the real split that I think happened on the American right since then, with people who I'm getting tired of talking about, Candace, who it drives me crazy. But when it comes to the sort of divide between what we're seeing with people that would have been and are still following the sort of Charlie Kirk message, to the older sort of neocon sort of world. Are you seeing that as well? Because I know when it comes to a lot of my older, I'm 37, so I'm an old man, but when it comes to a lot of my older conservative friends, they're very pro-war. They're very sort of, the Bush era things. And I'm over here sort of like, I got into this for no wars. I've always been anti-war. What do you and the affordability thing? We'll get to that in a minute because that drives me nuts. But what are you seeing just being out there amongst your peers?
Yeah. Amongst Gen Z, it's like you said, it is a very split crowd. And I feel like you didn't see so much division amongst the right. I would say, I feel like that didn't start until after Charlie Kirk's assassination. It wasn't immediately after. I feel like it was a few months after you started seeing like this pretty big divide amongst the right. And it's kind of like you said, like with your generation, like your generation thinks one way when it comes to wars. Gen Z, I think, is also very split on that. But I feel like the majority of Gen Z, what I'm just seeing amongst my peers, what I'm seeing all over social media, amongst people in the early 20s, they don't seem to be the most excited about it. Not because of the unawareness of what's going on in Iran. I understand what they're dealing with isn't the best. But I think what they're concerned about amongst Gen Z specifically is, hey, how is this affecting us here? Like, what's this going to look like for gas prices? What's this going to look like for grocery store prices? Am I going to be able just to live my life and not have to like figure out where I'm going to get all this money to do it? I think is the biggest concern I'm seeing.
There was a big controversy last week because apparently young people had the audacity to suggest that a burrito shouldn't be $20, and naturally all the people who have never found a war they didn't love, Mark Thiessen, Ben Shapiro, who I used to be a huge fan of Ben, but that's waned a little bit in the recent past. When it comes to the idea of affordability, a lot of older people will say things like, well, I was able to do it. Well, I was able to do this. And I try to explain to people, houses right now are twice what they were 4 years ago. Not 1990 when my parents bought their first home. Before COVID, they are double the price. And when we see that sort of happen, we see, and we'll get to this too, because you actually have defied the odds and done all the things that young people haven't done. But we see young people not getting married. They're not having kids. They're not starting their lives. And I try to explain to people that if you don't have anywhere to live with your significant other, it makes it very difficult to start a family. It makes it very difficult to begin to do all those things that our parents did, that my parents did at such a young age. Now, you have defied that. You've gotten married pretty young, which is awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
That's fantastic. What are you coming up on a year, I guess, right?
Yeah, December will be 1 year.
That is awesome. So what made you want to? Because we're seeing so many young, every time I go out to a bar, I see young people sitting like they're in a lily pad. Nobody's talking to each other. Nobody's dancing. Nobody's doing all the things that was just normal for the rest of the generations. So what made you so, I guess, I don't want to say, what made you want to get married as young as you did? And I guess for a lot of the parents watching this, I'm sure they're wondering how they can get their kids married off to get them the hell out of their basement finally for the first time.
Right. No, that's a great question because I feel like you're saying amongst Gen Z and stuff, you're seeing people as the generations go on get married way later and later in life. And I'm like, I feel like it didn't used to be like this from what my grandparents talked about, in the 50s. But I would say for me, I would give like huge credits to my parents, especially for how they raised me, because I grew up in a very Christian conservative household. So I always had the mentality of, I know who God says I am. If I'm a daughter of God, I'm going to have these certain like expectations on what I want in a future spouse because I know he's a son of God. So I'm going to see him that way. And I feel like Gen Z, society's put such a like terrible lens on the opposite sexes to each other and trying to make like women think men are horrible and then men think women are horrible. And it's like this constant infighting amongst the sexes. So instead of people trying to come together and complement each other like we're designed to, it's constant competition. And that's not how it's designed to be. And so I always knew what I wanted. I never was the person who was like, oh, let's give into hookup culture. That's another reason people aren't getting married now. It's like, why should I get married if I have all these options? Why should I ever settle down and commit when I don't have to commit? It's the lie of options. You don't really have all these options. Not all these people you're seeing that are giving you attention want to drop to a knee and propose. They're in the hookup culture too. That's their mentality. So it's this whole toxic circle that's really sad and unfortunate, gets people nowhere. And I knew that like from a young age, I was like, I don't want to end up that way. So when I was in high school, I actually made a future husband list. I'm like, these are all the qualities that I want out of a future husband. But I wasn't going to be the person that just says, hey, this is what I want, but I'm not willing to become that myself, because I understand you get what you are, not what you want. So I rose to that level myself. I had those same standard expectations, all my values and beliefs in order. And along the way, I ended up meeting my future husband. 2021, we were best friends for about 3 years, ended up dating and getting married. And I was like, this is what I want. I never wanted to just date for fun. To me, that's not fun. It's not people, you don't use them for fun. You get to know them because is this somebody you want to spend forever with? Like you don't want to waste people's time. And that's how I saw it. So in high school, never had a boyfriend, didn't go on my first date until I was 20 years old, actually. So took it very seriously.
Well, yeah, I made a future wife list when I was in high schoal, but it turns out the original Pink Power Ranger and Winnie Cooper from the Wonder Years weren't available. You know, what are you going to do?
Right.
One day. Danica McKellar, if you're out there. No, but, you know, it's I just hearing the way you talk about it, it is so aspirational. And as somebody who, you know, I can see the joy you have in telling these stories because you're actually enjoying it. And I feel like a lot of that comes from faith. Like I didn't grow up in a religious household. I would say I've been to more weddings in churches than I have just gone to churches in my life. It's just not out. It was, but it seems like the people who put faith at the forefront of everything else just seem to experience so much more joy in everything. You know, it's almost like I wish if I could go back, I'd buy Bitcoin. But if I could go back, the one thing I would do is definitely have more of a faith-based foundation to everything I'm doing.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I feel like that's honestly where my political beliefs come from. Like it 100% stems from my faith and what I believe as a Christian. So I totally get that mentality.
It's just so awesome to hear. So, you know, like we were talking about, like we were talking about a little bit earlier when it comes to the online world. And I feel like so much of it melds together, whether it's the hookup culture, whether it's the not getting married, whether it's the seeing people differently. I mean, I was talking about it last week about how we went from like radical feminism all the way to like radical manosphere hookup culture. And now like the pendulum seems to almost be coming back in some sort of way where young people, I feel like they're either waiting till they're 40 or they're doing it or they're starting their lives as early as humanly possible. You went from like radical feminists, sleep with everybody, Me Too, to the Tate brothers, and now it's sort of like wielding it. Whatever you feel about Andrew Tate, that's not really what. I'm sorry. Whatever you feel about their recent arrest, because I have my own opinions. You can be an awful person and still be politically set up, I think, which to them is kind of gray. But I do feel that on some level, and I don't know, maybe organizations like Turning Point and the faith-based community sort of helped bring that back. Do you see that more people your age, because spoiler alert, guys, we have a different accent. We are not from the same place. Do you see that more people in your area starting to work that way back? Or is it, you know, because like I said, I'm a northeastern elitist, so I see everything through the prism of a New Yorker. I feel like the South, it's more like you than it is more like us over here.
Oh yeah, in the South, I'm definitely like, because I'm in Tennessee, so they call it the Bible Belt for a reason.
Everyone is in Tennessee. I am the only person not in Tennessee.
Yeah, you got to come here next. It's great. We're loving it. Every person I meet about every other day when I'm out, they're always from California. That's been like the top state I've been running into. But yeah, no, here it's what you see here is way different on social media. It's kind of like you said, the turning point effect, the Charlie Kirk effect, where people my age or even younger than me. I mean, I'm 24. There's people that are 20 that are getting married here and having kids by like 22. So they're even like more ahead than me. I'm like, wow, maybe I'm behind. I don't know. But it's way different here in the South. And you don't see that much on social media. But I do think that is like a huge thanks to the Charlie Kirk effect. 100%. But yeah, I'm kind of curious though. What are you seeing there up in New York? Because I know it has to be way different.
Well, you know what it is? It's just I see young guys that are either out there doing the hookup culture thing, which okay. I mean, look, I'm not going to be a hypocrite here. It's fun, but like I do see younger people like striving towards more of like your view of and your actions, but not knowing how to do it. I feel like so many people had their weird dating like relationship worlds killed during the COVID years, like weird high school flirting and like all that stuff that everybody pretends that they didn't go through that everybody did. I feel like I think that really stunted a lot of people. So now people are almost going overboard and going like, all right, well now I'm going to jump right in because I didn't have all of those things because of the weird COVID lockdowns. And I think that's why the South doesn't have the hiccup that we had because you guys enjoy, what the hell is that freedom there that we don't have here in New York. We missed that part of the rule book when it came to America. So I don't know. I'm stuck between the people that want it but don't know how to get it, and the people that are just like, I'm never going to own a home, nihilism. What the hell's the point? I'm not having kids, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I feel like it's a mixture of everything that you're seeing because like there's the people that want to get married and they would love to right now, but like you said, like the housing market is absolutely terrible. I mean, it's bad here in Tennessee, so I can't imagine what it is up north. It's pretty unaffordable. Like we're in an apartment right now. We're trying to look at different homes to get like within the next few years, and we're hoping that the housing market's going to come down a little bit just because it's not ideal currently, but hopefully it'll change in the future. But that's been a thing. Like we said, hookup culture, that's a big thing. But then there's that category of people, like you said, that they're in that phase. They're in the hookup culture, but secretly they're wanting to settle down. Like they want to find their person, but they just like don't know how to go about it. And I would say the biggest issue there is the association factor because they're around, all their friends are probably the same way. They're all going to the bars every night. They're engulfed in hookup culture. So naturally by association, I mean, they're going to be as well. So it's kind of hard to get out of that mentality, out of that space if all your friends are doing the same thing. So I'd say for them, if they want that shift, it's getting around the right people. Whether that mean if they're a believer or want to be, going to church or going to Turning Point events, going to different conservative conventions, getting around people who have those values, and you're more likely to be encouraged and find that person who shares them as well.
It's so great to hear just the positivity of it all, because when we talk about affordability, I made the joke about the burrito before, if you do not perpetually live online, you have no idea what I'm talking about, and you're probably a lot happier than I am. But I try to tell people when people say affordability is not an issue, I'm like, that is how you will lose elections in perpetuity forever, because there is no doubt. And look, there are self-imposed factors. There are things that maybe it weren't our fault. Housing shortages, Biden-era immigration stuff. There is a problem out there in the world. And the people that are just like, it's just these lazy kids. Look, it is not just lazy kids. Like I said, the house I'm looking at right now on Long Island was $300,000 less 4 years ago.
Wow.
And it is, and look, when people think Long Island, they think the Hamptons. I can promise you, I'm not living in the Hamptons. I'm like an hour away from the Hamptons. But, and then down by you, I'm sure housing prices are through the roof because people like me all came down. We're out. We're done. I mean, Tennessee, Florida, I have a place to crash in every state below Washington, D.C. from guys I grew up with. Like, I could go anywhere, any state. I know someone who lives there that I could, because everybody left, and now it's sort of impeding the natives of the area like you from taking that next step. That would have been a lot easier.
Oh, it's hard because people are coming here from California and they're paying in cash to get houses because it's nothing because of how much they make there and how much housing is there to them. How much it costs here, nothing. So it's making the housing market go even higher. So like I'm an hour away from Nashville. I'm not even like central Nashville, and even where I'm at in the outskirts, like $500,000 for a should be starter home, like a very average looking house. I was like, back in the day, this would be like what, 200, 300,000? Not now.
I should have left with everybody else. I don't know what the hell I don't know what the hell am I still doing here? But well, I tell everybody all the time that I'll stay until we win.
Yeah.
And then I'll leave because I'm not going to let them beat me. You know, I'm
Right.
not letting Mom Donnie and Kathy Hochul win. That's just not going to happen. Like that's the New York arrogance. And then I will come down to one of your quaint little towns and open a pizza place or something like
Well,
everybody
that sounds
else.
great.
Like
Well, speaking of the Bandami thing, I mean, obviously, I see it from a distance. Like, I'm on social media, I see the worst of the worst of what's happening in New York City on the reels. But you being a little bit closer to home, like, what are you seeing? Is it really as bad as social media makes it, or is it worse?
Well, you know, there is this idea that if you like step outside of New York City, you immediately die, like you're playing
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto. It's not like that, but it is definitely getting progressively worse. It's a lot of the quality of life stuff. So back in the 90s, Rudy Giuliani really cracked down on, you know, people spitting on the subway, or we have a thing here called squeegee men, where like homeless people would walk up to your car at a red light. They would take out a squeegee. They would wash your car windshield with disgusting water, and then you'd have to pay them. And if you didn't pay them, they took the disgusting water and threw it on your car. And it was like that was a regular thing at red lights. Like people were getting into car accidents just to like get away from the squeegee men. They're starting to come back. Somebody tried to sell me a cut up pineapple while I was in traffic on the Cross Bronx Expressway the other day. He like knocked them. I'm like, bro, I don't want your fruit in the middle of the highway. You're starting to see things like that come back. And that's where it all really starts. With the quality of life stuff, with like open air drug markets on the sidewalk. Like what they'll do is they'll go to a Duane Reade or a CVS and they'll just steal like whatever they can get their hands on, aspirin, Pepto-Bismol, toothpaste, and then they'll just set up a table across the street and just sell it. And nobody stops them. And it's that sort of stuff that really leads to, you know, the stores closing, then they have nowhere to rob from. And it's all a perpetuation from there. But, you know, guys like Mom Donnie, it takes years to fix. You know, it's very easy to destroy. You can knock down a house in 6 hours, but you know, it'll take weeks to build one. And you know, the most densely populated city in America, it's no different. And I worry that it's going to make its way to places like Nashville, to places like, you know, Athens and Savannah, Georgia, and Oxford, Mississippi, because look, they're coming for the cities. You know, whether it's Minneapolis or LA or Denver, they're making their long march. Well, you know, they're making their long march and through all the major metros. And, you know, you lose a place like Nashville, even down in Tennessee, you got that lunatic. What the hell is it? Justin Pearson, Timu Malcolm X, I call him. The guy that got thrown out of the Tennessee House. Like, he's just the same as Mom Donnie, and now he's running for Congress. Like, if he loses that, does he run for mayor of Nashville and end up winning? That lunatic? Like, you know, that guy sucks. So he watched way too many documentaries and like tried to mimic the voice. He's like, I loathe that man so much. But like I said, nowhere is safe from people like Mom Donnie. And I hope that we can be the trailblazer to people in the rest of the country to go, look, like this is real. It's not just AOC. She's like, AOC is like normal.
Which is crazy to say. Like, you never thought you would say, "Oh, she's normal" compared to that.
Yeah, she's totally normal. She's like she's kind of annoying, but like she's kind of moderate compared to the rest of them. So, well, Savannah, I want to thank you so much for coming on. Where can everybody follow you? Because your stuff's awesome. And if you're in the mood for the most disgusting comment section on planet Earth, or just the nastiest comments you've ever seen, jump into Savannah's comment section or Sophie Cunningham's, because those are about the same right now. So where can everybody find you?
Yep, it'll be on Bold Patriot Babe on Instagram. I'm also on TikTok, Facebook, trying to start up an X as well, trying to be all over the platforms. That's where you'll find me. But again, thank you, Kevin, so much for having me on the show today. This has been a blast.
Absolutely, guys. All of Savannah's links are going to be in the comments of the video, guys. Go give her a follow and maybe drop a nice comment in there. Give me something nice to read.
I need it. I need the encouragement.
If anything else. Savannah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Alrighty, guys. We'll be right back. Alrighty, guys. I want to thank Savannah for coming on. Make sure you guys go give her a follow over on Instagram, the Bold Patriot Babe on there. She puts out some really good stuff, some really good content for your kids if they're looking to get involved in content creation, influencing, whatever the hell you want to call it. I hate saying influencing more than I can describe in a very serious way. We did just get some breaking news a minute ago. Carolyn Levitt has stepped down as White House press secretary, obviously following the birth of her child. I don't know if a replacement has been named yet, but yeah. She stepped down just a minute ago. The update just came in. So, Carolyn, thank you for your service to the country, and thank you for all of the phenomenal content we've been able to use of you making stupid people look stupid. So, I hope, Carolyn, go enjoy. Go enjoy in your next endeavor, whatever that may be. Also, we got some updates. Breaking news left, right, and center. Love every bit of it. Kesh Patel just announced that the former chief financial officer, Heidi Byrich, as I said, the former chief financial officer for the Southern Poverty Law Center, has been arrested on wire fraud, conspiracy to conceal money laundering, and conspiracy to submit false statements to a federally insured bank. That's right, baby. Somebody from the SPLC has been arrested, finally. So, on behalf of everyone, the Southern Poverty Law Center put on one of their ridiculous anti-government extremism lists. Just know, I'm going to have to turn the volume down for this one. I really hope go. Had to make sure I got that one out of me. I had to make sure I turned down the volume there because the algorithms do not like when you use some of the words that I just used. There we go. I'm sure many of you could figure out the words I was using. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Got another update about Chinese tourism fraud. A thing I never thought I'd have to say in my entire life. But yeah, quick update on that. It turns out the Patriot games are a little too white. And, well, Andrew Wilson has a message for Candace Owens and the retards who follow her. Before we get to that, my pillow.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That is MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. So, let's start off with the Patriot games. Last night, the Patriot games kicked off. I got to tell you, I'm not totally sure what the hell they even are. President Trump was hanging out with Pat McAfee. Oh, there you go. It was a 3-day youth competition organized by the White House, backed nonprofit Freedom 250 to mark America's quincentennial. And it concluded with a visit from President Trump. And it turns out, despite 120 teen athletes aged 14 to 17 initially entered the competition, and they were selected via a video essay application rather than by regional qualifiers. So President Trump showed up to this. All kids games, tug of war, kickball, dodgeball, and a flexed arm hang, which I guess is when you hang in a pull-up position. Yeah, they did a little nice thing for young athletic kids. But CNN, of course, had to ruin everything. It turns out, yeah, there were just way too many white people there.
Athletes. I'm not sure that's what we got, but here's the president presenting the winners with their trophies, a slice of the $250,000 prize. Now, a CNN analysis actually found that a specific demographic of kids got a shot to compete. Of the ones who were featured in the Freedom 250 Instagram page, many attend private Christian schools. They also appear to be overwhelmingly white, and the application for the games didn't specify race.
These are supposedly the best athletes from every state in the country, and they all happen to be white? I don't know about that.
They're going on right now. The dystopian Hunger Games, Katniss Everdeen type events in the Hunger Games for our high school athletes to go and compete to do what?
They get backpacks and like red and blue outfits, and then they're jumping around, hopping around, and doing sports.
They're playing dodgeball. They're playing tug of war. How does one person win those games?
As a person who has lost at dodgeball so many painful times, I can tell you there's a way. But the group chat is back. I don't want to make fun of these kids. The contestants range in age from 14 to 17. But here are the things people are raising questions about. Not selected through any qualifying events. They recorded video essays just sort of describing why they should be included. Some students were chosen to represent states where they don't even live. So before we even get to the dodgeball and the tug of war of it all, help me understand, who is this for?
That's a great question. I mean,
it's for kids, you moron. The lack of diversity, and they came from Christian school. Oh, Lord, no. I noticed when it comes to diversity in competitions, CNN is never really so concerned about the lack of diversity at the spelling bee. Not a lot of white kids at the National Spelling Bee. Just saying. A lack of diversity. I love when people just try to use the phrase diversity to say there are too many white people. And then you wonder why races pop up left, right, and center. Then you wonder why it happens. Very odd. Very odd. But speaking of stupid people, let's get to Candace Owens. Let's get to good old Candace Owens. That grifter in chief right there. Yeah, so she was offered, and look, she's made millions upon millions of dollars grifting off of the murder of a guy who didn't love her the same way she loved him. So she got called out by Andrew Wilson, the host of the Crucible podcast. Now, Andrew is not everyone's cup of tea. He can be kind of a dick on that whatever podcast. However, he threw down the gauntlet to Candace Owens. And he put out a message to her and her gaggle of retarded followers. And, well, I think you all should see it because, quite frankly, I think it's important.
Everyone an update of exactly where we are. A few weeks ago, Brian Atlas, a friend of mine who runs the Whatever podcast, offered up $100,000 for Candace Owens to debate with me about the murder of Charlie Kirk on his platform. He eventually raised it to $150,000, to which I said I would match it if we could actually debate on neutral ground. I expressed this story recently on the Joe Rogan podcast. Candace and her fans' reactions were volatile, to say the least. She issued a strange counter that I needed to pay her $500,000 and that TPUSA needed to, quote, claim me. Now, I don't work for TPUSA, so I couldn't grant that concession, as it would have been a lie. She followed with an offer of me paying $300,000 to debate her at her home on the topic of if Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk and if he was a federal patsy or not. Obviously, this gives massive advantages to Owens, but I'm never one to back down from a debate challenge, even if I think the terms are fundamentally unfair. We entered into negotiations, and during those negotiations, Joe Rogan contacted us both, asking to host our debate. This is perhaps something you guys don't know. Obviously, I thought that changed everything, as that would guarantee the biggest platform for both of us to make our case on neutral ground. Unsurprisingly to me, Candace Owens declined. No control, you see. She insisted it be at her home still, even after Rogan said he would come in on his off day to do the debate, and I would still give her the $300,000. You would think if she was actually trying to change the minds of normies and reach a new audience, that's where she would go, but sadly, no. After many rounds of negotiations and a new moderator stepping in who assures us it'll be fair, we came to an agreement. I went ahead and sent the $300,000, and it has been confirmed by her staff and to us that it has been sent. I am going to clear the air on a few things. I wasn't some Charlie Kirk fanboy. In fact, I had my and still have my disagreements with him. But I always thought TPUSA did way more good than it did harm to the conservative movement. But I will never forget the series of TikTok invasions I did post Charlie's death, only to watch the lunatic left laughing and mocking and having the time of their lives watching the spiral of chaos that came after. It was enraging, to say the least. I know I'm not a very nice man. I get that. But I am a very kind man. I lamented many times to my wife how god-awful the family and friends of Charlie must feel about what happened to him after he died. Trying to find some new normal under intense media scrutiny, balancing duty and obligation with remorse, regret, and overwhelming sadness. My stated objective for my platform, The Crucible, has been unwavering, and I've never strayed from its goal. Destroy the left. Take them on everywhere on their own turf, outside their turf, at their events, in their safe spaces, challenge them everywhere and destroy their ideas. Be unrelenting, never stop, and not one step back. This woman, Candace, has been terrorizing both the widow of Charlie Kirk and the organization he left behind. It's obvious her stated goal is to destroy the largest conservative college and high school outreach program currently in existence. Do I disagree with a lot of TPUSA ideas? I do. I would rather try to change them, though, than burn down the only organization in my lifetime to really get a foothold in academia, the thing conservatives have wanted for 60 years. In the following weeks, I will be relentlessly attacked from the Candace Owens cult for daring to put their leader to the question and for daring to question the questioners. I accept that as a side effect of challenging what has become a powerful industry of conspiracy peddling, true crime nonsense, which has a sycophantic and cult-like following. They have been at it for days.
Absolutely. Andrew goes on from there. Make sure you guys go support Andrew. Go follow his stuff. Pretty much, I think I'm pretty sure he's on every platform. I think he does good stuff. He's certainly entertaining, to say the least. But Candace Owens has just accepted $300,000 for a debate she has no intention of going to. So show that to all of your friends who say that she's in this for the right reasons. She's in it for the right reasons. She's not in it for the right reasons. She's a grifting asshole. And I forgot who it was the other day. They said this, but I'll say it too. If anything ever happens to me like happened to Charlie Kirk, do me a favor, and I want you to do the exact opposite of what Candace Owens is doing. I want to make that very clear. Do the exact opposite. No one's saying don't question things. What I'm saying is don't put someone's family and their organization through the ringer for profit. All because you're a jealous bitch. Yeah, I said it, and I'll say it again. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Guys, go follow Savannah Jason. Oh, she's big on Instagram. Go check her out over there. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. Before then, head on over to Loud Majority, LFATV.us. That's LFATV.us. Check out Jeremy Shop. Support the network. We can't do it without your help. Thank you guys so much. Until tomorrow, everybody, stay loud.
The Paul Herrell Program.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98, Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream Bed Sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
The Paul Herrell Program.
And we're back. Welcome to hour number 2. And we're back. Anyway, we're having a lot of fun this morning. Which, if you're watching this right now on LFA TV, it is now the afternoon. So happy afternoon to you. But we're pressing through with the other platforms we're on. Shout out to Hometown TV. You guys can get us digitally through the air in North Central Arkansas. I don't know even how far that signal goes. I mean, depending on your rabbit ears, there's different levels of of those digital antennas, and the technology's gotten really good. But yeah, we had a good time. Want to remind everybody, you were talking, we were talking earlier about what's coming up with our show and the website and everything. So, and trying to launch that.
Yeah.
And I just want to remind everybody that none of that can happen without you guys and you guys watching the show. And we're so stoked, and we're really, really happy with you guys, and we love this audience. We do want to remind you, though, that the program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. And I just want to remind everybody to scan the QR code, go donate $5, go donate $1, whatever you can do. But more specifically, if you are a business owner or you know of a business owner who's got a retail business, we want to talk to those people. Email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us. That's paul@healingveteransproject.us. We're trying to get red light therapy into the homes of veterans that can't afford it. We have a list. We're ready to do this. We're raising money to do this. The VA won't cover these prescribed panels. They've been prescribed by a doctor. The VA won't cover them. It's a great cause, and we can actually help these people get relief from their nerve pain, their head trauma, their PTSD without using pharmaceuticals. This is a MAHA Veterans Project, and we are trying our best to help these guys. So make sure that you go over there and do that. We would very much appreciate it. All right, now it is time for our next segment, which today is going to be another pandemic paper trail. Yeah, so the fallout from everything that's happened, whether it's Anthony Fauci taking the fifth or the big news yesterday about the 82% miscarriage rate that Anthony Fauci knew about, that Pfizer knew about, talked about it privately, but didn't told everybody to get the shot publicly. The fallout really continues as people try to do kind of I would describe this, Rob, at this point as and many people have already done this because we talked about this yesterday. Much of what we know, many people have already been reporting on. But now to actually hear this from the government, from senators, people waking up, it's very much a post-mortem analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, let's figure out how did the country die? How did this all happen? Which actually resulted in actual human beings dying. So I don't mean to make light of that, but that appears to be what's going on. So in that hindsight, we have old posts, old clips like this where there's a guy on Twitter by the name of That Brian reminding us that Franklin Graham said that Jesus would have promoted the experimental vaccines. He had no business practicing medicine and shaming Christians for refusing these experimental drugs. Thousands of babies are dead. This is kind of wild when you think about it. I mean, Franklin Graham is a respected guy, but he's not the only one. But he was in a position of power. We talked about this yesterday. We referenced clergy. I referenced Tim Keller. He got his vaccine card and was out there, telling everybody he got the shot. How many people got the shot because of what the late Tim Keller told him to do, or said he did.
Yeah.
This was the moment that we have to go back and look at this, even if it's uncomfortable. Here's what Franklin Graham said, March of 2021. The internet is full of articles, theories, data, and opinions concerning the COVID-19 vaccines, both positive and negative. There's a lot there for you to read. I have been asked my opinion about the vaccine by the media and others. I have been asked if Jesus were physically walking on earth now, would he be an advocate for vaccines? My answer was that based on the parable of the Good Samaritan in the Bible, I would have to say yes. I think Jesus Christ would advocate for people using vaccines and medicines to treat suffering and save lives.
And he's using the parable of the Good Samaritan as I'm trying to follow his logic there.
I don't know. The where the guy's been beaten up on the road,
Yeah. And a Samaritan helped him. He didn't give him a vaccine. He didn't.
Also, the whole thing's offensive. Like, if Jesus were walking the earth today, he would just cure.
Oh, yeah.
He literally miraculously healed people of their illnesses.
Well, and he raised people from the dead. Like, what are you talking about?
It's like, what does God need with a vaccine?
Yeah.
He doesn't need a vaccine.
And this was
he's the vaccine. He is the universal vaccine.
Right. And this is a year. This is a year after the pandemic hit. Basically, almost a year to the day after the pandemic really started hitting. Although it was on our, it was here months before. But regardless, the world stopped turning in March 2020. And this is a full year later, and he's talking about this, and that was because of this, basically 2021, after Joe Biden took office, that's when the pressure campaigns really, really started. You had Kamala Harris leading up to the elections before, while Donald Trump was still in office and leading up to these elections, and he was talking about Operation Warp Speed, how we're getting all of these, we're trying to get this vaccine and everything. And what did Kamala Harris say? Well, if Donald Trump says to take the vaccine, I'm not taking it. That's what she said.
If Donald Trump says to take the vaccine.
Yeah, and I was like, I think, I think Donald Trump could come out and say, everybody should drink water. It's really good for you. I recommend water. I'm a terrible Trump impression, but anyway, drink water, and you'd have liberals going on water strikes. Seeing how long they could live, which is only a few days, I'm told. But anyway, regardless. This is full mass hysteria, and there's pushback from conservatives, from not even conservatives. There were liberals that were just like, I don't know about this. This is experimental and all that stuff. And Franklin Graham, who is very much a conservative, is trying to say y'all need to knock this off. Full of articles, theories, data, and opinions. Both positive and negative.
You can go back and even find people that were in positions of moderate authority, people that looked up to them in the spiritual, ecclesiastical world, saying, don't believe conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
You can even find those articles now. There's just too many conspiracy theories out there, and that you want to try to shame your audience, or people want to try to shame other Christians who are not professional, don't do ministry as a profession, and like, you guys are looking into too many conspiracy theories. Sure. I'm sorry, that is not true. You need to study the issues. Mm-hmm. You need to dive in. And are there conspiracy theories out there that are incorrect? Of course there are. But at this point, when more and more of us realize that on every single issue, our government over the last 50 years has been actively lying every chance it gets, you can't believe any of that.
Hey,
so you have to go look into what the conspiracy theory is. And the phrase conspiracy theory was created by the CIA to make us all look like we're crazy.
Oh, yeah.
But the reality is they lie to us all the time, and they are conspiring for their own interests against the interests of the average American. That is patently obvious at this point.
Yeah, if you've got conspiracy theories, election deniers, all of these terms that you're put to just take a blanket bit of I'm posting some pre-skepticism on everything you're about to say. We've got some comments from election denier such and such.
Yes.
We've got comments here from an interview from a podcast of a known conspiracy theorist This is all that stuff that happens. And meanwhile, the government is like the Wizard of Oz.
Yes.
The wizard, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
Yes.
And we're seeing this great and powerful Oz out here that's with the booming voice telling us what we can and can't do. Don't believe your lying eyes. I'm sick of it. The American people are sick of it. And we saw this even from staunch conservatives. There were so much, a groundswell of just
look. I mean, we got to talk about Ben Shapiro if you're going to say that. Who said, "Get the vaccine, you dopes."
Yep, you dopes.
Now, in hindsight, I mean, he's already been criticized for that for years because a lot of people know with their own experience.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a friend of the family's, in the Boomer generation who posted on Facebook, "Man, I'm just so mad at myself, and I wish I would have never gotten that shot.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I'd have never gotten that shot because it's what it's done to me."
Yeah.
And these liberal women get in there like, what? To this day. This was like when he was testifying, when Fauci was testifying. It was a week ago.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't believe in science? I'm so glad that I got the thing and I did this, and I'm actually concerned about all of these people, my grandkids, who are around all of these kids, and their parents are choosing not to vaccinate them. I'm so worried that they're going to get measles and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, once again, are you vaccinating? I thought the vaccine was supposed to keep you from getting sick.
Oh, yeah.
Brother. I mean, it's the same thing. And yet, there's still so many people who do have no idea about Anthony Fauci's text messages. They have no idea about 82% miscarriage rate among pregnant women.
So those people that say that stuff, that are commenting in your family friends post about this, and they're commenting, I'm so glad that I took it. It saved my life and all of this stuff. And I would just ask them, okay, here is a clip, and I would show you. Here is a clip of everybody saying, at least the liberals, certainly, everybody saying here, the vaccine is 100% effective. The vaccine is mostly effective. We talked about this on the show earlier in the week. The vaccine is mostly effective. If you get the vaccine, you're not going to give it to somebody else. You're not going to get the disease and you can't give it. Rachel Maddow, it stops with every vaccine. We know that. We know. She didn't say this is what the experts are telling us. She's saying we know it. Knowing it is there is no gray area here. This is the truth. If you know something to be true, not that you believe, that you think that it could be, it's because I know it. And the definition, the goalposts kept being moved constantly. And then they said, well, then the vaccine works for a little bit, but you got to get a booster. And then they'd say, well, what about natural immunity? What about exposure here? What's your chances? And everybody's playing these old clips of Fauci saying that that natural immunity is the best immunity because it's long lasting here versus a vaccine that's only going to be short term. But you should go ahead and get the vaccine, and that way you're double protected. No, you're not. No, you're not. And we knew that. And we found out later that that they knew it behind the scenes. And so I would go to this person and I would just say, were the goalposts moved at all?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
From when the vaccine first came out to when they were telling you to get your 5th booster shot.
Wow.
Okay. Were they moved at all? And that is the side that you are choosing to trust, the one that kept moving the goalpost, so that they can still say, well, yeah, now they're mostly effective. There's somebody with 5 vaccines, boosters, and all of that stuff that got COVID 5 different times, ended up in the hospital. Stephen A. Smith, he got the shot.
Yep.
Ended up in the hospital 3 hours from death. Okay? We played that on the show last week. Folks, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining.
Here is John Roberts of Fox News reporting on what happened yesterday with the news about the 82% and the mortality rate among pregnant women.
Yeah.
John Roberts, though, at the end of this report, it's a minute clip. At the end of this clip, he confesses what's happened to him since he got the shot.
Breaking right now, Republican Senators Ron Johnson and Rand Paul releasing the first batch of text messages from Dr. Anthony Fauci's government iPhone. In one exchange from January of 2021, Fauci, then CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, and then Surgeon General Vivek Murthy discussed COVID vaccination and pregnant women. Fauci flags a potential concern after the second dose, writing that many people experience, quote, significant cytokine storm and fever, and that this, quote, theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. Walensky responds, quote, definitely a good point, especially after dose 2. A cytokine storm is essentially when the body releases too many inflammatory signals that could cause high fever, inflammation, and in extreme cases, life-threatening illness. So this is just coming to light now, Sandra, that Fauci had these concerns. And I remember when I got the boosters, I developed pericarditis, then that went away. Then when I had the second booster, it came roaring back again. So, you know, the body reacts differently to these things depending on who you are.
So that's John Roberts saying that he's had a bunch of shots because American Education says Fox News' John Roberts has a pacemaker, and he didn't say that, but he says he's taken 4 COVID shots. He misspells it. He admits to pericarditis after the first booster, which would have been the third shot. He then went back for another one after that, and his heart inflammation got worse. This is a level of admitted retardation from his own mouth on national television that I can't even comprehend.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but, you know, he was believing the science.
He was.
He was trusting Fauci, Saint Fauci. He stood up there. He would not lie to us. Why? What is his vested interest in lying? Ignore the fact that his wife serves on the board at Pfizer. Ignore the fact that the government is spending billions and even trillions of dollars on these COVID vaccines and buying them from Pfizer, and they are immune from prosecution. If there are adverse effects from it, we're going to shut those down. We're going to cancel you out. We're going to do all. Ignore all of that. Fauci is a saint. He would not lie to us. Don't believe your lying eyes. Fauci is honest, and we know that absolutely he was not. And his own text prove it. Sickening.
So Jeffrey Tucker, let's see, this is from the Brownstone Institute. This is keeping with our segment Pandemic Paper Trail, because I found this, here's this clip with Jeffrey A. Tucker. It says here, Jeffrey Tucker just revealed that the top FDA and NIH quietly admitted the real reason for the COVID lockdowns. I want you to listen to this.
We all have what we consider to be the most shocking feature of the COVID response. But for me, I still can't get over the fact that I was told by top FDA, NIH officials that a major reason for social distancing, lockdowns, masking, plexiglass, stay-at-home orders, and everything else was to delay the onset of natural immunity, to delay rising seroprevalence levels, to delay endemicity until after the shots were online. Yeah. So it wasn't just that all these tactics, these sort of social engineering tactics, were designed to, keep us well. No, it was exactly the opposite. It was to keep us from gaining a natural capacity to resist the virus, so that they could wait until the injection came along, so the injection could be deployed and experimented upon us, and thereby get all the credit for having solved the issue.
The plot of
that sounds like a wild conspiracy theory, but that's what they meant by flatten the curve. Flatten the curve meant delay prolong the pain, delay the solution, and it sounds crazy until you hear it from people who were there on the ground, in the agencies, in the companies, watching all this unfold, and multiple sources have confirmed this without a shadow of doubt in their mind that was the real purpose of the school closures, the business shutdowns, the stay-at-home orders, the travel restrictions, everything, to delay the point at which we would have essentially solved the problem through natural exposure and immune upgrades.
look no further than the Amish community.
Yes.
Who changed nothing, went about living their lives. There were a few cases of COVID, there was an interview I watched, and they just said, hey, we all, it's kind of like when you're a kid and you give yourself the, the measles, whatever it is, and you are chickenpox.
Yes,
you
put all the kids together.
Yeah, you put all the kids together. You get them all sick. Get it over with, because it's much more. It's harder as an adult to if you get that, because it's shingles, I guess, right? Anywho, that's what it reminds me of is, and you think that these top health experts didn't know that a community like the Amish community would build up the natural immunity faster and get us to the end of this thing quicker? Do you think that they didn't know that?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I've never heard this before, that whole, shutdowns, lockdowns, and all that stuff was to delay natural immunity. But hell, it makes sense. It makes sense, because what are you going to do? You're just going to not spread these things? What did you see at the grocery store, Paul? It was the most ridiculous, asinine thing that you've ever seen. You have this plexiglass right here. Okay, you hand them your money through this little hole. Hand them your money. Then they hand you your money down here at the end, where there's no plexiglass, and you're grabbing your bags, all of this stuff, and you're just like, I guess the virus would have been really bad right here.
Yeah, or how about
but here, not so much.
How about the plastic that they use to cover the keypads, the kiosk? It's like, okay, there's plastic over this, but I'm now using the plastic, and the next guy's using the.
It's all the same.
It's
all the same.
What are you doing, man?
What are you doing?
We were so stupid. Generally, as a population, we showed that we are sheep.
Oh, yeah.
The flock cameras, we deserve the flock cameras after the way a majority of us behaved during this nonsense, and how we didn't appreciate the freedom that we had.
I could be an 80-year-old with Alzheimer's, God forbid, that I don't remember anything about my life, but I'm never going to forget the video of an elderly grandpa reaching through with these arms like he's in some sort of biochemical lab, and he's reaching through with these plastic arms and hugging his grandkid. It's
I'm pathetic,
like,
man.
I will never forget that.
What he just said, though, is he has talked to NIH and FDA officials who are literally saying,
yes,
it was a conspiracy. We wanted to give people the shot. Well, now that we know what the shot is, this literally was. I mean, this sounds like the plot for V for Vendetta. No, it was that. It was, we created the virus to make money on the vaccine, and oh, by the way, I think in V for Vendetta, the vaccine actually worked.
Yeah.
The vaccine actually helped people versus hurt them, and in some cases, they died suddenly. Those people should come forth.
Yeah.
Those people should come forth and testify. You should hire private security, come forth and testify, be a whistleblower, so that we can put these people in jail. Because whoever did that needs to be investigated, charged, and given a fair trial, and we should throw the book at them.
Yeah, bring back the guillotine, honestly. But you look at it and you see people like Bill Gates that had came out and was just so, like, Bill Gates, you're Microsoft, like, you're a tech guy. What do you know about vaccines and the efficacy of this and all this? I'm like, I've read the literature and I've got billions and billions of dollars, so of course you're going to listen to me. But I remember the interview where he said that that the population needs to be thinned out. Now, he didn't say it like that, but he was just saying that, we're getting overpopulated in some area. And then the response to that video was that someone did an analysis, and I believe it was like St. Petersburg, Florida, right? So it's just one city on the entire globe, okay, that you could take all 8 billion people that live on the face of the planet, and because of this, the square miles of all of that of St. Petersburg, Florida, you could put all 8 billion people standing arm to arm inside of that. That's how large this globe is. We've got some uninhabitable areas, but do you know that, I don't know if people realize this, we have more wilderness here in the United States than they do in Africa? We have more wilderness. When I think of Africa, I think of the jungles and all this stuff, right? But we have more wilderness here in the United States than they do in Africa. We don't need the population thinned out, but some people did. Some people believed that we did. They certainly wanted some control. And what I've been screaming from the mountaintops for 6 years is that it was the largest money grab in the history.
Do you hear yourself? You're literally saying that this was part of, obviously the conspiracy was to intentionally kill people because of overpopulation.
Yeah,
I mean that's what the Georgia Guidestones said before they were destroyed. By whoever the Satanists are that created these weird the opposite of the 10 Commandments, where they said the population of the earth should be 500 million people, and that's it, 500 million. And so you have these people who have clawed their way up to positions of power where they can't create themselves. All they can do is tear down and steal and take from others, and they're convinced that overpopulation, and for our entire lives, that's what we've been hearing. And the truth of the matter is we are underpopulated as a planet, and you're about to figure that out in the next 20 years as these populations decline. And you know what? I was going through Walmart the other day, and I was like, oh, wow, look, that's a dragon fruit. They got dragon fruit. They got so many of these different types of fruits. Because of population and I don't think the global supply chain I'm not just saying this. There are people that have studied it and say there's not going to be the workforce to keep this level of globalization up within the next 50 years because the populations are declining all over the world.
Yeah, we've talked about that at great length. And again, it just makes me so frustrated that and we saw with Franklin Graham, even people on the right, but it was really prominent on the people on the left, and we saw that with how red states handled it versus blue states. But when we just mindlessly followed, we were just drones here that just we were the army of the drones that just did whatever our commander in chief told us to do. And if I've heard it best, they just said if that was a population control experiment, we failed miserably. If they were experimenting to see how far they could go with us, some failed worse than others, okay? But we failed miserably. How many of us would have gotten on that train?
Yeah.
We talk about it.
How many of us would have been the guards forcing our neighbors onto the train?
Oh, we saw that too.
Yeah.
The tip line, everything that we've talked about over the last few days. It's just I'll leave it at this and say, if there's not accountability for this, there will never be accountability
for anything.
I have no hope. I don't want to be a black-pilled person here, but give me a reason not to be.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the plot for V for Vendetta, but the truth of the matter is, in that movie, there was a vendetta. There was a reckoning, and there must be, as we said yesterday, there has to be. We are not a country. We will not remain. I don't care who's president. We will not remain a country if there is not accountability of the elites who did this to us. The problem is we have to have elites to punish the elites, and this is the problem.
Absolutely,
this is the problem.
It's the problem, and if you don't have some accountability soon,
the way the system is currently set up, you have to have elites to punish elites. That's the way this is, because they all have blackmail on each other.
Yeah,
that's our current system. So within the confines of our current system,
because right now the only time that there's accountability for someone in the elites is if they are deemed to be expendable.
Yeah. If they've gone outside
their
the club.
time.
Yeah, you go outside the
We're
club.
sending you out to pasture.
Eric Swalwell, for example. They had blackmail on him years.
They knew for years.
And when they thought there was going to be a chance in the jungle primary that 2 Republicans were going to be left standing and no Democrats,
they had to thin it.
They had to Johnny sweep the legs, Eric Swalwell.
Yep.
And he was done.
He was done. And it's unfortunate California in that specific instance had a chance at doing something in the mayoral election in Los Angeles and of course the gubernatorial election there but they're doing what they do. Their song and dance is repeated.
We got a little update while we're on the show.
Okay.
If you missed the first hour of the show, Folks, make sure to go back and watch it. But the first hour of the show, we talked about flock cameras, and we interviewed the mayor, a friend of ours, Mayor Seth Connell from Fairfield Bay, Arkansas. He made a post on Facebook that went mega viral. Then he got interviewed by the local ABC affiliate out of Little Rock about how flock cameras are terrible and why would we ever do this, and we got to take them down. Since he made that video, the town across the lake, so Fairfield Bay is on Greer's Ferry Lake, and then not too far away, there's a town called Greer's Ferry on Greer's Ferry Lake.
Yeah, and this is just a lake town.
Yeah, it's a lake town, man. I think
people have extra houses there. There are a few permanent residents, of course.
Yeah,
but it's a vacation
town. Place.
Yeah.
Greer's Ferry Police Department posted 2 hours ago, "Good morning, Greer's Ferry. After much consideration, I will be contacting Flock Camera Systems, suspending services, and starting the process of having the cameras removed from the city. This decision was not made lightly. As Chief of Police, I believe the safety of our community must always be balanced with the privacy, trust, and concerns of the citizens we serve. I appreciate everyone who has taken the time to share their thoughts and concerns. Our police department belongs to this community, and your voice matters. We will continue working every day to keep Greer's Ferry safe while maintaining the transparency and accountability our citizens deserve. Thank you, and have a blessed day. Chief David Starbuck, Greer's Ferry Police Department." Wow. Look, that should show you something right there.
Yeah.
Okay? If you are in a position of power, especially local, I think local, we've got to be hyper-local. We got to focus local. And we got to do the best we can to hold what's going on at the federal level as best we can, but we've got to be involved locally. And Seth Connell, the mayor of Fairfield Bay, is essentially proving what leadership looks like, in my opinion. He makes this post, it goes viral, and now other cities are following suit.
Yeah,
and I think it's directly because of what Seth did.
I completely. It is. There's no thinking there. When we talk about thinking versus knowing, I know that it is because Greer's Ferry Police Department is not beholden to Seth Connell, mayor of Fairfield Bay, whatsoever. None whatsoever. But guess what? The media, in this case, did what the media used to do, Paul.
That's a great point.
That they investigated something was posted online, it went super viral, and rather than being what you would call adversarial to the poster, right, that they asked Seth, and Seth, to his credit, said exactly, no, we would never be that stupid. And that's a mayor of a town.
Yeah,
okay?
And he said that in the interview. He was like, the media is on our side here. The corporate media locally, at least for the time being, they have, and this is true, I think, in a lot of rural communities that have NBC, ABC, CBS affiliates. They seem to be reporting on the outrage over data centers, and the outrage over flock cameras. They seem to be doing a decent job at this, and it may just be because they know, my goodness, this isn't a right or left issue. This is just an American issue. People know I'm an American and I have a right to be left alone and have privacy. This is what America really boils down to.
Well, and I love that the Greer's Ferry Police Department has I don't know what happened behind the scenes. Okay, I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but I love that the police department, especially coming straight from the chief here, Chief Starbuck.
What a great name. Battlestar Galactica fans out there. You know who you are.
He he comes out, I'm assuming it's a he. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Regardless, the chief comes out.
David, his name's David.
David, okay, so I'm assuming male. And he comes out and he does this. Now, I don't know if there was some conversations behind the scene with the mayor, but when you've got your chief of police saying, "We refuse to spy on our citizens,"
Amen.
We refuse to do that. That is the kind of mentality that must continue to spread across this great nation. It can't just happen in small towns in Arkansas. It's got to happen everywhere. Or how we started this show in hour one, how we started this show with talking about this, that kind of government overreach and the trampling of our civil liberties, our First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, all of that is going to continue because we're not going to have a hammer that's going to get called out with this stuff like Donald Trump is right now. Again, whether you agree or disagree with everything, politics changed when he entered the scene.
Yeah.
What are we going to be post-Trump? What is that going to be? Are we going to go back into more and more of this, right? Where the government is constantly trampling on our rights, or are we going to see people like Greers Ferry Police Department just saying, you know what? We're not going to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the video that we played that was joking, it wasn't really joking. The dude was trying to make a mockery of it, saying, I want flock cameras in the police chief's vehicle. I want all of their calls recorded. You need people to do that in these city councils. It's got to happen on the local level because we cannot trust our national politicians.
I mean, it's really positive. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, this is awesome. I mean, and we need to look in to see what other states are doing too. I mean, I know this was 3 cities in Arkansas. Now this makes city number 4 that are saying we're done with flock cameras. Now we got to get the big ones.
The big ones, yeah.
You got to get Little Rock.
You got Little Rock.
You got and Little Rock's will be the big one because they're like
Conway's pretty good size too,
Conway,
and it's just north of Little Rock.
Jonesboro, Fayetteville.
These are college towns.
You're gonna have to do it.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to do it, guys. Get rid of them.
Well, and
they're
I
not
want to
worth
hear
it. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. What we said first hour, we kind of came to this naturally just by thinking through it. But Seth reminded police officers, you're not going to have a job. That's where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to have a job when this is all said and done. And it may take 10, 15, 20 years, but this is a step to where you're not going to have a job. And as much as we talk about, police brutality, or we can see where a cop, obviously when a cop makes a mistake, that's going to get highlighted over the everyday monotonous cops that are doing the right thing all the time.
Yeah.
But you talk about AI getting in control. You talk about these humanoid robots that they're wanting to make and roll out. Folks, it'll be soulless, and I'm sorry, I would much rather have a human being that I can reason with that knows what morality is rather than some soulless machine. So you're entering into all of this at your own peril.
Yeah, I do. I completely agree with you on that. And this needs to continue to swell here in the state of Arkansas, and hopefully it gets in front of the governor, and she looks at this and says, okay, I need to make a statement on this.
Yeah.
And we're going to see which way the winds are going to blow after that. Is she going to leave it up to individual police departments, or is she going to contemplate some sort of statewide ban on these things? That would be epic.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have police departments that adhere to it, some that are going to fight against it. But if it's coming from the top, at least on the state level, if it's coming from the top, it's going to be harder to argue with.
So now, like we have like a kind of a complicated issue here if you think about it, because our next story is about the crime in that you see this all the time in fast food restaurants. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's, where you have a situation where it's mostly predominantly black teenagers that have these epic meltdowns and brawls in these restaurants. Okay, now how did we get here? And you compare that with the technology. Actually, this is actually a great time for a new segment that I haven't even told you about, Rob.
All right.
Let me see.
Love
Do I have
new
it? Do I
segments.
have it? Yeah. Now it's time for our new segment, Render the Fat. Low and slow, think and understand. So for
Come on, Paul with his barbecue references here.
Looks good.
Look at that, that's good.
That's a good brisket, man. So yeah, how do we balance this? Because I'm about to show you this clip here. Let me go ahead and throw it up here right now. Hang on, no, that's not the right one. Here it is. This is Lauren Chen writes, seriously, what is the argument against throwing all these people in prison? James Fishback, who's running for governor, I think the primary is today against Donaldson. Anyway, he posted this. As governor, I will throw the book at anyone who acts like this in public. And this is... All right, this happens all the time, whether it's a Waffle House or whatever.
Yeah, I don't understand. Are they just trying to destroy the kiosks, or are they fighting?
I feel like they're fighting.
All righty.
I feel like they're fighting. And so you're going to say, well, AI policing would certainly help this. Well, not if you don't, first of all, not if you don't actually put them in jail. Not if you don't actually put them in jail. So actually, that's why I think that there's a difference here. We have the technology to enslave ourselves. If we had the will, you could use that technology to make sure stuff like this doesn't happen, or when it does happen, these people go to jail for a long time. But we live in a society where they say, no, we can't do that because diversity is our strength. when diversity is clearly not our strength.
No.
So,
well, I mean, okay, so let's just go with that. Like, let's take race out of it. Let's take religion. Let's take all of that stuff. What about should we have diversity of law-abiding citizens coexisting with lawbreakers? Okay, is that? Oh well, we got to have all different perspectives. Diversity is our strength. No. The unity that you would feel living around neighbors who are law-abiding citizens who are watching your house, and they're the kind of people that are going to, if you're on vacation, going to take in your mail and make sure that there's no funny business happening all around. That kind of community versus this, where they start getting ramped up, getting in this argument, getting in this fight, then it turns into a brawl, and there's this dude just out of nowhere is up on, you can't see him here, but he's up on the booth filming, just, totally animaling out here, just acting like an uncaged animal. And, it's all because everybody's hyped up and the emotions and all of that stuff, and it just gets out of hand.
Asian guy running
This
away.
Asian was like, what the hell, man? Oh, no, that was a Mexican. That was almost like Hispanic.
Like
it was terrible.
Donald Trump, don't trust China. Do you remember that guy? You remember that guy in Hong Kong?
Yeah.
The Chinese guy in
He
Hong
was
Kong?
great.
Donald
He was
Trump,
great.
don't trust China.
These Africans are crazy. And he's taking off and he's running, hey, dude, I'd rather live next to a Chinese national than to live with a bunch of hooligans, around them. And you say that's racist, but I'm pretty sure Chinese is a race, and I ain't racist against them.
Stuff like this keeps real estate prices high. I mean, it's just
Or-
what it is.
Or the opposite if it's in that neighborhood. Yeah.
Yeah. Or keeps real estate prices low. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But I'm saying people pay to mitigate the risk of something like this happening in their neighborhoods or in their communities. People pay a lot of money for that.
Yeah, well, why are homes way more expensive on the north side of Chicago versus the south side of Chicago?
Exactly.
Pretty obvious. Pretty obvious why.
So, I mean, I guess this is the point is we need old-fashioned policing, and if I were emperor of the world, I would bring back stocks. Because you say, just put them in prison. Yeah, I think so. But honestly, we need to bring back shame punishments.
Oh yeah.
We need stocks, and we need judges to start sentencing these people to, okay, you acted out in the McDonald's, you destroyed all of this property, you're going to have to pay it back or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But also, instead of going to jail for 30 days, we're going to put you in stocks for 24 hours. And you're going to get a 24-hour punishment where you are publicly in stocks, and you have to see cars going by, you have to see people going by, and they all get to look at you.
Yeah.
They all get to look at you, and this is your punishment.
Yeah, we've seen.
And I believe that something like that would stop a lot of this nonsense real quick.
We've seen some of that with some judges that will, have an offender. They, hey, I'm going to send you to jail for 6 months, or I am going to, make you stand on a street corner for 3 days straight, wearing a sign that I steal from such and such, whatever. We've seen a little bit of that, but that's not nearly enough, because you've got states like, I believe it was the state of Washington, that are taking they're taking mugshots off online, off online,
because diversity is our strength, and they're not getting the diversity.
We
of
can't
mugshots.
show you who's committing the crimes.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Although we all know.
Yeah, we all know.
Okay, because statistics don't lie, and actually sometimes they do lie in the sense that you got all of these white people that are arrested that ain't white.
Here's this story to follow up.
This is sickening.
Have you seen this one?
Yeah.
There's a white 56-year-old husband and father by the name of Frederick Litton, who was working alongside a black 23-year-old named Devin Rice at a U-Haul facility in West Nashville. You already know how this ends. The two men were reportedly arguing about a soda when Frederick Litton turned and walked away from the verbal dispute, returning to his workstation, and moments later, Devin Rice walked up behind Litton, pulled out a handgun, and emptied it into Litton's back, killing him. Point-blank murder on the job in broad daylight over an argument about a soda that Litton had already walked away from. Just look at the at young Devin's angel face. Who could have possibly predicted that such a sweet boy would have such low impulse control?
He was a valedictorian, Paul.
Yeah, and it's been a week since this black-on-white murder, and as usual, zero national coverage. Numerous local media have covered the story. Zero have published the white victim's photograph. This was him, and this was the dispute.
I want to think. I've seen a lot of the comments, like Officer Brandon Tatum, who is a phenomenal. I love listening to him. He is incredible. If you're not familiar with him, he's a black retired police officer, whatever, and he's just got a huge platform. He'll be on Fox News. He goes all over the place, and he's got a great, successful podcast. And his catchphrase is "Road a clip," right? But he hates this kind of stuff, because what it's doing is because there's so many law-abiding African Americans out there that are just being completely brought in with these individuals because of the high rates.
I mean, it's the statistics.
It's the statistics.
50% of the crime, 13% of the population. It is what it is.
Yes, and they say that the males are African American men are about 7% of the population.
Over a soda.
Over a soda.
You asked me to leave your tent. I'm not going to leave your tent.
Yeah, we saw
I'm going to
that.
stab you.
Yep.
We're in a fight over a soda. Oh, that's you disrespected me. So now I get to kill you.
Yep.
Let me tell you something. We are choosing to live this way. We don't have to, but we are choosing to essentially be soft on crime. And I know we were, like I said, this is kind of the render the fat segment. Like we've got the flock cameras, we've got this emerging surveillance state, right? But here's the deal. With the way the government goes, because we're white, we'll be the ones under surveillance, and people like this, we know because of diversity, equity, inclusion, will get a pass.
Yes. Yeah, can't have their mugshots up there. We can't be flocking them.
Yeah.
And it just reminds me of the police chief that came out of New York City, which the population of New York City is what? I mean, when the suburbs and all of that stuff, it's 20 million people, somewhere around in there. So you've got 20 million people. And it was a sobering, staggering number. And he said, it's something like 92% of all crime. Yeah, that 92% of all crime in the city of New York was being committed by the same 3,500 individuals. That they were being arrested 60, 70 times each.
All you got to do is get 3,500 people off the streets.
He was saying, I talked to one of my officers yesterday, and they arrested the same dude 3 times in the same day, Paul. They would go, they're cashless bail, they get out, they do all of this stuff. And I just said, to your point, Paul, we don't have to live like this. Mm-hmm. Why don't we just say, you know what? 3,500 people, we're going to have a 92% reduction in crime, and we're just putting your ass in jail. Mm-hmm. We're not going to allow you to live next to us because we're going to protect all of the innocent people. And that's where, especially on the liberal side,
that's actually loving your neighbor, is to have a government that punishes evildoers, wrongdoers, to love the community.
We are called
to make them safe.
We are called to protect the innocent, certainly not the criminal in this case. So I know you got this.
No, I'm not wanting to play it. I mean, it's just a follow up on the shooting. Tennessee man facing charges. It's over a soda.
Dude threw his life away over a soda.
Yeah, over being disrespected.
He killed a husband. He killed a father.
Yeah.
Over a soda.
And he'll be on death. I mean, even if Tennessee gives him the death penalty, he's going to sit on death row. This man. Okay, here's the deal. This man right here should be put to death within 30 days.
Oh, yeah. That would stop this, Paul.
He's got 30 days. We're going to have a trial. We've got multiple witnesses. We know you shot this guy to death. We're going to have a trial. We're going to have a jury. You're going to be found guilty, and then you will be sentenced to death in 30 days' time.
Sure.
That's what's got to happen if we're going to solve this. Swift punishments, especially with cut-and-dry cases like this. And maybe that would solve this.
You mean to tell me that if somebody knew they were going to die and not live in prison for the next 30 years and appeal and costing the taxpayers getting 3 hots and a cot a day, you're saying that if somebody knew that if I committed a murder that was irrefutable, obviously, dude admitted to it. They asked him, and he said, well, he disrespected me over a soda. He confessed. He literally said it. And so you're telling me though that if they're arrested and they know they're going to die in 30 days if they're convicted, that it will reduce it? You're crazy if you think that it won't, because they don't. They're living in the moment. But if they start seeing some of their
more immediate consequences,
these immediate consequences, bring back public hanging.
Yeah.
Hey, you really want to get with that?
Where's little Larry? Oh, little Larry gone.
Yeah, he gone because he shot somebody in the back of the head. And wait a minute, I just played cards with him a couple of months ago.
Well, yeah,
he did. Yeah, he did. That's exactly. And I don't care whether you're white, you're black, but what your race is. If you get in an argument with somebody, and you go and you what a coward too, because he did it behind his back. He didn't even have the guts to look the man in the eye while he was taking his life over a soda.
And then look at these two girls that
I'm
now,
racist.
that now
You're
don't have
racist,
a father.
Rob.
Look at these
gone.
girls. Look at these girls. They don't have their dad now because of a soda. I'm sorry, dude. Like I'm done, and so many people are done. They're just over it.
I mean, there's going to be outrage
and
for
you know
a
what?
while.
If we did this segment 10 years ago, there would be people on the right that would be uncomfortable, and they would be like, "Oh man, this kind of sounds like you guys are racist," even though
I'm
we're
sick
not
of
racist
it.
at all.
Yeah.
What
Call
I'm
me a
saying
racist.
What I'm saying is, now, even if somebody does call, it's like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like nobody cares anymore. It's because we're all just exhausted with this, and it's day in and day out. Whether it's Irina Zaruska or something like this, or Austin Metcalf, we're just done. And we're wanting somebody to solve the problem, and right now our system is totally failing us.
Yeah, we used to be afraid to be called a racist, and you know we were like, well, I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about black people because I've got several friends that are black, and I don't want them to think that I'm racist.
Yeah.
And I want to say this: if you can't say something critical, especially when you're talking about that less than 13% of the population commits half of the violent crime here in the United States, if you can't point out that statistic without your black friend realizing that you're not racist against them, you're saying that there is an epidemic, there is a problem in that culture there that keeps permeating, where it's low income African American community that says, we're going to commit, you cannot disrespect me. I used to work for a lady, she's black, she was the boss, and she said, Rob, it's who yells the loudest wins the argument in the black community. Who can fight the best? That's who wins the argument. There are incredible representatives of the black community, but this is what we're seeing, and that's why the news wants to take this off. My gosh, man, give me Brandon Tates, give me some Byron Donalds, give me these good Christian black men to come and speak out against this stuff. And they are, and they respectfully that they are, but they're only so much. And we as white people can't be afraid to point it out as well.
Yeah.
And I'll call it out. I don't trust, give me a trailer trash person who's on meth. I ain't turning my back on him.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I also don't want to live next to that.
Correct.
Risk.
Correct.
Here's R.N. McIntyre talking with the Steve Deace show. It was an interesting exchange about the young people and how the young people are done with this nonsense as well. Listen to this as we wrap up the show.
If you don't want to see the revolution, then you have to be willing to hear things and see things that perhaps do not jive with, a pat answer that you got in 1989. And that doesn't make you a bad person. That doesn't mean your son is a bad person. But you have to care about each other. He has to realize you're not the enemy, and you have to realize that he's not the enemy. Because if you guys are the enemy, then you're going to miss the real enemy. And I don't care how many times you stare a young man in the eye and tell him things are fine. When he goes down to the local Walmart and not a single human being speaks English, when he applies for a
man,
job,
if you go to Dallas these days, where the Blaze is headquartered or on, you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know if you're in Dubai or Mumbai. You don't know.
No.
You don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're when I go to Dallas, it is insane. You couldn't find an English speaking Uber driver if your life depended on it. And so the idea that, look, I again appreciate that we're getting 1 million deportations. That doesn't get us close to 20 million that Biden brought in. Okay, again, I can recognize the Trump administration is doing better than any administration of my lifetime, and still not sit there and just nod along as if everything is fine. We have to fix these things. We have to take them seriously. And if we don't, it's your children who are going to pay the price. And you have to care about that fact.
Well, and I will say this in defense of the numbers, you can't deport 250,000 people a month at the rate that's the rate that they were coming across the border.
Yeah.
As many as 250,000 people, 250,000 people were crossing the border. We saw the big hordes of people that were crossing the border. We've seen all of that. Like, I think we would have a whole lot more resources to put toward crime for United States citizens, ones that were born here. I think we would have a whole lot more funds to put toward correcting that crime if we weren't spending billions and billions of dollars on illegal immigration. So
I agree
McIntyre
with
is
you.
correct.
I think what they were also talking about was this disconnect on the right, where younger men are more radical, more conservative than maybe boomers are polling right now. And the reason is because the standard free market conservative stuff from Reagan through the 90s, that we used to fight Obama as being a socialist, no longer are working as solutions.
Yeah.
Because
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and I want to welcome everybody from Talk Red as well as LFA TV. This is our first day on Talk Red, which I think is awesome, Jay. It's a really great up-and-coming network that already has a ton of followers on Facebook and in Rumble, Getter, and all that. So we got LFA TV and we got Talk Red. That's why you can see the new nameplate we got down there with both logos. So it's great to be joining another network, but we're not leaving LFA TV. We love LFA TV. So we got both going here, man.
Yeah, awesome. Two great networks, man. How lucky are we?
Absolutely. And, it allows us to be able to get the show out to more people. And ultimately, that's the goal, because, our job is just to inform people. That's what we want to do, inform people and give them the information that they're not getting from the mainstream media. We might cover the same topics, but they're not going to give you the shit that we're going to give you. Okay.
No.
So who cares if we cover the same topics as the mainstream media? We're going to tell you and give you the information they're not giving you. That's the point of this show.
Yeah, and also we're going to cover things that are out there, but definitely not in the mainstream media. That's for sure.
No. We cover a lot of the conspiracies too, and honestly, most of the conspiracies are correct. So you'll find a lot of things that are done here first before the mainstream media actually catches on. They catch on like 6 months later. We've had New York Post put our stories on their front page. I don't know how many times. How many times, Jay? At least 5.
Yeah, at least. And they steal your headlines. They stole a couple of headlines from you.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy what they do. Anyways. All right. So real quick, first, though, I want to talk about our sponsor real quick, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You do not want to miss out. They are the place that has the absolute best patriotic apparel and pride gifts, mugs, phone cases, hats, flags, bags, shirts, hoodies. I mean, they've got excellent stuff, and it's all about patriotism, all about America. And right now, since you're watching Secret America, you can get 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Just type in the code SECRET20. That's SECRET20. You will not get a better deal than that anywhere else in the entire country. So SECRET20, make sure you guys check it out. Also we have Secret America gear, which is really cool. There's been people that have bought hats and shirts, mugs. Someone bought I think a phone case or something, but we have some excellent gear to support the show. So represent the show, support the mission. SecretAmericaLive.com is exactly how you do that. You can scan the QR code at the top right. for that also. And then, we have my book, By Design, The First Black President. This is the book that if you've ever wanted to know what went into the conspiracies surrounding him, what actually happened. Everybody knows the general conspiracy, but nobody knows what actually happened. Nobody knows how he got to where he was. Nobody knows the actual story about the spouse and the kids and the birth certificate. This is a political thriller that will blow your mind. I guarantee it, because it's like a movie playing in your head. Not a history book that talks at you, but a movie playing in your head that allows you to be with the characters as the events unfold. You get to rise from birth all the way to the presidency. You get to rise with Obama. You will take the entire journey with him and all the conspiracies, all the backroom deals, all the shady networks. You will get to see it all on By Design, The First Black President. All right.
All right.
So, the first thing I wanted to say, Jay, is did you hear about, and this is crazy for anybody that has not heard about this. This is something that you're not going to get anywhere else. There are now tests being conducted in Ukraine of autonomous AI drones. Okay, they're autonomous AI drones. It's called Terminator mode, and I'm not making that up. It's called Terminator mode. Okay, they are quadcopter drones that flow to a frontline area. They seek out and strike targets without ongoing human control or video feed. All right. Follow-up drones reportedly found dead Russian soldiers, leading to the conclusion that the autonomous systems caused the deaths. Broader advances include AI-enabled terminal guidance, target locking that continues after signal loss, and plans to expand autonomous capabilities, while official statements often emphasize human oversight for final decisions. I mean, it's incredible, Jay, because now you can just basically, it's like a bloodhound dog. It sniffs something and then it has that scent that it can go seek it out.
Yeah.
That's what this is. You show it a picture of a Russian soldier's uniform. It can go seek it out and kill whoever it wants. It makes the decisions. It fires the missiles. It does everything, Jay. But the problem is with these kind of machines that are not controlled by discretion. They don't have discretion. Okay, so there could be a lot of mistakes here, deaths that are not supposed to be deaths.
Yeah.
Big problems.
I was just going to say, what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, I wouldn't want it just because the liability, Jay. I mean, you would be liable for, this obviously could not be deployed anywhere but military. You can't use this for police. You cannot have autonomous AI drones for police, giving people tickets, arresting people. You can't do that because the liability would be through the roof.
Well, yeah, if they keep going with flock cameras, who knows? But no, you're right. It would be crazy. It's already crazy. Flock cameras are already crazy. And that's one thing police are using that we disagree with. And for those of you on Talk Red for the first time, I was a police officer for 25 and a half years. I think these flock cameras are crazy. Did you see, Jack, the flock cameras that were outside of the gun range in Florida?
Yeah, these things are insane, Jay. And also, I'm glad you brought that up, though, because there's a quick thing I wanted to show you. Yesterday, 6 former Savannah Police Department employees are under criminal investigation after being fired over the alleged misuse of flock surveillance cameras. Okay, 6 former police department. I got a video real quick I want to show you guys, because this is what happens when flock surveillance, which surveils things 24/7, falls into the wrong hands. This is insane.
This morning, 6 former Savannah Police Department employees, including 4 officers, are now under criminal investigation after being fired for allegedly misusing these controversial surveillance cameras made by the company Flock.
Totally honest, I'm disappointed. I'm pissed off about it.
The employees allegedly using the system to make personal searches involving family and acquaintances. The high-tech AI-powered cameras read license plates and store that data for police departments to use. Over 120,000 deployed nationwide to help fight crime. They're on streetlights, bridges, and highways. But backlash is growing amid rising reports of misuse. Dozens of officers now charged or accused of using the technology inappropriately.
Did you hear what they said? Dozens of officers have been accused or charged with misusing this stuff. And Jay, I would be okay with flock cameras if they didn't store anything. Like, say they saw somebody with a license plate, they call it in, then they erase it. It automatically erases. Once they call it in, if it disappears, I'm good with that.
Yeah, well, the problem with that is then you can't use it for an investigation. If it's gone immediately. How long does? All right,
it's supposed to be help, not a fucking crutch.
No, a license plate. Okay, I could get that. License plate go. Actually, Jack, I don't see a way around it. They suck.
They're using it as a crutch, is what they're doing.
All
they want to do their job for them.
No, I think they all suck. Listen, there's cameras all over the place. The difference between the flock cameras and, say, the cameras that you're going to see all over the place on the street, those aren't being used in real time to report things to the police. Yes, there could be something that happens on the street where cameras or a traffic camera or something catches something, and it could be used in an investigation later on. They go, oh, there's a camera. Let's get that data and use that in our investigation to see if we can get to the bottom of what happened. The flock cameras are in real time transmitting information to police in their cars, in their headquarters, or wherever their dispatch is. And that information is being put out instantly. That's why you're having so many false hits, where maybe it's reading a license plate wrong. Maybe it caught the wrong number. Maybe it hasn't been taken out of the system. And the flag, or whatever flag was on that plate, hasn't been taken out of the system, even though it was supposed to have happened. That's the problem with these flock cameras. That's the big issue. And what's happening is it's billions of images per day going into this system. Chances are you're going to have some mistakes when you have that many things going into the system at once. It's just impossible.
Absolutely. Cajun lady, I want to thank you. She said, I'm enjoying your book by Design Jack. I'm on chapter 16. It's honestly hard to put down. It's that good. Thank you very much. Right now, it's got 20 reviews so far on Amazon. They're all 5 stars. So I want to thank everybody that's read the book. I really appreciate it. Actually, our good friend, Dr. Robert Malone, purchased a signed copy yesterday. So I will be signing that. We just got it in today. So I'll be signing that and giving him a personal message and then shipping it out to him. So I can't wait to hear his thoughts on it as well. But Jay, talking about the drones, okay? Listen to this. There is right now, there is now a Tornial, I guess is what it's called, Tornial. It's Tornial. That's the name of it. Tornial has autonomous micro drones. They are 40 grams. 40 grams, okay? It's a 40-gram autonomous micro drone that completed its first mid-air kill of a flying moth. And why is this important? Because it's showing that it can kill things, it's not really, the moths and stuff is not what matters. None of that matters. What it's showing is that it can use deadly weapons at that size. That's what it's talking about. Listen to this, okay? It says it uses phased array microphones and propeller collisions for chemical-free insect elimination. That's what it's doing with this here, okay? And it says with one drone designed to patrol up to 5 acres. So these drones can be autonomous and kill bugs that are coming after your plants, coming after your farm. 5 acres it can patrol. That's pretty freaking amazing if you ask me. But Jay, these kind of things always get misused, man. So what happens when they start using them for hits? What happens when people start buying them, using them for hits on people? Very easy.
How big are these drones?
40 grams. That's what? That's ounce and a half.
So they're tiny little things.
Yeah, they're micro drones. They're like this. They probably look like a bumblebee.
That's pretty awesome.
It's amazing. It's amazing. But stuff like this always gets misused. Always.
Everything, right. Anything that's good, somebody will find a way to corrupt it and use it for things it's not supposed to be used for. Of course.
And this is dangerous. You can't see it coming. Someone shoots you in the neck with say one of those, those darts that the CIA made in the 60s that when it shoots you, you get a heart attack. Say they attach it to one of those, it shoots you in the neck, it flies off, nobody sees it, nobody's gonna think that was a drone that just killed somebody. So you now have a death that nobody will ever solve.
Well, we have those anyway. Now it's even easier.
Yeah, now it's way easier.
Oh my God.
And it's scary.
I mean, it is amazing technology. I mean, you could unleash these things in neighborhoods to kill mosquitoes, like you said, to whatever.
And that's what they're for, Jay.
Right.
That's their purpose. But that's
Right.
not going to be their purpose for long.
Who's the people controlling who gets these drones?
Absolutely. Well, the co-founder, Alex Toussaint, he said he aims to cut mosquito control costs dramatically and curb diseases like malaria, though
West Nile.
but he said replies note potential risks to non-target insects and ecosystems. These are autonomous, Jay. So say you set it to kill mosquito, you set it to kill bugs, and what happens if it kills other things? The family pet. Maybe it kills a human. Who knows? But eventually they will be used for that purpose. You know that.
Yeah, something's going to go wrong. This is another one. What could possibly go wrong thing? I mean,
we're not ready. AI is not good enough for autonomous machines yet.
I agree with you. We just type something into an AI and see how many times it gets it wrong the first couple of times. Happens.
You ever
a
tried
lot.
to create an image?
Oh, yeah. And forget it if you try to change the image a little bit. Then the whole
man.
thing just goes to hell. But yeah, it's always unforeseen or unintended consequences. And
Yep.
that's what we're running into. This technology is expanding so quickly that we're just going to have to, I guess, roll with the punches and I think kind of hope for the best with a lot of it. But of
That's
course,
the problem.
there's
It
gonna
can't be stopped.
No, it can't be stopped because it's national security is what it is. You have to win the AI race. It's a national security issue. So
Absolutely.
But along the way, there's gonna be problems. There just is. So get ready. That's all. Get ready, everybody.
Absolutely. And thank you, Raina, also for your lovely comment about the book. But yeah, it's true. I mean, there's nothing we can do to stop any of this stuff because you can't stop the advancement of technology. You just can't. There's just no way to do that unless, everything goes dark. You would have to literally cut everything, go dark, start back to the Stone Age, and then maybe you could stop the advancement for maybe 10, 20 years because the people that already know how to do it can probably get it back together after quite a while. But yeah, so that's, it's not going to stop. So again, we have to hope that the people that do control it, maybe it'll be like a controlled substance. Nobody's allowed to get it without, federal this or that or whatever. So I don't know. But those things, it can be dangerous.
Well, the government should be doing what it does best, regulate, because they're good at that. So that maybe they could, they could maybe do something and, finally put their regulation power to good use with some of this, and stuff like this. If they overregulate it a little bit, like these things, I kind of don't got a problem with that for the time being until we find the right, actually, the sweet spot. But if you're ever going to overregulate, maybe overregulate these drones. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're going to overregulate, it would be nice to overregulate something that needs to be regulated. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, Jay, you want to hear something interesting? I never looked at AOC as someone that could be hot. You know what I mean? Never looked at her like. Now, she just split up with her fiance, Riley Roberts. They just broke up today. Okay? And I think that's why she put out this particular video. And it's not even anything of her trying to be sexy or anything like that. It's just interesting how it came about. I'm going to pull up the video in just a second. But honestly, like I said, I never thought of her as a sexual being, someone that could be sexy. You know what I mean? She just doesn't seem like that type of person. But after seeing the fact that when she broke up with her fiance and then seeing this video that she came out with, I don't know if I can find it now. For some reason, it's not showing anywhere, which is weird. I hate when you have something and then it doesn't show anywhere after you have it. It's angering. You bookmark something and then it doesn't show, after you do that. So yeah, but I'm sure I can find it in a second. But yeah, she split up. Okay, here it goes. Here it is. So I want you to take a look at this. Again, I've never found her as an attractive woman, but this is actually pretty attractive to me. Maybe it's just me. And just because I hate her politics doesn't mean I don't think this is attractive. So take a look. Look at how she looks.
Strength training and lifting session, and let's go. So
and a lot of people are talking about, the shape that she's in and, how she looks and stuff like that. And the fact that she did this, because she just broke up with her fiance, and I'm not saying that I like her politics. In fact, I don't like her politics at all. I'm just saying, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think she should maybe go and get out of politics and model gym wear. I think that the world would be a better place if she got out of politics and did
Honestly,
that
I
for a
think she
living.
could do that if she wanted
Go
to.
ahead.
She's in really good shape.
Please go right ahead and do us all a favor and go away. She's not going to. I'm just
But
wishful
let's
thinking
skip the
right now.
politics part of it. Let's leave the politics part of it
Yeah.
out. Just look, I mean, just basic physical attributes, you know. She doesn't look that bad actually. When you see her, you know, she looks like she's in great shape. She's not an ugly person. I mean, you know.
Well, no, she's an ugly person. She might not look ugly all the time. She's an ugly person, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you know, you got to leave the politics out of it for a second. Just look
I
at
guess.
her. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, like I said, she looks decent in the gym wear. Go model gym wear. I mean, go ahead.
I'm on
please.
my way to do my last strength training and lifting session, and let's go.
Nails
So,
on
yeah.
a chalkboard. Nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, but again, you gotta sometimes you gotta separate things so you can see things clearly. And when you separate the politics, you can see she's an attractive woman. She's an attractive woman.
I like what Raina said. She's just so stupid it makes her unattractive. So thank you, Raina. I like that one.
And that's
I agree.
true. You just got to be able to separate the things, you know. I mean, just, you know, that's why when you watch a video like that, you mute it. You know, you just mute it and just watch it.
No. And I'm gonna tell you why. AOC is more annoying on mute than she is when you hear her. And I've been saying this for years.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it makes sense to me because when I say I'm scrolling anything, X, TikTok, and I see her with yelling or so, I find her to be so annoying even when she's not speaking that I can't deal with it. I'm sorry, Jack.
I think it's your perception of her in your mind because
Yeah, no,
when
it's
she's
it's
when you
reality.
see her yelling, you're probably imagining what she's saying or what she's talking about.
Yeah. And I know it's something stupid, and I know it's something destructive to the United States of America. So yeah, you're right. It is. I'm imagining what she's saying. She's a moron, and she's a dangerous moron because there are a lot of people that, for some reason, think that she's somebody that they're going to vote for. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
She's
I don't
a
know why.
complete idiot.
I don't know why they vote for her.
I don't
But, you
either.
know, I was just saying that, you know, when you separate politics, you can see that she's not, you know, she's an attractive woman. If you can separate the politics out of there. And that's just, you know, that is, and honestly, believe it or not, everybody else felt the same way on the post. I was shocked. I figured people would be like you did and say, oh, I hate her politics, you know, that kind of thing. But just trying to separate the two. And, you know, she's physically attractive. She's not hot. There's a difference. I mean, there's scales, you know.
I'm going to go to that post. I'll be the person on that post that says I can't. I'll be the one. I'll go. I'll be the one that wrecks her on the post. I don't care. I'm not going to.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
see,
simping.
that's the
I'm not
thing,
going to
though.
go simp for AOC. I'm not doing it.
No, but you got to be able to separate things once in a while. You got to compartmentalize because this particular video has nothing to do with her politics. And it's not like you're saying, oh, I love her politics all of a sudden. You're a guy. You can see what's attractive. It is what it is.
Listen, I got to be honest. She's not always attractive looking either.
Not always. No,
No.
she's one of those. You ever see that Seinfeld episode where that woman?
No, I've told you. I told you. I thought that was the worst show of all time.
You are out of your mind.
I've heard that before.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Worst
Oh
show of
my
all time.
God.
Worst show
You
of all
know,
time.
Jay,
Not funny.
Back in the 90s when there were no computers, there were no social media. You know how many people watched the final episode of Seinfeld live?
I know.
75 million people watched the final episode of a 30-minute sitcom live.
Yeah.
75 million. That show is one of the funniest and best written shows ever because mostly it's got to do with the cast. The cast is brilliant. Casting is great.
Well, Jerry Seinfeld is not a good actor.
I never said he was, but
He's
the
not.
show is good. The show is really good.
I-
They make up the ones that are good actors, the Kramers, the George Costanzas. They make up for anything that he lacks. So it ends up being a great show.
Yeah, I know. I'm in the minority, the vast minority on this opinion. I have been for 30 years. I've been saying
Have
this
you
for
ever
30
watched
years.
the whole show? Seinfeld is a great show.
Yes, I've watched, and I've watched enough to know that it's just not for me. I'm one of those people. I'm very rare, but I'm one of those people where I just
he's
did
one
not
of those.
like Seinfeld. I felt like this conversation we've had so far tonight is funnier than anything I've ever watched on Seinfeld. That's how I feel about it.
Well,
Anyway,
anyways, back
yeah.
to what I was talking about. In
Go ahead.
an episode of Seinfeld, there's this woman who, in the right light, she's beautiful. You know, she looks really hot. But then when he takes her to when they're going down to a certain area, she looks totally different. It's like 1 minute she's beautiful with the lipstick and the stuff. The next minute she doesn't have any makeup on and she looks hideous. They call her Two-Face or something like that. But it's crazy as hell because he only wants to go on a date with her in the back booth of the coffee shop because that's the only place she always looks hot. You know what I mean? So just like AOC, the only place she will always look hot is in gym wear with a ponytail. That's it.
But hold on. We're spending a lot of time in AOC, and let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
She's taking that video from up here, right? She's doing high. She's
Everybody
up high.
does that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know why?
But you can see her. You can see her stomach too. You can see she's in good shape.
That's what makes everybody look the best. There's always up high, and I'm guilty
of
course.
it too. Who wants to do a video that makes you look the worst?
I'm saying she does not look good. I've seen AOC in jeans. She does not look good in a pair of jeans to me.
Much better shape now. If you watch the video, you'll actually see all the way down to the bottom of her stomach. She is in really good shape now. Maybe she lost weight. Maybe she took Ozempic. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't really care about AOC. I was just saying that as a male, you can separate politics and find someone physically attractive while finding them mentally repulsive.
Maybe she's maybe the egg freezing, which is repulsive, what she's doing, in my opinion, with the egg freezing. Give me
just
a break.
Weird. It's weird. I don't know about repulsive, but it's weird.
It's to me, it's really we talked about this a little last night. It's theater. Yeah. It's disingenuous.
Well,
AOC doesn't want kids. This is a bunch of crap. That's why I can't stand about her so much. She's so disingenuous. It's all fake. The whole thing's a casting, just like Mamdani's casted, just like El Sayed is casted, just like this moron up in Wisconsin that's going to win tonight, Jack. The Francesca Wong, the one who hates Thanksgiving. Yeah.
And Mike Lindell's not going to win his thing either, apparently, which is a shame.
He torpedoed himself.
Yeah.
If he loses, he torpedoed himself talking about amnesty. That's a 4-letter word, Mike.
Yeah, that was really stupid. But Jay, have you seen what's been going on in Massachusetts? The governor signed the bill to allow abortions up to birth. And do you know how different abortions are done? I'm gonna pull up a video, and this is gonna be graphic, but I'm gonna try to. It's a cartoon video. It's not you're not gonna see this actually happen, but I'm gonna show you all how different types of abortions are actually done. And then we're going to tell you that these abortions in Massachusetts are allowed to be done up until the day you give birth. So imagine a child the day before you give birth, this happening to that child. I will show you in just a moment, Jay. You can go ahead.
No. I was all over this all day with this governor, Maura Healey. And the sickening thing about it, forget it, the law is sick. But did you see when she signed the bill, the people around her, the women around her clapping and laughing? It was like they just won the lottery. You're murdering babies, and you people are clapping like you did something good. No, you're evil, and you will have to answer for it one day when you try to move on to the next life. That's how I feel about it. It's disgusting. And this woman says she's a Catholic. She says she's a Christian. Really?
All right. Jay, I am going to show you guys the different methods of abortion for when the baby is, fully grown, when the baby has come to terms. This is going to be graphic. It's bad. And it's not, Deb said, Jack, you're a writer. You can separate stuff. I can't. I'm also not a writer. That's funny. But yeah, no. Some people can't compartmentalize and separate stuff. Doesn't matter. It's fine. It's over with. But this right here, the abortion thing right here, we are going to show you, and it's a cartoon. It's not a cartoon, but it's an illustration of the different types of abortions when the baby is, ready to be born, when it's fully up to term. So it's going to be graphic, but again, it's an illustration. So guys, let's check this out. It's going to be rough. So here we go.
Once the cervix has been stretched open, the suction tube is placed inside. The suction machine is turned on, and pale yellow amniotic fluid surrounding the baby is suctioned out through the catheters. The baby's bones and skull are too strong to be torn apart by suction alone. This is a Sofer clamp. When it gets a hold of something, it does not let go. The abortionist uses this clamp to grasp an arm or leg.
Is it sick?
Once he has a firm grip, the abortionist pulls.
Are you kidding me?
In order to tear the limb from the baby's body. One by one, the rest of the limbs are removed, along with the intestines, the spine, and the heart.
And this all happens while the baby, and you notice that the baby has arms and legs and a head. This is all of, this is a full-term baby, and this is how it's done. They rip its legs off, they rip its arms off, they suck out the amniotic fluid so the baby can't, breathe or any of that stuff. So
it's sick.
Lungs.
It's just sick. This stuff should be
Usually the
shown
most difficult
on
part of the
TV
procedure
so
is
people know.
extracting the baby's head, which is about the size of a large plum at 20 weeks. The head is grasped and crushed. The abortionist knows he has crushed the skull when a white substance comes out of the cervix. This was the baby's brains. The abortionist then removes skull pieces. He removes the placenta and any leftover parts of the baby with a curette, scraping the lining of the uterus for any remaining tissue. Once all the parts have been accounted for, the abortion is complete.
that is what happens on just one type of abortion. That's not all abortions. That's just one type of abortion, and it is sick. It is rough. It is hard to watch, and it's weird. It's like a dismemberment. It's like a serial killer dismembering, a person out in the world. That's exactly what's happening. Only this person's not making a clean cut, which is obviously still painful and horrible. This person's ripping the legs, arms, neck, head, whatever off, whatever it can grasp. It's ripping it off while the baby is suffocating, by the way.
That's insane. This is barbaric. And people that do this, first of all, they should be arrested. The person doing it should be arrested. And the people allowing it to happen to themselves, they should be arrested too, because it's murder. And I'm sorry. I don't care.
Man.
I don't care what anybody says. I can say it because I feel like saying it. It's murder. And people that do this have something wrong with their brain. And I'm going to say that. And these women behind this governor, I want to know how many of them have kids. Because if you have kids and you still think this is a good thing, you're even more sick in the head. That's how I feel about it. And it's disgusting. But as disgusting as that is what should be shown to people so they actually know, the ones who are in favor of this, so they actually know what the hell happens and what it really means. You wouldn't do that to an animal. You would be thrown in jail, and you should be. But it's okay to do that to a human being. And Jack, they got to square this one with me. In a lot of places, if a mother was at term or near term and the mother was murdered, they count it as a double homicide. So now how do we square that one?
It depends on what place it is. Because if it's a place that has that abortion, they still consider it a person. They just don't consider it murder under abortion. Because again, Jay, everybody else, laws are do not legislate morality. These are not laws that are moral. These are arbitrary lines drawn by an entity. Okay, the government is the entity. They draw arbitrary lines. They're not scientific lines, and they're not moral lines. That's why when you'll smoke weed, right? You smoke weed and it's illegal, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, you smoke weed? It's illegal." But then as soon as it's legalized, "Oh, you smoke weed? That's cool. It's legal." People see the government legislating their own morality. You don't actually have morality. You go by what the government says. If abortion is right, then you feel fine. If murder is wrong, what if murder was right? Then all the see, that's what I'm talking about with the alcohol. Alcohol right now, everybody can take a drink of alcohol and feel fine. Oh, it's legal. But during Prohibition, if you took a drink of alcohol, everybody would look at you like you're crazy. What are you doing? You shouldn't be doing that. That's wrong. See, Jay, people equate government laws and government arbitrary lines to right and wrong.
I'm not. I'm saying I don't care if that's a law. You should be arrested if you do it. The law that's morally reprehensible, whether it's a law or not. That's my point.
Yeah, of course, but there's nothing that you're not going to be arrested for. You can call. You can. I know that's what you would like,
but that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, it's a law. It's that state. The state makes.
I get it. They can make
the state
law.
makes their own stuff.
But you know what else they'll have to do? Those people will have to face their maker at a certain point. And you know what? I hope they end up someplace really hot. And that's where they belong. That is, if you watch that and you don't have a problem with that, I got to be honest with you. I don't want to know you.
Well, I want to show you one more thing.
And there's something wrong with your brain. Go ahead.
I want to show you one more thing. This is an actual filmed one. It's only 7 seconds long. You're not going to see everything, but take a look at this. Okay, this is filmed. You can see he's suffocating right now, okay? Yeah. Then they grab him with the forceps and try to pull his body out. You see? Watch. There's the forceps pulling on his leg, pulling him out. You see that? Then he starts to come out. That's what happens right there. That is an actual filmed abortion on a sonogram, I believe, an ultrasound machine. So yeah, it is
Yeah.
what it is. That is it. And a lot of
people-
times, Jay, a lot of times in full-term abortions, the baby will come out alive. It will come out alive. It will come out crying. And this is the truth. You can look it up. They chop its head off.
These people are demons. Flat out
They
demons.
chopped its head off, Jay.
Yeah,
They
they're
pulled it out alive.
spawn
It's
demons.
crying. It's crying. It's screaming. The abortion didn't go the way it was supposed to. So they have a baby that's alive. They legally are allowed to kill that baby because it was supposed to be killed inside the womb. So they either suffocate it or chop its head smooth off.
How far away are we from a blue state passing a law that says a perfectly healthy baby that comes out can just be killed? We're not far. How they've tried it. I know in Virginia they
Well,
wanted
that's
to go
kind
that
of
far.
what this is.
Well,
Honestly,
I'm talking not even attempted to be aborted at all. Oh, it came out. You know what, Doc? I changed my mind. I don't want it. Get rid of it for me. How far away are we from this?
Actually, not only are we not far away from that, but we're also not far away from self-induced suicide machines, like in Sweden or in Canada, where you have depression, suicide machine. Oh, you have your ankles hurt, suicide machine. They push the suicide machine in Canada for any ailment you have. If you are unhealthy in any way, suicide machine. And we're not that far away. And if they're allowing abortions all the way up to term, eventually it's going to get to the point where they allow them, let's say, up to 10 minutes after term, because Jay, it's an arbitrary line. If the baby was going to be born tomorrow, you pull it out today and it's still screaming and crying because the abortion was incorrect, then what's the difference between killing it then and killing it when it's born? These are the government has arbitrary lines that are not moral. They're not moral lines, but everybody in America, Jay, seems to set their morals based on the government's arbitrarily drawn laws.
I think with certain things, but I don't want to draw the equivalency between alcohol and abortion. What
are you talking about?
Well, when you talk, it's okay because the government says it's okay. No, this is different than a prohibition.
It's not. It's the same thing as laws, Jay. I'm not talking about you saying it's okay. Just like when when alcohol was illegal and then they made it legal. So a lot of people say, you know what, it's still not okay because that's your own moral standing, and that's great. Most people don't have that though. Most people are like, okay, the state of Massachusetts says I can do it up to birth, then it must be okay.
Well,
it's just like when a doctor hands you a bottle of pills. These pills came from the doctor, so they got to be okay. The doctor wouldn't steer me wrong. The doctor will give me the right dose. I'm not going to get addicted to this. This isn't a drug. It came from the doctor. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, when you're talking about killing a baby,
see, that's your moral line, though.
No,
that's
but who
not
doesn't if you don't have that moral line, I don't want to know you, and I think you're sick.
Well, that's why I say, Jay, most of the people have their moral compass is connected to the government legislation. So you might find a lot of people in Massachusetts think it's okay because it's legal, whereas a lot of people in a red state think it's not okay because it's not legal. A lot of people, their compass points towards the government's own laws, and but people don't realize the government does not make laws for moral reasons. And that's the thing. It's not moral, neither law. Whether weed, heroin, whatever is illegal, whether abortion is legal or illegal, they don't make those decisions based on morality.
I don't know what to say. You're a demon if you make a law that this is okay. So these people that are doing this, whether whatever it is, they're demons. There's something, and you don't belong in any position of power. This is different than any other law. This is different than any other law to me. You're condoning murder. Murder has never been okay.
No, it's different than a law.
Yeah. In any civilized society, murder has never been okay. So this is murder. This is government sanctioned murder.
And that's true. But when I'm talking about people that have their morality tied to the government's laws, they can't I would say it's probably 2/3 of the country at least. And like your morality is not tied to the government's laws. So you could see, even though it's legal, that it's wrong. But a lot of people, most people, 66% of people will say, if the government would never steer me wrong. If this happens, then it's legal. And Jay, that's the problem. They can't separate morality, like say, okay, my moral compass is with the government on all this, but not this. They can't do that. If it's either your moral compass is with the government or it's not. And a lot of people, Jay, that's why you'll see people say, no, it's not okay to smoke right here because the government says it's not. But, yesterday you were allowed to smoke there and everybody thought it was okay. Now you're not allowed to smoke there because the government put up a sign. It's the same thing. They base their morality on governmental legislation.
I gotta disagree. I don't see it. I see it differently. I see what you're saying differently though, and we can move on because this is
well. That's because you're coming at it from a moral standpoint.
No,
but what I'm saying.
I separate this from other laws and other rules and other regulations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's you though. Yeah. Your morals are not tied to government legislation. I'm talking about the 66% of people whose morals are tied for government. They don't pick and choose. Everything that the government says is go. Everything the government says is illegal is illegal. So I'm not talking about your particular case and the way you feel and think about it is because your mind and your morals are not tied to government legislation. 66% of the people in the country are, and they don't pick and choose which is moral. They just say the government says it's okay, so I think it's okay. And that's, Jay, that's a lot. That's most of the, you've seen it. You've seen it out there. I'm sure you've seen many examples of it out there.
But hold on. So they're going to, every law that the government passes or every law that's in place, they're going to be like, okay, because the government says it. No, they're not that way. There are people that are good with what we just watched and who hate every other law and want to break them all the time.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. I said 66%. There's still 34% of people out there that don't have their morality tied to government legislation. But I'm saying 2/3 of the people do. Whatever the government says is okay, they believe is okay.
All right. We can move on. It just makes me sick. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It should make everybody sick, but whatever.
It should. But like I said, it's crazy. All right. So apparently, Jay, get this. There is infighting in the socialist LA mayoral candidate thing going on right now. They're Nathia Rahman and Karen Bass are running for mayor. Well, right now, there is some severe infighting. Get this, Jay. LA mayoral candidate Nathia Rahman was removed as chair of the city's homelessness committee by Mayor Karen Bass. And then she accuses Mayor Karen Bass of trying to punish her for challenging her. I gotta say, this is wonderful. I like to see it.
This is the first we've heard of Nathia Rahman since the election.
Yeah, that's true. Never hear about it.
Yeah, since she was declared like the winner with the cheating, how they beat Spencer Pratt. This is the first we've really heard of Nathia Rahman. Like,
absolutely,
the whole thing was a fake hoax to have another socialist run against Karen Bass because either way they're going to get a socialist.
That's why I like to see them fighting, though, Jay.
Yeah,
I love to see it.
Two idiots, two socialists fighting. Is this for real though, or is this another game or some other sideshow?
No, she was removed from the chair. She, for the longest time, she used that as her claim to, I have experience because she was the chairman of the city's homelessness initiative. But now Mayor Karen Bass, after she challenged her, now that it's just her and her, she doesn't want her to be able to say that anymore. So she removed her as chair and Mayor Karen Bass had this power over Rahman. And she removed her from it because she doesn't want Rahman to be able to say she's the chairman of the city's homelessness because she thinks it makes her look good, even though the homeless problem in LA is out of this world. I mean, why you would even want to say you're the chairman of a homelessness committee is beyond me. People will laugh at you, but she was removed by her because apparently Mayor Karen Bass views that as a prestigious slot to be in, and she doesn't want Rahman there.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing you just did. I would say let her claim that she's in charge of the homelessness because it's awful.
It's nuts, man. I don't get it.
Well, who's Karen Bass gonna put in charge of that now? What rocket scientist is Karen Bass gonna put in charge of the homeless initiative now in Los Angeles? To take care of Skid Row and everything else. What an absolute mess! I'm coming to the conclusion: if you're voting for a Democrat, these modern day Democrats that we're saying. I'm going with the same thing we were just talking about with Massachusetts. There's something not registering in your head.
No,
there's just not.
No. That's
How
why
can you
I said
vote for Karen Bass or Nathia Rahman? How? Gavin Newsom, this lunatic Wong. Mom Donnie, how are you voting for these people? What? Something's not right.
No, and that's why I said that's why 66% of people in America get their morality from government legislation, because they're not all right. You know, a lot of people have mental health issues. So, Jay, I'm going to move on because there is something awesome that I want to talk about. Guess what? Remember in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, people would be like, you know, by the year 2000, we'll have flying cars. Everybody be flying everywhere. Take a listen to this. Governor Ron DeSantis announced that Florida will actively test electric air taxis by the end of 2026 at the SunTrax facility in Polk County. Testing will use the state's first dedicated vertiport-equipped track for vertical takeoff and landing of electric aircraft, funded partly by repurposed federal EV charger money to explore passenger transport like Tampa to Orlando flights, bypassing I-4 traffic. I think it's awesome. Jay, it would be awesome. Awesome.
I'm renaming this episode, and the name of this episode is What Can Possibly Go Wrong?
Yeah, well, I gotta say, they're testing it now, and if they can get it to the point where you can bypass the I-4 traffic, could you imagine?
Yeah, yes, that would be great. But unless Doc Brown is driving that car, I'm not going in, because he knew how to drive that car, and I want it filled with garbage like Mr. Fusion. That's what I want.
Oh yeah. Well, I think what would happen is, I mean, they would have to have some kind of safety parameters, make sure it wouldn't go high like a plane. It would go around buildings. It probably wouldn't go super high, but it would be high enough to avoid the traffic. It wouldn't have to go over the traffic. It could go over the trees or something, you know? And honestly, I think it would be, if they can get it right, if they can get it correct, if they can get it to where it's not going to die, if they have backup systems, like a backup parachute, if this has backup engines or backup whatever, to where if there's something wrong with it, it'll immediately go down and land. That, I think it would be awesome to have something like this. I would love to be able to be in an air taxi, and it's going to be way cheaper than a flight, and you bypass all the traffic.
Until there's a bunch of air taxis, and then there's air taxi traffic.
No. I would assume if there's air taxis, they could go above and below each other rather than behind each other.
Add it to the title. What could possibly go wrong? I'm telling you, that's the name of this episode, because we've talked about so many things. What could possibly go wrong? The mini drones, the autonomous drones shooting soldiers. Now we're talking about air taxis that are flying around above traffic and above neighborhoods. Oh my God.
But for this, though, it's what could go, it's also what could possibly go right. Imagine if this goes the right way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they're testing it rather than just allowing people to, get on and try it. They're testing it at the vertiport. So I think it would be awesome. It would be a great way to bypass traffic. You've been sitting on an interstate, not moving for 5 hours. Okay, 5 hours. You get to go to 5 miles in 5 hours. Okay, on the I-4 traffic. A drive that should take you 2 hours takes you 10 hours. But when you're in the air taxi, it takes you 30 minutes.
Yeah. They can test it all they want. And if it works, but there's going to be accidents.
Well, there's accidents with everything.
Exactly.
Everything.
It's just another thing that's gonna have accidents. So I'm just saying, it's great, but everybody just get ready, because there's gonna be problems with this stuff.
There's problems with everything, but this is this is a great thing for people, especially. It's gonna work a lot more than it doesn't work. Otherwise, it wouldn't be put out. So I mean,
wait a minute, hold on.
You can say the same thing with cars, Jay. There's accidents all the time.
That's not like you. All of a sudden, you're trusting the government that it's going to work more than it doesn't?
I'm not trusting, Jay. Everything that you eat, drink, or do is based on the government's testing.
I'm breaking your chops.
Yeah. So, I mean, but honestly, and if I would trust anybody in the government, I think it would be Ron DeSantis in Florida's government.
I like Ron DeSantis. I think he's a great governor.
The Florida government's incredibly good. So if I could trust anybody, it would be them. But I mean, basically, I just think it would be a great thing. There's accidents with everything. There's accidents with cars, airplanes, everything. There's going to be a few, But if the majority gets you to where you want to go and a lot faster, I think that would be a great thing.
I agree. If it can be done in the right way and as safely as possible, hey, let's go for it. I say
Absolutely.
absolutely. But again, oh man, I don't know. Like you said, are we ready? Are we ready?
I don't know if we're ready for something now, Jay. I don't know if we're ready for us to be able to do it ourselves. If it's an autonomous vehicle, maybe. But ourselves, I don't think people are ready to get behind the wheel of that. I just don't think so.
Oh, so you would trust the autonomous before you would trust somebody behind the wheel?
Absolutely.
Really?
Because the autonomous would have backup systems. It would know what's wrong with its system. It would know how high to fly, how low to fly. It would know exactly where to go. For a person driving that shit, there's 1,000 things that they could fuck up.
How about you give me both? Give me a hybrid. Have a person plus the autonomous backing up the person, and the person does something wrong, the autonomous takes over and fixes it right away. Something like that.
That would be super expensive, though.
Hey, listen, spare no expense when it comes to this, as far as I can see.
I think an autonomous taxi would be awesome. I think an autonomous, But Jay, let's say it's an autonomous taxi, and but let's say it has an emergency button where if something's going wrong, you press the button, and just like a drone, it'll come down and land softly at the bottom.
Okay.
You never know.
Yeah, something like that. But I remember Johnny Cab. And I remember Johnny Cab from Total Recall, and that did not work out too well.
Well, yeah, that's a movie. But this,
I don't care. Jack, we talk about it. Hollywood, What is it? Predictive programming.
Yeah, but not everything is predictive. The predictive programming there is that there's going to be flying vehicles. I think it's awesome, though. I really do.
I hope you enjoy the ride.
Oh, I will, but not if there's people are not ready for that. People are just not ready for it.
God. Oh man, go ahead. What do we have next? What else is going on? What else do we have what could possibly go wrong?
Well, Lauren Boebert's son was arrested on child sexual exploitation charges. Apparently,
yes.
So that's it's a sad thing because I don't like her or hate her. I nothing her. And the fact that her son, that's rough stuff. He did horrible things, apparently, multiple felony charges of sexual exploitation of a child, including inducing and enticement, possession with intent to distribute, and video related counts, plus 2 counts of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Here's what it says. It says the charges stem from a 2024 incident. What?
Yeah.
You've got to be shitting me, dude. You've got to. They charged him for this. This I don't agree with. This I do not agree with. Okay? I do not agree with. Listen to this. The charges stem from a 2024 incident. Okay? When Tyler, who was 18, filmed a 43-second sex video with his 17-year-old girlfriend. That's where the charges are coming from. They're saying he sexually exploited her when they both agreed to film it, but since she's 17 and he's 18 in 1 day, she's 17 in 364 days. That is why now he's getting, I guess he's getting not only child exploitation, but possibly lifetime registered sex offender charges. What is that? Jay, this is what I say when there's got to be discretion. You got to use discretion.
Well, he's had issues before this. I think that he's been on their radar and probably looking for a way to nail this kid.
This is different. This is fucked up.
Probably looking for a way to nail this guy. And
this is something that follows you for the rest of your life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Which is why you should be careful.
Jay, have you ever filmed a sex video with a girlfriend or a wife?
Never in my life. Are you kidding me?
Well, then you're just weird then. But
Never.
I have. And,
never have.
And you're just weird, Jay. That's
no,
weird.
I never have, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you anyway. Go ahead.
But I have no problem. I have before, but I would never think that with my girlfriend or fiance or wife, whatever, that just because I'm 18 and she's 17, they got that sex video that we filmed together. They're gonna charge me with child exploitation and child. That's just unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. This is, I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for her. And I feel sorry for Lauren, honestly, because this is the kind of shit that puts a stain on your life that you never get back. Jay, you only get one life, okay? And this right here is going to stain it for the rest of his life.
Yeah, could very well. Absolutely. But at the same time, dude, not you, him. Hey, bro, be careful. You know, he's had issues, Jack, before this, and
Yeah,
he's got
know,
problems.
When
Like,
you're
he's been in
18
trouble.
though, and you got a 17-year-old girlfriend, you're young, you make mistakes, you got a hot 17-year-old girlfriend. You don't think, hey, this would be sexy for us to film this video, but they're going to charge me with child exploitation in 2 years. That's insane. The cops that did this, I'd like to know who they are.
Listen,
Or the
here's my
DA,
question.
whoever
If he-
charged him.
If Lauren Boebert was a Democrat, would this be happening?
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
That's the
This is being used. This is political persecution is what it is.
Well, that's another thing. Your mother's a congresswoman, a lightning rod congresswoman.
Mhm.
You got to make sure all your T's are crossed and all your I's are dotted, bro. That comes with it.
Yeah.
It does. And I'm not saying
Even
it's right.
so, though,
but
this
it does.
is still wrong. It's still
I'm not
wrong.
saying it's right. I'm just saying you got to be smarter.
Yeah, but he's 18. You got to think when you're 18, not only are you going to make mistakes, but you're also, even if you think you have your I's dotted and your T's crossed, you're not going to think that you and your girl who's like 2 months younger than you, that you're going to get child sex charges because of that. You're just not going to think about it, even if you have all your I's and T's crossed. That is ridiculous.
But in a way, Jack, I also blame her. Like, Lauren Boebert, get your son and be like, you can't be messing around. You need to do everything right. And I know you can't control him 24/7.
Yeah,
but it's on her too.
The thing is, this is not an illegal act, what he did. So I mean, even if he's doing it, even if him and his girlfriend are doing it, it's not an illegal act. What they do, though, is they take a law that's meant for something else, and they use it to persecute their political opponents. And in this case, what looks good if you're trying to get Lauren Boebert out of office, Jay? Lauren Boebert's son charged with child sex crimes. That looks good as a headline.
That's what I'm saying. And she knows that. And she's got to, I don't know the relationship with her and her son. Her son, as we know, as I said, has had problems. Like, at a certain point, Lauren Boebert, get your kid under control and tell him, stop messing around with anything. In fact, I need you to tell me you need to tell me everything. I don't care what it is.
This is a thing that, a lot of people do when they're young. They like to, explore, do whatever. This is something that under any other circumstance would not even be thought about. In fact, most DAs, even with political persecution, would not charge this person with such a thing because they know what it does to their lives. But it's ridiculous. It's angering. It's irritating. It's horrible. And I hope I hope the DA gets what's coming to him, honestly, because you don't use your power for this kind of nonsense. You don't do that to kids.
Well, that's politics, and
Yeah.
it's dirty and it's disgusting.
And this
it's
guy was a
politics.
child, man. He was 18. He was a child.
Tyler Boebert is his name.
Yeah.
Let me just 2022 careless driving, ticketed for careless driving causing bodily injury after flipping his father's SUV into a creek. Passenger was injured. Later reduced via plea to defective vehicle headlight citation. February 2024 vehicle break-ins, identity theft. Arrested by rifle police in Garfield County in connection with a series of vehicle trespass and theft. 2025 the child abuse and neglect misdemeanor, cited for misdemeanor child abuse and neglect after an incident in which his young son, Lauren Boebert's grandson, wandered away unsupervised from a family home.
Well, see, this is not illegal, though, what happened here.
Well,
this
I'm
was
saying,
just
this
a
kid's been a
consensual
disaster.
act between two people.
I'm just saying, but yeah, the age difference is the problem. The age is
And
the issue.
The age
Yeah.
difference is like 2 months difference,
Yeah.
like a 2-month difference.
Again, this kid, Jack, he's an idiot. He's an idiot,
No.
and he's
Well,
an idiot.
I mean, this is not an idiotic thing. It's something that all kids do. They
yeah.
weaponized
If my kid did this and
against
jeopardized my career, I'd smack the hell out of him. I'm going to say it right
well,
now.
Jay, most of the time you're not going to know about it. This is a sexual thing that people that are 18, 19 do. And I mean, everybody's probably done something like that. But it's not his fault that they weaponized it against him. That was his girlfriend. They were 2 months apart. It's nothing. What they do is they search for they find the person, then they find the crime. They don't arrest someone for the crime. They find the person, then they find the crime.
Well, how about this then? After the 2022 careless driving, he's getting wrapped in the head. After 2024, he's getting wrapped
Again,
in
that
the
has
head.
nothing to do with this,
After
though.
2025, he's getting wrapped in the head. Maybe if something was done, maybe prior to this, maybe this doesn't happen. I don't know.
This is
I
not
don't
an
live with
illegal
Lauren
act, though,
Boebert.
is what I'm saying.
But
Nothing would have stopped this. It's not an illegal act.
Well, it is an illegal act under the law. He broke the law. By the letter, he broke the law.
Yeah, but nothing is ever charged by that kind of bullshit, and this will be dismissed. A judge will never take this case. It'll never happen.
They won't. Maybe they
no,
won't.
I know for a fact they won't, because you have to have her consent also, because they're going to want her to testify. And if they're 2 months apart, whatever it is, it'll never happen. It'll never happen.
I'm going to ask, who brought the charges? Who brought the charges?
We got to go, Jay. We got to go. All right, guys. So make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right, or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, guys, make sure you check out the book By Design, The First Black President. I'm telling you, if you've ever wanted to see the entire story of what went on for his rise, you actually get to experience his rise with him. All the backroom deals, the corruption, the conspiracies, and all the bad networks, everything that got him to where he is, from the start of his CIA grandfather to his spouse, the birth certificates, the kids. You will get to see every single thing in a political thriller novel. SecretAmericaLive.com or Amazon. It's got all 5 stars on Amazon. It's got over 20 reviews already. It only came out 2 weeks ago. It's got over 20 reviews already, and they are all 5 stars. So check it out. By Design, The First Black President. Also, guys, make sure you check out the Secret America gear. You know, you can go to Secret America Live for that, or it's also on maxassociates.etsy.com. Some really cool stuff. You know, you see that shirt right there where it's got Jay and I on there, Secret America, and it's got all the, it's just really cool. A lot of really cool, interesting stuff. The candle is vanilla, smells great. I personally love it. So, you know, just a lot of really cool stuff. And make sure you guys follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It is Secret America TV. That is the name for every single one of these places. Secret America TV, X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Follow us. We are live every single weekday. So make sure you guys check us out. You will not regret it. All right, Jay. I think
everybody,
we solved
Jeremy
all
Herrell
the
here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold
So
and
for
silver.
Jay
When I was a
Gatling,
kid,
I am
I
Jack
always wondered
Danger.
what Fort
Thank you for
Knox
watching Secret
must
America.
look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just
You've
gold
been listening
everywhere,
to Secret
literally
America.
raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website, or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions, and there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees, no pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen and it'll take you right there. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Again, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Well, Flyover family, we love talking about things on this show that are inspiring and fun and, this moving the needle and things happening. And sometimes you got to talk about stuff that's like, okay, kind of a family meeting. This is going on in the world. Yeah. And man, we need to address this. We need a language so that, when you're in a conversation, you have something come up. I didn't expect this with a family member, somebody, in church, somebody in a prayer group has something like that. You even have a context for it because the world has moved in such a dramatic way that there's things happening that I know for us, even preparing for today's show, we didn't have a language for some of the things that are going on in the world or even realizing, wow, is that actually happening? It's happening at that scale. Didn't know that, learn new terms and words. And it's like, okay, we need to be aware of these things. We need a way to be able to even have a language to even pray about it and take things to God. And today's guest is going to help us do exactly that. She's become a friend of us and a friend of our show. She speaks publicly about informed consent in medicine and educates others about what she believes are the harms of gender ideology and the confusion that it creates specifically for children and this idea of informed consent. Have we gotten over our skis a little bit on what we can do medically and what we should do? Yep. These are all, pretty tough issues. She's a urologist and a pelvic reconstructive surgeon, published researcher, entrepreneur. She's a founder of 360 Pelvic Health Institute, Dr. Melanie Kreitz-Bachert.
Yay! Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
So glad you're back on the show. We're really inspired by what you're doing, and what you are doing is changing people's lives. And so we're looking forward to this episode with you, talking about what's going on in the world, but the difference that we can make. I think that's really important because it's not hopeless and it's not overwhelming.
So you're working on a film, you're doing interviews, you're doing research, you're doing a lot of things. You do a lot of work with Dr. Simone Gold and the top people that everybody watching today respects and knows. We've seen you on a lot of Christian programs and things, but fill our listeners in just briefly on kind of the pathway, because I think when people hear that, God really opened doors and closed doors and guided you to a place you probably wouldn't have chosen on your own, on day one with your high school guidance counselor, but he's also prepared you to be who you are in this space today in a really unique way.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I had private practice for almost 15 years in Portland, Oregon, and I just knew there was something more that I needed to be doing. And when I joined the freedom fight, I had grown stagnant in that, and God had just laid upon my heart that there was something more that I needed to be doing, and I just didn't quite know what it was. And then I started doing some interviews regarding transgender ideology, and the light bulb went on that this was exactly what I was supposed to be doing, especially with my area of expertise, because there aren't any other pelvic reconstructive surgeons that I'm aware of that speak out against this and speak out against the lack of informed consent and these harms as it pertains to children. There are a lot of people speaking, but individuals, specifically with my credentials, I will say, because I can reconstruct the entire human pelvis. That's what I was trained to do. So that I have a little bit of a unique perspective. And just like endocrinologists, they can speak very expertly, regarding hormone manipulation and the nuances of that, which I can to an extent, because as a urologist, I prescribe hormones and that sort of thing. So I know very well what the implications of hormones are. But specifically as it pertains to surgery, my expertise comes into play because these children are signing up for things that they can't possibly consent to. Their brains are not developed by this time. They can't consent to the ramifications that they will experience as a result of what they're actually doing and the dangers that go along with that in the long term.
Can you talk about at what age are they starting to transition kids, and And what does that look like for a child? If let's say a child starts down this process of hormones and all of that, is it something eventually, if they change their mind, they can go off of? Is it something they're going to always be on? What does that look like? And at what age are these kids making decisions?
I have heard stories actually of parents transitioning their children as early as the age of 2 and 3. And then they are, yeah, and they will say that, well, my child told me that they wanted to be a boy. Of course they did, because, the toy of the day is G.I. Joe that they're playing with their older brother and sister, and tomorrow it's going to be Barbies. Next week it's going to be dinosaurs. So, yes, they're starting them very, very young. And when you start a child on puberty blockers, to basically halt the natural process of puberty until you get them to the point where they are supposed to start puberty, and then instead of allowing them to go through natural puberty, but then putting them on cross-sex hormones, which are the opposite of what God intended, you are doing some very permanent damage. And puberty blockers are only used in a very small population of children who go through a condition called precocious puberty. And puberty blockers are only designed to be used to allow the body to catch up to what the hormones will then influence. So basically, when a child goes through precocious puberty, their bodies are being subjected to hormones prematurely before their bones and their joints and their brain development are ready for it. So puberty blockers are designed to actually just halt that just for a short period of time to allow their physical body to catch up to what the hormonal influence will then take over. But when you completely block that, and then you don't even allow puberty to happen, and you put them into the throes of the influence of cross-sex hormones, then you're in a stage right there where there's no coming back from that. And we see detransitioners such as Johnny Skinner, who's been very vocal about being placed on puberty blockers, when in fact he was a gay male. He wasn't a girl at all. But he was subjected to these hormones, and now there's no going back. And he's been very vocal about the fact that sexual stimulation, sexual pleasure, medical issues are now a regular part of his life that he has to deal with, and was not ready even as a teenager to deal with the ramifications and side effects of all of this later on. So once you are on hormones, you will be on hormones for the rest of your life at the very least. And that's not counting if you undergo surgical intervention.
Wow.
Whenever you see something happening, you're always kind of like, okay, what's the cause or the reason, for this, and I'm just going to say, just like me processing this, it seems like a little bit of a mental health crisis that we're not addressing properly, either for the children or for these parents that are walking, them through that. And at the same time, it's a perfect storm mixed with what appears to be just my naive deal here. I was looking up some of the numbers. It's around, they're guessing between $2 to $5 billion a year on surgeries and then the ongoing medication. So it looks like, an opportunistic money grab by the medical institution. These are numbers that are close to like what, NHL generates as a pro sports league. I mean, it's those kind of numbers that one kind of feeds the other in a loop is how it appears to me.
Correct. That is correct. Because once you are on that treadmill, if you go through the entire process of hormones and surgeries, and you partake in this throughout a lifetime, a patient is worth up to $4 million over a lifetime. Wow. So those numbers are staggering. I mean, they are really staggering. And each individual, once you start down the road of surgery, each individual has an average of 2.6 surgeries associated with a gender transition. And I know individuals that have had more than 10 surgeries. I mean, I personally know of individuals that have had more than 10 surgeries because you have, one situation. Most people just think of cosmetics, breast surgery or facial feminization surgery, getting your Adam's apple shape. Well, yes, those are surgeries, but we're talking about mutilating and actually reconfiguring the genitals. That's a big surgery. That is a very big surgery, and that is riddled with complications that nobody wants to talk about. And, as recently as this week in the court system, WPATH, which is the organization that touts that they've set the guidelines for gender affirming care, admitted in court this week that it was all based on experimental medicine, that it was all hogwash. And if anybody has ever heard Dr. Levine talk about this, he was one of the original members of WPATH, and he talks about the fact that there were 5 or 6 individuals just sitting around a table, and they had absolutely no idea what they were writing, that it was stuff that sounded good. I mean, for oversimplification, but he admits that he has since he knew immediately that this was not good, and so he's part of our camp, in that. But he admits that when he was part of this organization, that it was just based on opinion. It was not anything that had any robust medical evidence behind it.
Question for you, Dr. Melanie. With this gender dysphoria, what have they found that if kids just if we just let it kind of move through, when they get through puberty, what percentage of the kids actually kind of come through this and they're like, okay, I'm actually a female or I'm a male? They are no longer dealing with that.
More than 80% of kids, if you let them go through natural puberty, they will desist. If you take no intervention whatsoever, no hormones, no surgeries, and you just support them through puberty, more than 80% of children will desist. Now, they may identify as gay, but they won't identify as transgender. And that's just if you let the natural God-given puberty happen. Certainly homosexuality is not a path that we would want an individual to go down. But the point is, we're not shoving them down a road of gender affirming care, because they will desist from that ideology and from that notion.
And more kids are, let's say they are going through this process. I don't know what the percentage is, but we're hearing a lot more that are saying, hey, I messed up. They went through maybe the hormone thing, they've gone through surgeries, and now they're like, whoa, okay, it's in courts now. What are you seeing with that? And do you think that this will be turned around? Because there was so many years of, hey, parents can't say anything. Do you want your kid to die? Do you want them to commit suicide? All of this. But
tremendous fear tactics.
Yeah, but we're really now seeing a lot of people that are coming out and saying, no, this was wrong. The kids are saying it themselves.
Yes, that is true. And we have seen as early as back in January, the Foxvarian case out of New York, out of White Plains, New York, where both the plastic surgeon and the mental health professional were held accountable. That was a $2 million verdict. We just saw in Oregon, Camille Keifel, that sued her therapist. That is something that we're seeing happen more and more. There are detransitioners that are fighting for statute of limitations because the courts are saying, well, you've passed the statute of limitations. So they're trying to overcome that hiccup, because how do you set a statute of limitations in a situation where an individual doesn't know what they are signing up for? When does that statute of limitations start? So that's the hurdle that's trying to be overcome right now. But we are seeing some of these things happen. What I have been trying to do is address the elephant in the room about Texas Children's Hospital and Cleveland Clinic, and I believe now Connecticut, that has followed suit with setting up these detransition clinics. So that's great in theory. But what individuals are not considering is that you are taking these facilities that took these children down this road to begin with, which was completely experimental medicine. And there are those of us that know how to treat these individuals, and endocrinologists and other providers that have formed an organization called Resilience Health Network to try to get care for detransitioners. The problem is Texas Children's Hospital and Cleveland Clinic are not knocking down our doors saying, hey, will you come and work at our facility and help guide us with our detransition clinics? What they're doing is they are keeping the same staff who took these individuals down this experimental road to begin with. These are the individuals and the individual providers that have drunk the Kool-Aid, and they believe that what they've done is right. They don't want to take these individuals back, nor do they have the expertise to take these individuals back down another further experimental path of trying to get them some semblance of normalcy. So you're actually putting the patient at harm by saying go and get care at a place that harmed you to begin with and doesn't know how to unharm you, so to speak. Nor do these practitioners want to do this. So, it's great in theory. It just hasn't been thought through well enough, in my opinion. And I say that, in my opinion, because I've not seen hard evidence of it. I've looked through the curricula, who's going to be the medical director of these detransition clinics. Is it going to be someone who's experienced, or is it going to be somebody that they pulled out of thin air that speaks loudly on it but doesn't really know? Or is it going to be some arbitrary bureaucrat, administrator that has never been, in the field? So these are some of the issues that we're seeing. I think that we are going to see a turnaround in this. But the big thing right now is we have to stop it in the school systems with the social emotional learning and capturing these children and profiling them with this social emotional learning. And that is a whole nother can of worms that feeds right into this, that has been in place for a number of years. To push this ideology and profile children to capture children.
Yeah, well, while it does seem to be kind of a trendy thing, almost a badge of honor among, like, let's say, liberal women specifically, is where you see it in comments and things. But it seems to be multi-pronged as far as planting the seed. 'Cause this isn't, while there might have been issues going through puberty in the past and thinking, with some confusion, it wasn't megaphoned by the school system and then by cartoons and, hit from several directions to where, if I'm thinking of buying a product or changing toothpaste or something, it's like a friend might mention it. I'm like, okay, it's there. Then you see a commercial. You're like, oh, that's somebody else mentioned that. And then you see like a Facebook ad or something. You're like, oh, I probably should get this. Like when you get something from 4 or 5 directions, it's a marketing principle that pushes you over the edge. And that seems to be the methodology on influencing the children of America as well, on both wanting to do it and also by those who aren't doing it, but applauding those that are.
Correct. And there is a whole investigation being going on that has been going on by one of our teammates with Remnant Films and with Image Unshaken. Her name is Marcia Metzger, and she has uncovered a major scandal in Putnam and Nassau counties in Florida with social emotional learning and the school systems not allowing the parental access to the school curricula. And what is happening is these children are going through these modules, which are actually designed to profile these children and base this learning on ideological principles rather than fact. And what they are doing is firewalling when parents ask for access. They say, well, we don't have the licensure. They're having third parties hold the licensure for this, and then they will let the licensure expire so that nobody has access to it. And they say, well, we're not using that anymore because the license has expired. And it's a whole ordeal with called one of the curricula is called Ripple Effect, and was written and developed by Alice Ray. And look into it. It's going on. And so I've been on actually 2 meetings this week regarding this, because she is trying to expose this. She has parentsonthelevel.com, and you can go to our website, imageunshaken.com, and you can also find the link to her work. But it is a whole nefariously intended curricula to indoctrinate children, and they are being profiled for who is the most vulnerable, to push this ideological curricula onto, to influence these children. It's nothing new under the sun. We saw this profiling happen, in the 30s when Jews and other targeted populations were being targeted with the punch card technology. This is just a more advanced profiling technique, except now they're profiling our children, the most vulnerable.
Yep. You're exactly right.
It seems crazy. It's like a child couldn't just go into a tattoo parlor and get a tattoo.
No.
Right.
Or something
alcohol.
Yeah.
They couldn't go get alcohol or cigarettes.
And those are,
nothing compared to what we're
that.
looking at here. Colton was just on your website, imageunshaken.com. Let's talk about what you created there and what you have coming in the future, because again, it's just helping people. Our slogan here is wake up, speak up, and show up, helping people to maybe wake up to what's going on, but also giving them the courage to speak up and show up. So talk about what you're doing at imageunshaken.com.
Yeah, thank you. So Image Unshaken is a website that we have developed in partner with our production company, Remnant Films, to provide resources for families, civic leaders, churches to go and find evidence and factually based information regarding gender ideology and what's happening with our children. Again, parentsonthelevel.com is featured there, and you can find links there. But we want to provide resources to the community, to civic organizations, to the church, because if this is not in your congregation at this point, you are either lucky or you don't know about it, because it will come to a congregation. It affects everyone. Gender ideology is something that I liken now to cancer. You either are affected by it, you have a friend that's affected by it, or a family member that's affected by it. It has so permeated our society. And so what we're doing, we are filming a documentary, which is going to be a docuseries that basically follows and tracks gender ideology from the garden throughout time to where we have progressed to this point, and where we are going to go if we don't right this ship. And so we're partnered up with Watchman Action for 501c3 for donations, because what we are doing is we are taking all of the information and all of the experts that we've interviewed, and we are going to set up and we are in the process of developing now a curricula to go and teach, to do weekend conferences for, community, civic organizations, churches, grandparents, parents, to give them the resource to say, here you go. Here are the resources that you need to help combat your school boards, to help draft legislation. Here's what you need for pastoral care, so pastors can come to us. We do have pastoral experts and biblical theologians that can help prepare pastors to handle these situations in their congregations. So every penny of our donations are being used to help develop this curricula so that parents and grandparents will be more equipped, pastors will be more equipped, the general population. If you are just a concerned citizen and you want to help combat this, then we want to give you the resources to do so, because this is such an epidemic. And, as Ephesians says, we are not fighting flesh and blood, but principalities and powers. And that is exactly what this is. This is a fight, a literal fight of the supernatural powers for the souls of our children. And if we don't do something now, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? Because children are our next generation. They are our future. And if we don't protect them, then we're hosed, frankly. We have no hope, and the idea is to turn the masses. I mean, we know how the book ends, but the idea is to take as many with us as we can, and to to turn as many hearts to Jesus as possible. And whenever I give my lectures, I always close them by saying, we don't stop until the pronouns that they use are chosen and redeemed.
Woo.
That
is
and this is without it's an intimidating topic, and without like the language of it, it's easy, for all of those categories, churches and family members and aunts and uncles and grandparents to stay out of the conversation because it's intimidating. We've been married 33 years. We have a small gaggle of grandkids now. I couldn't explain everything that would happen with their gynecologist. I'm like, I'm not even sure how all this stuff works. Your pelvic floor, reconstructive surgeon. We had a discussion beforehand. I'm like, do men have pelvic floors too, or just women? I was like, man, I'm like, oblivious on a lot of these things. And so it's easy to kind of put your head in the sand. Like, well, I don't know. I'm going to stay out of it. But we do know we are beautifully and wonderfully made in God's image. And the more that we can support people to follow that path, to find Him and find themselves in Him, the better. I've heard you list some other great resources. We're going to put those links down below. We've heard you mention conservativecounselors.com. For those that are looking for additional resources, there's also a link to Association for Mental Health Professionals.org and do no harm medicine.org. We're going to put those links down below. You've referenced them as being places that people can turn. And I'm thankful for the work you're doing on the documentary, because a picture's worth 1,000 words. A film is worth millions, and on something that's too difficult for you to explain, when you have a documentary, you can say, hey, let's watch this together, or take a look at this. You can point people towards a resource that can do that heavy lifting for you.
And before we let you go, Melanie, I'm just, as I'm looking through even your bio, I mean, you were a 3-time Portland monthly top doctor. I mean, you're at the you're top of your game.
Best of the best.
The best of the best. Why would you do what you're doing right now? I mean, really, why are you doing this?
Well, I will tell you that those accolades stopped immediately as soon as I started doing this.
I'm sure.
And I did this because I was called to do it. I had been praying that that God would reveal to me what it was I was supposed to be doing. And it was revealed to me. So you can't have that information and God call you to do it and then not do it, because God always gets His way. That's just the way it is. And, when you reach a point where you say, God, here I am, use me, boy, He means it. I mean, just like, we would always laugh when I was a child and say, yes, don't pray for patience. Don't pray for patience, especially if you're an impatient person, because God will give it to you. And that's exactly what happened in this situation. And I will tell you, I am more fulfilled in having as heavy a topic as this is, and as big of a battle as this is. I am more fulfilled now and having more fun in my life doing exactly what God wants me to do and being in the center of His will than I ever was and that's not saying that my practice wasn't fulfilling. It certainly was. It was for that season. But I look back now and I see that season was to prepare me for now, to give me all of that experience to get me to this point.
Well, we are thankful for
Yes.
what you are doing. So thank you again for your time. Flyover family, go to imageunshaken.com, imageunshaken.com. Go there, share this with other people, donate, be a part of getting this information out there and offering hope to other families. So thanks again for your time, Dr. Melanie. We really appreciate it.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, the 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
I'm always excited by people that are on a path doing something and they worked hard to get there and then are also mobile. Like God speaks to them and it's like, hey, maybe I can use these skills over here. We've seen a lot of that over the last 4 or 5 years. We've seen people like Clay Clark have, a business career, never talk about religion or politics. Start doing events, going in a direction. It's like, hey, God's called me to do this now. I never thought this was going to happen. And I love that. I love that kind of flexibility, this like Moses story. And there's so many people, of like, hey, what does God have for you next? Maybe what God's had for you up till now wasn't the thing. Maybe that was the thing preparing you for the thing. Today's guest has that down to a T. She's a doctor of pharmacy, founder and president of BHR Skincare, over 35 years experience in healthcare. 2026.
It's a big year for her.
It's been a big year.
Yeah.
A big year. She was honored with 2026 Influential Woman of the Year plaque, and also in June of this year, acknowledged as the pinnacle professional member of Inner Circle of Excellence. Tops in her field, and I think you're going to be quite impressed with Dr. Susan Bleiskell.
Yay! Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's such a pleasure meeting you both. Thank you.
We love entrepreneurs.
Yes.
We love people that are doing things. I love people with interesting stories because they're inspiring. I'm always quite convinced that almost everyone you meet has another thing in them. Mm-hmm. And it might be they're going to start teaching a class, or maybe somebody who went through a divorce or something. It's like, oh, that was, and like, hey, maybe I can help other people and like everything can be repurposed and reused. And there's so much more that we just kind of leave laying around. A lot of the scraps. One of my favorite stories in the world is the guy that invented the particle board. it was from the scraps from the lumber they were cutting from other things. It was like something they were trying to get rid of, and they then turned that into inventing particle board, which we wouldn't even have IKEA, if it wasn't for that.
True.
But those are kind of repurposing stories, and I love when God does that in people's lives. And so let's kind of catch people up on your story just a little bit as a doctor of pharmacy, and you're on this path, and you're kind of in the big pharma world and in pharmacy. How in the world did you get repurposed to be synonymous with the words like natural and healing and this other direction?
Well, I've always been in healthcare, right? Because of my profession. Ever since I was in high school, I always wanted to go into medicine or, pharmacy or something in the medical field and healthcare field. So that was always my strength. And when I started working as a pharmacist, going out in the world, into a few years into my pharmacy profession, I was pregnant at the time. I felt like I needed to create something that would be nice and healing for myself on my skin that I can use throughout pregnancy. So I formulated a cream I called it Healing Remedy. And I used it on myself, and it worked so well that I gave it to all of my friends and relatives at the time that were through the same phase. And people were telling me you need to get the patent for this, and you need to take it out to production. And I just didn't think anything of it. But when I heard that sentence, you need to get the patent and take it out, sell it in the market, I suddenly had a vision, and I saw my cream in a jar on a huge warehouse on shelves. And when I saw that, I still didn't think anything of it. But a few years later, I decided to pursue it and see what I can how it was going to evolve. And so I got the patent for the product. And I was able to find a manufacturer that I signed a contract with. And here we are. Now I have 24 products in my skincare line. So that's how it all started. Because it was called Healing Remedy, when I looked for a name for my company, the Blessed Healing Remedy came because I literally, myself and my prayer partners, prayed over every single product that I formulated and put it out in my website. Every single product. And for that reason, I called it Blessed Healing Remedy. So that became the name of my company, and BHR stands for Blessed Healing Remedy.
Wow. I love that. Okay, so in looking at your products, and David was talking about it earlier, being a pharmacist, but coming up with a natural product, how did those two things go together? Because again, typically you don't look at a pharmacist as going to the natural direction.
It's funny you say that, because as a pharmacist, I dispense so many meds to people, but yet I don't want to take it myself.
Yes.
And I hear that a lot from pharmacists.
We know a pharmacist really well. He won't even take ibuprofen.
No.
Doesn't take anything.
Yeah. I try to take as little as possible, unless I'm really dying with pain of some sort, then I may take an ibuprofen. But typically, I don't like to do that. I like to just eat very healthy and use healthy products on myself and my skin, take care of my skin, throughout my life, and to do my best to keep what God gave me. And I think that this whole thing with my company, this is God's company, and He's using me to, bring out His vision that He put in me, His mission that He put in my heart, and bring it out and to help as many people as I can out there in the world.
I love it. We had an issue maybe 10, 12 years ago with Stacy. She was having some health challenges, and it was like, well, what's kind of going on with this? Come find out that the first thing they had her do is eliminate anything with like scents and chemicals and things on it. And she felt like she was using very high-end, good quality products in a lot of these areas. And even things, you can have something packaged and it can have like a green label on it or something, and it looks really good. But then when you start looking at ingredients, it's like, man, there's like 12 ingredients you can't pronounce,
right.
on there. And we were we were amazed at how many things on it. It kind of sent us down this path of, even people joke like, new car smell or something. It's like, well, yeah, that's glue.
That's
those
not good.
That new car smell is chemicals in the carpet, that has like, there's so many scents and things that are in mattresses and clothing and that are unnatural.
Lotions. Yeah.
Lotions and, throughout our history, sunscreens and so many things that are just full of toxins, and our world's full of it. And so I think, God probably put this idea in your mind at the right time, because so many people are not just wanting that, but they're needing it because they're polluting themselves on a daily basis, rubbing things directly on their skin that are causing problems.
Absolutely. And for that reason, my products are natural, very organic, botanical, herbal, non-GMO, no synthetic fragrances, no toxic chemicals, and no animal testing. So I want to keep it nice and fresh and healthy for anyone, including my SPF that I have for sunlight. There's a product that I have is mineral tinted SPF. It's SPF 30, and it's a very natural SPF for your skin, and it doesn't have anything harsh chemicals or anything in it, because over-the-counter items, especially the SPF items, they have carcinogens in them. So you have to be very careful of what you put on your skin. Your pores can grab whatever you put on, and so it's important to put nice and healthy products.
So let me ask you a question. This wasn't a road that you were initially thinking you were going to go down, but what is probably the most challenging part of owning a small business?
Well, with any small business, when you first start, you have to gain the trust of people. You have to be able to, they need to trust you. They need to see your vision and understand what you're trying to do, what you're trying to bring out. So I think that the core values are very important when we start our company, especially the people we hire, the people that are around us. They need to be able to have the same vision as you, the same core values as you, to be able to support you and also have respect for you and your vision and want to do the work for you. So same thing with customers. I have to make sure that they believe in me, they believe in my products. So I'll do whatever I can to explain and to bring it out, whether it's on social medias or podcasts or interview, anywhere that I am, even on television. I try to put the positive words out so people can trust my products to give it a try.
And then as a woman, how, you were balancing, because you were saying you were pregnant when you initially came out with the lotion. So you have a family. How did you balance being an entrepreneur and a mom and a wife? And what did that look like as a woman owning a business?
And still taking care of your own skin.
I know.
Yeah, well, it took me a few years before I actually did that. So I spent most of my focus on my family and my career at the time. And then later I decided to go back and pursue this. So it wasn't immediate, after formulating the first product. So a few years went by until I was able to actually physically do that and have the time to do that. So it took me a little while.
We're in a really competitive marketplace today, where, people can have their stuff on the door tomorrow from Amazon. You can go to Walmart and buy cheap things. You can get, Temu-like stuff from so many places. How do you kind of maintain that balance, when you're dealing with customers on price and a quality that you would want your name attached to, and, competing with so many, vendors in a very global, competitive base?
Yeah, it definitely is a very competitive world out there when it comes to especially small business, skincare companies. I think that your products should, sell itself because of what you believe and what you put in them and how I'm trying to keep everything natural. I think more and more globally, people are motivated to try more natural products and stay away some of the toxins and chemicals that are out there in the products that you find over the counter. So I think that has an advantage over some of the other products out there. So I try to make sure that, the products stay very healthy and natural for everyone so that people won't have any kind of irritation or issues with their skin. And by the way, my products are good for any type of skin, any age. As long as you're above 18, I usually want to consider it for adults, because below 18, they're considered children. So I go with the age of 18 and up. And so if you have any kind of skin issues, such as rosacea, eczema, anything like that, I have products for that. Calming serum, soothing cleanser, and aloe mask is perfect for that type of skin. If you have dry skin, if you are aging skin, I've got anti-aging line that I recommend for anyone above the age of 40 to try. And then I have other products for body that, you need more moisturizing, or the shower gel is not an actual soap. It's a cleanser that cleans your body, but it maintains the skin hydrated and moisturized. And so every single product is all naturally based to take care of.
Now, I've heard you talk about that you look at skincare as healthcare. Can you talk about that and why those two would be synonymous?
Well, I mean, your skin is part of your health. So you have to take care of your health, whether it's internal, whether it's external. If you have a skin issue, you go see a doctor for your skin, dermatologist. So I think they're all related to healthcare. And since my profession, I've always been in healthcare, I kind of relate both, parts together because you got to take care of your health. You got to take care of your skin. So it's all considered your health care.
Now, I'll be vulnerable here. Are your products, are they just for women, or, I'm kind of getting this thing, we're in our 50s, we've been married 33 years now, and I don't want to be just with Stacy and they'll be like, oh, well, he must be rich. How did he get her?
Whatever.
Why is she with him? I got to compete, and look like I belong with her. Do you have things, for men as well? And is it still manly if you take care of your skin? I don't know if John Wayne, Clint Eastwood took care of their. I don't think Clint Eastwood took care of his skin.
Absolutely. My products are both for men and women. I have men that actually use my cleansing products for shaving. I have women that use the cleansing products for shaving the legs. And men use toners. They use moisturizers. They use body cream. So it's for men and women. It's not just categorized for one group.
I could never tell my older brothers for sure. I'm the youngest of 6. I can never tell them.
They would definitely tease you.
They'd be like, "Oh yeah, hey, did you borrow those from your sister or what?" They give me a hard time. So, but I think men are probably just as vain as women when it comes to all this stuff. I would assume as well. Everybody wants to look good.
Yes, men are using the product just not as much as women, but they are using the products for their skin, and I highly recommend it. And these are married men, by the way. So
there you go. That's good. That's good.
Feel free to try the products.
Okay,
I'll try some. Tell no one.
So, question for you, Dr. Susan. You had mentioned earlier that the line is really for, you've kind of advertised it for 18 and older was what I was hearing. If there's nothing that's bad in it and teenagers should be washing their skin, why do you not really talk to maybe a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old that's wearing makeup? Why would you not have them?
I actually have teenagers that are using my products. The reason I don't advertise out there for teenagers because I feel like under 18 they're children and their parents need to know what they're putting on their face. However, most teenagers probably grab the worst products out there on the market, out of the drugstore or wherever they go to find the products, and they put it on their skin. I think it's very important that from a very young age they are educated on the products that they use on their skin as they get older so that they can carry it over into their adulthood. So I do have teenagers that are using my product. I just didn't want to say it out because a lot of times commercial and, I want to make sure that no parents get mad at me for prescribing something for their kids. You know what I mean? When it comes
So
to
your
skincare.
inner pharmacist coming out there.
There you go.
But yes, anyone can use it. And my own niece actually uses it, and she's 16. So,
Okay.
yeah.
What would you say is the biggest thing when you're talking to mature clients, let's say people that are 50, 60, 70, that like, oh, if they would have known this earlier, if they would have began this in their 20s, 30s, 40s, what are some of the biggest things? Is it sun exposure? Is it chemicals? Is it like, what are the biggest, like,
Hydration.
things that people can do early as possible to protect their skin as long as possible?
Yes, number one thing that really affects skin texture and stability is sun exposure. I live by the beach here in Myrtle Beach, and people go to the beach all the time during the summer, and they just sit there in the sun all day long. And what it does is that it gives you premature wrinkles on your face, your neck, your décolleté area, your body. And it's very important to use proper SPF, and I recommend natural, put on and keep your skin protected against that, and try to minimize the length of time that you're out there in the sun. Your body only needs 20 minutes a day. So if you lay out there for hours, I mean, you're only hurting your skin, and you're creating a lot of premature wrinkles all over your face and neck and body. So I definitely recommend to take care of your skin so you can carry it out as you get older. And because of all the sun exposure, women end up having a lot of brown spots as they get older. And those dark spots will stay on your skin for a very long time. And unless you have, you use lasers or something that's more serious procedure on your skin, they just stay there for life. Keep it hydrated, drink a lot of water, use exfoliant, and also use products that give you the hyaluronic acid. They give you peptides, ceramides, which all of my products carry that in my moisturizer, my serum, vitamins, minerals, all the good ingredients that your skin needs. So
We do at least one business show a week. We like to celebrate entrepreneurs because I really feel like that's one of the greatest things about America is, your ability to like, hey, I'm working at this place, but maybe I'll become so good they can't afford me anymore, and I'll start my own, whatever, the business is, building decks or, installing pools, or like, I love when people start, businesses and hustle and do them. So that's an exciting, component of this, and loved having you on and celebrate that piece of it as well. And I thank you for your time, but you're also willing to give a discount to our listeners to try your products. If people were going to try one product, they're like, all right, my feet look crazy, I got stretch marks on my toes or something or whatever, would you say that was your first product? Is that the best thing? Like if people are going to try one thing and say, hey, see what this is about, is that original cream?
my body cream, I highly recommend my body cream. It comes in an 8-ounce jar, and that's the original formula that I made, and I'm still using it to this day, every single day on my skin. And that has, honestly, that has maintained my skin the way I want it to look. And so I highly recommend my body cream, number one. But then I also have wonderful serums and moisturizer for face and neck. For women, that's very important to make sure that you nourish your skin with the proper treatment and vitamins, minerals, ceramides, peptides, hyaluronic acid, and all this stuff, all the good stuff in the products. And as well as my eye cream. I only have one eye cream, and I recommend that to everybody because there's only 2 eye creams in this world that I've loved, and this is one of them. And mine is one of them. And it doesn't irritate your eye, because a lot of the eye creams out there, they irritate eyes after a while, and mine doesn't, and it works beautifully. So I highly recommend it.
Man, so Flavor Family, you can go to bhrskincare.com, bhrskincare.com. And thank you again for the discount when they use the promo code FLYOVER. Get 20% off. That is very generous and very kind of you to do that. And we really appreciate your time, Dr. Susan. Thank you so much.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.